Chapter 1. The Debt Collector's Shadow. If you're enjoying this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. A like and a comment go a long way in helping this channel grow. Thank you for your support, and now let's dive in. Lin Feng's feet barely touched the ground as he ran. Behind him, the sound of pursuit, heavy boots on packed earth, cruel laughter echoing off the merchant district's cramped alleyways. He didn't dare look back. Looking back meant slowing down, and slowing down meant the debt collectors would catch him, and that meant broken ribs, a broken leg, maybe worse. Jin Wu and his thugs didn't do anything halfway. The afternoon sun turned the narrow street into a furnace. Sweat dripped into Lin Feng's eyes as he twisted left, then right, his light cultivation-enhanced legs burning despite his modest bronze rank power. He was faster than a normal person. That was something, but Jin Wu's men were larger, angrier, and utterly focused. There was money at stake. Money Lin Feng didn't have. 300 silver coins. It seemed like nothing in the grand scheme of the cultivation world. Petty sects controlled territory and power measured in lives and bloodlines. But to a failed cultivator living in a third-rate sect town, 300 silver coins was a kingdom. He'd borrowed them to pay for a cultivation technique he was certain would finally unlock his potential, finally push him past the bronze bottleneck he'd been stuck at for 2 years. The technique had been a scam. The seller had disappeared, and now Jin Wu, who had loaned him the money at ruinous interest, wanted his payment. Lin Feng's breath came in ragged gasps. His robe, once white, was streaked with dust and sweat. The leather arm guards that marked him as a junior disciple of the Verdant Sky sect, barely a sect at all, just a loose gathering of mediocre cultivators in this backwater region, were torn and worthless. He skidded around a corner and nearly collided with an old woman carrying vegetables. Her basket scattered across the street in an explosion of white radishes. Behind him, Jin Wu's men crashed through without breaking stride, stepping on the vegetables and the old woman's cries. "Sorry," Lin Feng shouted back, but there was no time to help. There was never time. The city's edge approached. Beyond the last buildings, the foothills began, rough, rocky terrain that gave way to sparse forest. If he could make it that far, he might lose them. Debt collectors didn't chase into the wilderness. There was no payment at the end of that path. Out there, he was worthless. But as Lin Feng vaulted over a stone wall and sprinted toward the first line of boulders, something stopped him dead. A sound. Not from behind, from ahead. It was like a scream without a voice, a vibration that shattered against his bones from the inside. For just a moment, the world seemed to crack. The very air tasted wrong. Old, wrong, ancient in a way nothing should be. Demonic power, no worse. Demonic power didn't carry this weight. This was something else. Something that had been here for centuries and was only now, in this moment, cracking open from the inside. Lin Feng staggered to a halt, his hands covering his ears even though the sound wasn't coming through his ears. It was coming through everything. The debt collector's shouts grew louder behind him. He forced himself forward, climbing a shallow slope toward a strange rocky outcropping that rose like a broken tooth from the earth. As he drew closer, he saw it. A cave entrance, mostly hidden behind a cracked boulder the size of a house. The darkness beyond seemed absolute, deeper than shadows should be able to go. Another pulse of that wrongness emanated from within. Most people would have kept running. Most people would have fled into the forest, accepted a beating, paid back a debt somehow. Most people would not have chosen to enter a cave that radiated an aura of wrongness so potent it made their teeth ache and their spiritual sense scream warnings. Lin Feng was not most people. He was desperate. He squeezed through the gap, skinning his palms on the rough stone, and tumbled into darkness so complete it felt solid. Behind him, the shouts of Jin Wu's men grew suddenly confused. Where'd he go? Bloody mountain rat. Probably went deeper into the rocks. Leave it. Not worth getting lost. We'll catch him tomorrow. The voices faded. Lin Feng lay on his side in total darkness, breathing hard, listening to the sound of his own heartbeat. His spiritual sense, weak as it was, tried to map the space around him, but kept sliding off something it couldn't grasp. The darkness here wasn't natural. It was something forced, maintained by power long ago spent, but still holding stubborn grip on reality. Slowly, carefully, he pushed himself upright. His eyes began to adjust, not because there was light, but because his cultivation began to glow dimly from sheer survival instinct. A faint blue-white luminescence came from his palms, enough to see by. And what he saw made his breath catch. The cave stretched deeper than should have been possible. The walls were smooth, intentionally carved, though so weathered by centuries that the tool marks had become abstract. Strange symbols covered the stone, so faded they were barely visible. Some of them hurt to look at directly. They seemed to shift and writhe when he wasn't focusing on them properly. There was a smell here. Not the musty smell of a normal cave. This smelled like ash and something sharper. Alchemical reagents, maybe. Old books. And underneath it all, a faint metallic scent that reminded him of blood. Lin Feng moved deeper. The passage sloped downward, gently at first, then more steeply. He could feel it now, the source of that wrongness. It was pulling him down like gravity, like a hook through his chest. His cultivation-enhanced senses screamed at him to turn back, but his feet carried him forward anyway. Some part of him, the part that had always been desperate and strange and hungry for something more, recognized that this cave held answers. Or death. Possibly both. After what might have been minutes or hours in that timeless darkness, the passage opened into a vast chamber. And there, on a stone platform in the center of the cavern, was a corpse. Or what had once been a corpse. Whatever had happened to this person, they were far beyond death now. The body was desiccated to the point of translucence, the skin paper-thin and clinging to bone. What remained of the face was a rictus grin, the eye sockets hollow and vast. But the robes were still impressive. Deep crimson silk, embroidered with gold thread so tarnished it looked like ash, patterned with symbols that matched the ones carved into the walls. The robes of someone important. Someone powerful. The body lay on its back, one arm stretched toward the cavern's ceiling, the other curled against its chest. As Lin Feng's foot crossed a certain invisible threshold into the chamber itself, the corpse's eyes snapped open. They were not eyes anymore. They were voids, vast, empty spaces full of dying light. And in that light, Lin Feng saw a glimpse of something impossible. Mountains crashing down, sects marching, betrayal carved in blood and careful lies. He saw a man, magnificent and terrible, being torn apart by powers he had created himself. He saw centuries passing like heartbeats. He saw someone waiting, always waiting, for the world to see the truth. The corpse's mouth opened, and a voice emerged that sounded like stones splitting, like mountains groaning, like the death rattle of empires. Finally, the word hit Lin Feng like a physical force. He staggered backward, his spiritual sense scattering. The luminescence in his palms exploded into wild arcs of light, casting jagged shadows across the cavern walls. What are you? Lin Feng's voice was tiny in that vast space. The corpse sat up. It moved like a puppet on broken strings, jerky and wrong, but it moved. The hollow eyes fixed on Lin Feng, and something in that gaze, ancient, exhausted, burning with a hunger that death had not dimmed, reached into his chest and held his heart still. A question for a question, the corpse rasped. Are you a cultivator, boy? Ah, yes. Bronze rank, verdant sky sect. But I don't. Then you know of the Demon Patriarch. It wasn't a question. Even the name, spoken in that graveyard voice, seemed to darken the light. Every child in the cultivation world knew the tale. The Demon Patriarch had been a scourge 300 years ago, the architect of cruelties so profound that 7 major sects had united to destroy him. He had been annihilated, erased. His name was whispered as a warning. Lin Feng felt the blood drain from his face. The corpse laughed. It was the worst sound he had ever heard. Papery and cracking, like ancient scrolls burning. I am what remains. And I am done waiting. Darkness closed around them both. Not the darkness of the cave, but a darkness that lived inside everything. The shadow underneath the sun. Lin Feng opened his mouth to scream, but the sound never came. Instead, he felt it. A presence far vaster than the corpse, than the cave, than the world itself. It poured into him like water finding cracks, like poison soaking into flesh. He felt the weight of 3 centuries of suffering, 300 years of memories that were not his own, scenes of beauty and calculation, of power and rage, of a man who had loved and been betrayed by everyone he trusted. The transfer was agony. Every part of him felt like it was burning and freezing simultaneously. His cultivation base, which had always been weak, suddenly became a tidal wave trying to fill a cup designed for a droplet. His bones felt like they might shatter. His mind fractured and reformed 1,000 times over. But beneath the pain, he felt something else. Power. Real power. The kind of power that bent reality. The kind of power the Demon Patriarch had possessed. Lin Feng's scream finally came. It echoed through the cavern and beyond, a sound of transformation and agony, of a boy becoming something else, something dangerous, something that would never be quite human again. Chapter 2. The transfer. When consciousness returned, Lin Feng was lying on cold stone. His first thought was that he should be dead. His second was that he might be dead, and this was whatever came after. His third was a flood of foreign memory, so vivid it nearly broke him all over again. He lay still, afraid that moving would trigger another wave of pain. The luminescence from his palms had faded to almost nothing. Around him, the vast chamber seemed to be holding its breath. After an eternity of stillness, he managed to push himself onto his elbows. The corpse was gone. Where it had lain, there was nothing but dust, as if centuries of decay had suddenly decided to finish all at once. A few shreds of crimson silk lay scattered like dead leaves. Gold thread caught the faint light and seemed to glow. Still alive. A voice whispered, not from outside him, but from within his own mind. It was familiar and utterly foreign at the same time. The Patriarch's voice, or what was left of it. Good. The transfer nearly consumed us both. Lin Feng's mouth was dry as sand. Are you inside my head? Inside your soul would be more accurate. I am barely anything now. A pattern, a ghost, an echo of what once was. But I remain. And I have given you everything I can. The voice was fainter now, like listening to someone speak from very far away. Your cultivation base, do you feel it? Lin Feng did. He didn't want to, because acknowledging it meant acknowledging that something had genuinely happened, that this was not a fever dream born of desperation and debt. But he could feel it, a vast presence in his dantian, the energy center at the core of every cultivator. Before, his cultivation base had been like a shallow well, barely enough water to fill a cup. Now it was like an ocean that had somehow been compressed into that same space, threatening at any moment to overflow and drown him from the inside. He forced himself to sit up, then to stand. The world lurched. His perception had changed. He could see things in the darkness now, the faint aura of power still clinging to the cavern walls, the way the stone itself seemed to pulse with ancient energy. Even more disturbing, he could feel things beyond the cave. The spiritual energy flowing through the earth and sky, the cultivators in the city far above him moving through the world like bright insects. One of them was Jin Wu, laughing in his gambling hall. Another was the sect master, meditating in his tower. The legacy I have passed to you is not simple. The Patriarch's voice continued, drifting like smoke through his consciousness. It is incomplete. My Tao, the fundamental truth I discovered and the techniques built upon it, they remain unfinished. I was interrupted in my final breakthrough 300 years ago. Betrayed. There was a surge of emotion with that word, rage and grief, so ancient it had calcified into something like acceptance. You must complete what I could not, and you must survive long enough to do so. The 7 sects, Lin Feng heard himself say. He didn't know how he knew, but the knowledge was there, handed to him whole like a wrapped gift. They didn't destroy you. They stole from you. Yes. The word carried the weight of centuries. They feared my Tao because it threatened the foundations of their power. They could not stand the idea that I had discovered something greater than their combined knowledge. So they lied. They destroyed my disciples, erased my writings, twisted my name into a curse. And they tried to kill me. In the darkness of his own mind, Lin Feng felt the Patriarch's memories surface like drowning swimmers breaking the surface of water. He saw a vast temple surrounded by 7 armies. He saw a man in crimson and gold standing at its peak, power radiating from him like heat from a forge. He saw betrayal written in the faces of those he had trusted. He saw the final moment, the convergence of 7 different techniques designed by 7 different sects, each one perfected to destroy the Patriarch's specific power. He saw the pain. He saw the moment the Patriarch chose to hide rather than die. I did not run from weakness, the Patriarch said. and Lin Feng understood from the tone that this was a justification the ancient man had made to himself countless times. I ran because a warrior who is dead cannot finish his work. So I sealed myself in this place, in a cave at the edge of the world, and I waited. Waited centuries. Waited for someone to find me. Someone desperate enough to accept the burden I carry. Someone with nothing to lose. I'm not. Lin Feng began, then stopped. What was he going to say? That he wasn't desperate? That he had something to lose? He was a failed cultivator drowning in debt, living in a backwater sect, with no prospects and no future. He was exactly as desperate as the Patriarch had needed him to be. You will need to be careful, the Patriarch said, his voice growing fainter. There are traces of me. My energy has been sealed in this cave for 300 years, but it has not dissipated. The 7 sects have watchers. They may sense something. You must leave this place and hide what you have become. Return to your sect. Learn. Cultivate in secret. And when you are strong enough, when you understand enough of my Tao to survive the knowledge, then you can decide what justice looks like. Wait, Lin Feng called out. But even as he spoke, he felt the Patriarch's presence withdrawing like a tide receding. Don't leave me alone with this. I don't understand. I don't. You will understand. The voice came, distant now, almost inaudible. My memories are yours. My techniques are yours. My unfinished Tao is the weight you carry now. And Lin Feng, remember this. I was not the monster they claim. I was a man who learned something they could not allow to exist. Perhaps you will do better. The presence was gone. Lin Feng stood alone in the vast cavern, surrounded by the dust of an ancient corpse and the weight of a 300-year-old secret. He should have felt the horror of it. Instead, what he felt was a burning sense of potential. In the darkness, he could feel the power running through his meridians, waiting to be channeled. He could feel 3 centuries of techniques and knowledge, tucked away in compartments of his mind like books in a vast library. And beneath it all, he could feel the shape of the unfinished Tao. Incomplete, yes, but magnificent even in its fragmented state. Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to meditate. The cavern around him started to glow with soft light, not the gentle luminescence of a cultivator in meditation, but something darker, more vast. The faint aura of power in the stone seemed to respond to his presence, to recognize a kindred energy. In the darkness of his own mind, he walked through the corridors of someone else's life, seeing through eyes that had been dead for 3 centuries, understanding with a clarity that terrified and exhilarated him. He meditated for what felt like hours. When he finally opened his eyes, dawn light was creeping into the cave through the narrow entrance far above. He stood on shaking legs and made his way back toward the passage that had brought him down. His body felt different, stronger. The cultivation base that had always been weak now felt stable, integrated, as if it had always been meant to support this level of power. But it was barely integrated, like a fracture that had begun to set, but might still break at the slightest pressure. As he climbed toward the light, fragments of the Patriarch's memories kept flashing through his consciousness. A meditation technique that could hide spiritual energy, a combat form that turned an enemy's power back against them. The beginning stages of something called the unfinished Tao, a path of cultivation that seemed to operate on completely different principles than anything taught in the 7 sections. And underneath it all, a constant question that echoed through his borrowed memories. What happens when someone is given the tools to challenge the foundations of the cultivation world itself? By the time Lin Feng emerged from the cave into brilliant afternoon sunlight, the debt collectors were long gone. The city sprawled before him, unchanged and utterly unaware that the balance of power in its small corner of the world had just shifted irrevocably. He walked back toward the city with measured steps, trying to look as tired and unremarkable as possible. His cultivation base was hidden now, wrapped in layers of the Patriarch's meditation technique. To any observer, he would appear to be exactly what he had been that morning, a weak bronze-rank cultivator from a third-rate sect. But beneath that mask of weakness, he carried something that could have drawn the attention of the highest powers in the cultivation world. The real work, Lin Feng understood with a clarity that came from memories not his own, was just beginning. Chapter 3. The hidden weight. The walk back to the verdant sky sect took the rest of the day. The path wound through foothills and sparse woodland, following a merchant's route that cut past villages and waypoints where cultivators occasionally gathered. Lin Feng kept his spiritual aura carefully suppressed, walking with the shuffling gait of someone who had been running in fear all morning. It wasn't entirely an act. He was exhausted in a way that ran deeper than mere physical tiredness. The transfer of the Patriarch's legacy had taxed something fundamental in him, something that had required sleep and stillness to recover. But sleep wouldn't come easily, not now. His mind was crowded with foreign knowledge. Techniques cascaded through his thoughts like waterfalls. Combat forms with names he didn't recognize. Meditation methods that seemed to operate on principles that directly contradicted everything the Verdant Sky sect taught. And underneath it all, the conceptual framework of the unfinished Tao, a system of cultivation that made him realize how constrained the seven sects' teachings were. The Patriarch had been right. They had stolen from him, or rather, they had prevented him from completing his work and then made sure no one else could learn from his fragments. As Lin Feng walked, he practiced the meditation technique the Patriarch had taught him, not actively, but maintaining it as background awareness. It was subtle work, like learning to ignore a constant itch. The spiritual power in his dantian, which should have been screaming its presence to any cultivator who glanced at him, remained perfectly hidden. To a casual observer with a weak spiritual sense, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. To a stronger cultivator who looked carefully, he would read as exactly what he claimed to be, a weak bronze rank with barely noticeable cultivation base. The danger would come if someone looked too carefully, or if someone actually tried to fight him. He couldn't hide the power once it was being actively used. The meditation technique was perfect camouflage as long as he remained still, but the moment he channeled cultivation to enhance his strength or execute a technique, the truth would become obvious. And when that happened, when someone realized he was far more powerful than his rank suggested, they would ask questions. And those questions could lead to the seven sections. And if the seven sects learned that their most carefully hidden enemy had returned, even as a fragment embedded in a weak cultivator from a third-rate sect, the response would be swift and absolute. The Patriarch's final warning echoed in his mind. They may sense something. Be careful. By the time the sun touched the western horizon, Lin Feng had reached the outer gates of the Verdant Sky sect's territory. The compound sat on a low rise overlooking rice paddies and a small village. It wasn't impressive, not compared to the great temples and vast complexes he had seen in the Patriarch's memories. But it was home, for whatever that was worth. The gate guard, an older cultivator named Huang, barely looked up as Lin Feng passed. "You look like you got kicked by a horse," Huang muttered. "Close to it," Lin Feng said, and it was true enough. His clothes were torn, his skin was scraped from the rough stone of the cave, and he hadn't slept. Debt collector trouble. Nothing interesting. Huang nodded with the lack of curiosity that marked a man who had heard the same story many times before. Lin Feng was not important enough to be interesting. He made his way through the sect's grounds toward the dormitory where junior disciples lived. The compound was quiet. Most of the cultivators were at evening meditation or eating in the common hall. He climbed the wooden stairs to his small room, secured the door, and finally allowed himself to slump onto his bedroll. The moment he closed his eyes, the Patriarch's memories surged forward with the force of a tidal wave. He was no longer in his tiny room in a third-rate sect. He was standing in a vast library, its shelves stretching impossibly high, filled with books and scrolls that glowed with cultivated power. The Patriarch was here, not as the corpse Lin Feng had seen, but whole, brilliant, radiating power like the sun. He was younger in this memory, and his robes were unstained by blood or dust. "This is the archive of my work," the Patriarch's voice echoed through the space. 300 years worth of study. The foundations of the unfinished Tao. The techniques I developed to challenge the very principles that underpin the seven sects' understanding of cultivation. The Patriarch walked down one of the endless aisles, trailing his hand along the spines of books. As he walked, the memory began to fracture, showing Lin Feng multiple images at once. The Patriarch in a meditation chamber, pushing his cultivation to heights no one had reached before. The Patriarch in a throne room, arguing with other ancient sages. The Patriarch in a battlefield, his power absolute and terrifying. Then the scene shifted. The library was burning. The sages he had stood with were turning against him, their power combining into a nexus of destruction. He was falling, his power being torn apart, the truth he had discovered being rewritten into lies by those with the authority to make lies seem like history. Lin Feng gasped awake. He was back in his small room, but his entire body was shaking. His cultivation base was thrashing, trying to break free of the meditation technique's constraints. It took him several minutes of careful breathing to settle it back down, to reinforce the barriers that held the truth of his power hidden. This was going to be harder than he had anticipated. Over the next week, Lin Feng settled into an unexpected routine. By day, he attended the Verdant Sky Sect's meditation sessions with the other junior disciples, practicing the simple bronze rank techniques that barely qualified as cultivation. He helped with chores, attended lectures from the sect master that seemed ludicrously basic compared to the knowledge in his borrowed mind, and generally made himself as unremarkable as possible. By night, he studied the Patriarch's legacy, not through meditation, not directly. Instead, he accessed the knowledge through careful introspection, pulling specific memories and techniques from the vast archive the Patriarch had given him. It was like learning to read a library while being unable to look at more than a few books at a time. But it was also exhilarating. With each memory he examined, he understood more of what the Patriarch had been trying to achieve. The unfinished Tao, as near as he could understand it, represented a fundamental reimagining of how cultivation worked. The 7 sects taught that a cultivator's power came from accumulating spiritual energy and learning to channel it through precise techniques. Advancement came through ranks and breakthroughs, each one a distinct jump in power achieved through decades of work and countless bottlenecks. The Patriarch's Tao suggested something different. Power, according to the fragmentary teachings Lin Feng could access, came not from the amount of spiritual energy one could accumulate, but from the depth of understanding one achieved about the nature of that energy. A cultivator who truly understood the principles underlying power could achieve far more with far less. The techniques should be malleable, responsive to circumstance, based on first principles rather than memorized forms. It was revolutionary. It was also completely unfinished. The Patriarch had only laid the groundwork, had only begun to map out how this different path of cultivation might function. The fact that he had been betrayed in the middle of his breakthrough meant that the theory remained incomplete. The final insights that would have made the unfinished Tao a complete system of cultivation were locked away in a mind that had been destroyed, or nearly destroyed. The Patriarch lived on as a fragment, a ghost in Lin Feng's consciousness, but a ghost that could not generate new thoughts or experiences. Only memory remained. That was the trap, Lin Feng understood. He had been given the keys to a door, but the door was locked from the other side. The Patriarch's legacy could make him strong, potentially powerful enough to challenge the 7 sects themselves, but it could not make him complete the Tao. That would require original insight, genuine breakthroughs of understanding that were his own. It would require him to walk a path no one had ever walked before. 2 weeks after finding the cave, Lin Feng was meditating in his room when he felt something wrong. The wrongness came from outside the sect, from somewhere to the south, but it was unmistakable, a pulse of spiritual power far greater than anything the Verdant Sky sect could produce. It felt old, dangerous, and it was definitely investigating something. Lin Feng opened his eyes and reinforced his meditation technique, wrapping his power even more carefully. Through his window, he could see the sun setting. The sect's evening meditation bells were beginning to ring. The presence moved through the region with purpose, passing through villages and waypoints. It was searching for something. Searching, Lin Feng realized with a spike of fear, for traces of the cave. The Patriarch's warning came back to him. They may sense something. You must leave this place and hide what you have become. But leaving meant abandonment. Leaving meant confirming that something unusual had happened. And more than that, leaving meant losing access to the resources of the sect, the library, the meditation chambers, the relative safety of structure and routine. As he watched the presence move, never quite reaching the sect, but never quite departing, Lin Feng began to understand what his real challenge would be. It wasn't learning the Patriarch's techniques. It wasn't even avoiding discovery. It was maintaining a balance between 2 identities, the weak bronze-rank disciple and the inheritor of a legacy that could shake the foundations of the cultivation world. One slip, one moment of carelessness, and both identities would be exposed. Chapter 4. The investigator 3 days after the presence passed through the region, a stranger arrived at the Verdant Sky sect. She was a woman in her 50s, her hair shot through with gray, her robes bearing the seal of the Azure Thunder School, one of the 7 major sections. She introduced herself as Investigator Ku, and she claimed to be conducting routine research into spiritual disturbances in the area. The sect master, a pudgy man named Chun who had never been more than competent, fell over himself to accommodate her. Lin Feng watched from a distance as the investigator was shown through the sect's grounds, stopping occasionally to examine something Lin Feng couldn't see. Her spiritual sense was powerful, far more potent than any cultivator in the Verdant Sky sect. When she passed near the meditating disciples, they flinched visibly at the pressure of her attention. She didn't spend long at the sect. After a few hours of investigation and questioning, she departed, though not before stopping at the gate to speak with Huang. Lin Feng couldn't hear the conversation, but he watched the investigator's lips, reading a phrase that made his blood go cold. Any unusual phenomena, spiritual anomalies. That night, Lin Feng didn't sleep. Instead, he meditated, and through meditation, he accessed one of the Patriarch's memories, a discussion of investigation techniques, of how to identify the presence of hidden power or sealed techniques. The Patriarch had been investigated many times before his fall. He had learned how to read an investigator's movements, their questions, the areas they focused on. And the Patriarch's knowledge, flowing through Lin Feng's consciousness, made one thing absolutely clear. Investigator Ku had been looking for traces of the cave, not random spiritual disturbances. The cave specifically. The 7 sects were beginning to wonder if something had stirred in the place where they had supposedly sealed away the Demon Patriarch's lair. Lin Feng's hands clenched on his bedroll, and his cultivation base flared in response, a spike of power that would have been obvious to anyone with a strong enough spiritual sense. He forced it back down, buried it beneath layers of meditation technique, and forced himself to breathe slowly. He had maybe days before the investigator reported back to her sect. Maybe days before they sent something more serious than a simple scout. He had to make a decision. Stay at the sect and risk eventual discovery when they searched more thoroughly, particularly if they sent cultivators powerful enough to penetrate his meditation camouflage. Or leave now, flee into the wilderness, become a cultivator without affiliation, hiding from the entire cultivation world. There was a third option, one the Patriarch had never explicitly forbidden, but which the ghost in his mind seemed to resist even as Lin Feng considered it. Use the power the Patriarch had given him. Train harder. Advance faster. Become strong enough that when the 7 sects inevitably discovered the truth, he could survive the revelation. It was the most dangerous option. It was also the only one that didn't require him to abandon the world. Lin Feng made his choice. The next morning, he attended meditation as usual. He helped with chores as usual. He ate with the other junior disciples and listened to their gossip about the Azure Thunder School investigator as usual. Everything about his behavior was calculated to seem as normal, as unthreatening as possible. But beneath the surface, he was engaged in a meditation technique the Patriarch had perfected, one that allowed a cultivator to begin advancing through cultivation ranks while appearing to remain stationary. It was draining. It required consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy to fuel the accelerated advancement. But the Patriarch's legacy included techniques for drawing energy from the world around him, from the spiritual aura that permeated the soil and air. By night, he slipped away from the dormitory and ventured into the forests surrounding the sect, where he could practice without fear of observation. There, he began to execute the combat forms the Patriarch had taught him. They were nothing like the sect's taught techniques. They were fluid, responsive, based on principles of leverage and understanding rather than accumulated power. They were also terrifying in their effectiveness. A single form, executed properly, could have killed any cultivator at his apparent rank. Executed with his full power, they would have been lethal to someone far more advanced. Over the course of a week, Lin Feng advanced through the 2nd stage of bronze rank cultivation. It should have been impossible. Advancing a full stage typically required months of work. But the Patriarch's techniques and the accelerated meditation method he was using made it possible in a week, at the cost of bone-deep exhaustion that he had to hide from every person he interacted with. By the time investigator Ku sent her report back to the Azure Thunder School, and by the time the response came through in the form of a second visit, this time from a more senior investigator, a man with power that made the sect master visibly nervous, Lin Feng had advanced to the third stage of bronze rank. He was no longer weak. He was not yet strong, but he was no longer weak. The second investigator, a severe man named Lu who claimed to be researching ancient sealing formations, spent 2 days at the sect. He was more thorough than Ku had been, actually requesting access to the sect's records and archives. The sect master nervously showed him what little they had. Lin Feng watched from the shadows, feeling Lu's spiritual sense probe at the sect's grounds, feeling the moment it approached the records of the cave's location, and immediately dismissed them as too inconsequential to matter. What caused these disturbances? The sect master was asking nervously. Is there danger to the sect? Residual power from ancient conflicts, Lu said dismissively. Nothing that presents current threat, as long as the disturbance site remains sealed, which it has for 300 years. If someone, or something, had escaped from that location, we would know. The wards would have reacted. It was meant to be reassuring. It wasn't. It told Lin Feng that the 7 sects had not just defeated the Patriarch and hidden his tomb. They had sealed it, had placed wards that would alert them if anything escaped. The cave entrance he had squeezed through, the passage that had led him down to the Patriarch's body, those were part of a seal. A seal that should have prevented him from entering. A seal that he had broken through. The 7 sects would be wondering why those wards had not activated, and they would eventually investigate more thoroughly. And when they did, they would search the cave itself and find nothing but dust. No corpse. No tomb. No explanation for where the power they had sealed away had gone. That night, Lin Feng made a final decision. He would stay at the sect for 1 more month. 1 more month to advance further, to understand more of the Patriarch's legacy, to stabilize the power he had gained so that it was no longer dangerous to himself. 1 more month to prepare, and then he would leave. Not to run and hide, not to flee into the wilderness, but to begin the real work, understanding the unfinished Tao, completing what the Patriarch could not, becoming strong enough that when the 7 sects finally learned the truth, and they would learn it, eventually, inevitably, he would be strong enough to survive the knowledge of what he was. As if in response to his decision, the Patriarch's presence stirred in his mind. Good, the ghost said, and there was something almost like approval in the ancient voice. You are beginning to understand. This is not a burden to hide. It is a power to master. And mastery will require strength. Yes, but more importantly, it will require wisdom. The wisdom to know when to fight and when to wait. The wisdom to complete what I could not. Lin Feng closed his eyes and returned to his meditation, feeling the Patriarch's memories merge with his own understanding, feeling the weight of 300 years of unfinished business settle more firmly on his shoulders. The real work was just beginning. Chapter 5, The First Breakthrough. The month passed in a blur of hidden training and careful deception. By day, Lin Feng was a model disciple, attentive in meditation sessions, helpful with chores, unremarkable in every way. By night, he became someone else entirely. He would slip away from the dormitory during the deepest hours and venture into the forests surrounding the sect, where he would practice the Patriarch's techniques with an intensity that would have raised every alarm bell in the sect's spiritual senses if anyone had been watching. The techniques themselves were unlike anything taught in conventional cultivation circles. Instead of the rigid forms that the Verdant Sky sect masters drilled into their disciples, precise movements repeated thousands of times until they became muscle memory, the Patriarch's combat forms emphasized adaptation and principle. The core idea was deceptively simple. Understand the fundamental nature of how power flowed through the body and the world around you, and the specific movements became almost irrelevant. A cultivator trained in the 7 sects methods would learn that a particular stance, performed in a particular way, would channel their power in a particular direction with a particular result. The Patriarch had learned something deeper, that all power operated according to underlying principles, and once you understood those principles, you could generate virtually any desired effect without needing specific movements at all. It was more efficient. It was also more dangerous, because it could lead to mistakes and uncontrolled releases of power if the understanding was incomplete. Lin Feng's practice sessions in the forest were carefully measured. He would select a hillside or a clearing, and there he would perform the combat forms over and over, each time refining his control, each time deepening his understanding of how the power within him could be shaped and directed. His opponents were imaginary, but they were based on the Patriarch's memories, sex masters with decades of experience, ancient enemies who had made the Patriarch's life into a careful game of survival. By the end of the first week, he could execute the basic form, a deceptively simple series of movements called the wave form by the Patriarch, with enough precision that it could have killed an unarmored man at 10 paces. The power would flow out invisibly, carried on currents of spiritual energy, striking with the force of a falling tree despite never physically touching his target. By the end of the second week, he was beginning to understand the underlying principles well enough to improvise variations. The form that had seemed fixed and specific began to reveal its flexibility. He could adjust the angle of the spiritual strike, change the dispersal pattern of power, even split a single attack into multiple smaller ones. By the end of the third week, he was pushing hard enough against the boundaries of his current rank that his cultivation base was beginning to tremble with anticipation. He was close to the breakthrough that would elevate him from bronze rank 3rd stage to 2nd stage. Not a full rank advancement, but a significant one nonetheless. On the final night of the month, he didn't bother with the forms. Instead, he found a clearing deep in the forest, far enough from the sect that even if his power flared visibly, no one would notice, and he sat down to meditate. The breakthrough was waiting for him, just behind a transparent barrier that his cultivation had pushed against for days. All he had to do was push hard enough, gather enough power, and force his way through. In the darkness of his own mind, the Patriarch's presence grew stronger. "You are almost ready," the Patriarch said. "Your advancement through the early ranks has been faster than I anticipated, but it is not yet the time for the true breakthroughs. The foundation must be stronger first. But let us accelerate this one. Let me show you how to push harder." The Patriarch's consciousness merged with Lin Feng's. It was not a violent merging like the initial transfer had been, but something gentler, more collaborative. Lin Feng could feel the ancient man's hands guiding his own, showing him how to structure the power in his dantian differently, how to push against the barrier not with brute force, but with understanding. The barrier trembled. Around him, the forest began to glow with faint light. The spiritual energy of the clearing, normally invisible, became visible as wisps and currents of pale luminescence. Those currents began to move toward him, drawn by the power of his cultivation. The breakthrough was starting to pull energy from the world itself. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, and he gasped. The pain came first, a sensation like his entire body was being torn apart and reassembled. His bones felt like they were being reforged, his meridians, the channels through which power flowed, were expanding to accommodate a greater volume of energy. But beneath the pain was something else, exhilaration. The sense that he was becoming more than he had been, evolving into something stronger. The barrier shattered. Power erupted through his cultivation base, a surge of spiritual energy that was both his own and not, that carried with it the weight of 300 years of technique and understanding. The clearing burst into light, not the gentle glow of before, but a brilliant white radiance that painted the forest in shades of noon. Trees at the edge of the clearing bent backward as if struck by an invisible wind. The ground beneath him cracked with the force of the power being released. And then, slowly, it subsided. The light faded. The shaking stopped. Lin Feng knelt in the center of a circle of devastation, breathing hard, feeling the remnants of power still thrumming through him like the echo of a struck bell. He had broken through. Bronze rank 2nd stage. His cultivation base was now roughly twice what it had been, and the quality of the power had changed. Before, it had been like water, fluid, formless. Now it was beginning to take on structure, coherence. The foundation was becoming something solid. More importantly, he had done it without drawing attention to himself. He was still in the forest, far enough from the sect that there was no one to witness the eruption of power. As his breathing settled, the Patriarch's presence surfaced again. "Good," the ancient consciousness said, and there was satisfaction in the tone. "You are beginning to integrate what I have given you. But this is still only the beginning. A bronze rank cultivator, even one with my teachings, is not yet significant. The 7 sects have masters at silver rank, at gold rank, at heights of power that you have not yet imagined. To complete my Tao, to become capable of genuinely challenging the foundations of the cultivation world, you will need to advance far beyond what you have accomplished. How long? Lin Feng asked, his voice hoarse from the intensity of the breakthrough. Years. Perhaps many years. But time is something we have now, something I did not have 300 years ago. And each breakthrough you achieve will bring you closer to understanding the deeper principles. Each advancement will bring the completion closer. Lin Feng stood on shaking legs. The moon was just beginning to set on the eastern horizon. He had perhaps a few hours before dawn, before he would need to return to the dormitory and resume his role as a normal disciple. He moved through the forest, retracing his steps toward the sect. As he walked, he took care to suppress his power once more, to wrap it in layers of meditation technique, to hide the fact that he had just advanced significantly. When he slipped back into the dormitory as gray light was beginning to illuminate the eastern sky, the other junior disciples were just beginning to stir. No one looked at him twice. No one noticed anything different about him. But Lin Feng could feel the change running through him like a new blood vessel carrying power to places it had never reached before. He was stronger. He was more. And with each advancement, the secrets he carried became both more precious and more dangerous. The first real danger came 2 hours later, during the morning meditation session. Lin Feng was sitting with the other disciples in the meditation chamber, his power carefully concealed beneath layers of technique, when another investigator arrived. This one came from the Jade Mirror sect, another of the 7 major sections. She was younger than the previous investigators, barely more than 40, and her spiritual sense was sharp and probing. The sect master looked genuinely distressed as he hurried to accommodate her. 2 investigators in 1 month, searching the same area, asking the same questions. It was unusual enough to raise concerns. The disturbances we're investigating, the new investigator explained, her voice cold and precise, are centered on an ancient location approximately 3 kilometers south of your sect. Have you noticed any unusual phenomena in the region? Refugees fleeing something? New faces appearing in your area? Lin Feng, meditating with his eyes closed, felt her gaze brush across him. It was like a hand touching his face in the dark. He reinforced his meditation technique, pushing his power deeper, making himself read as absolutely ordinary. The sect master assured her that nothing unusual had occurred. The investigators spent the morning questioning disciples one by one, probing their memories, their observations, searching for anything that might indicate that something had escaped from the sealed location. When it came to Lin Feng's turn, he told her exactly what he had told the previous investigators. He had been in the city on the day in question, had gotten into an altercation with debt collectors, and had returned late in the afternoon with no unusual observations. The investigators searched his face, her spiritual sense poking at him like fingers searching for a weak point. Lin Feng met her gaze calmly, and after a long moment, she seemed to accept his answer. Your spiritual sense, she said suddenly. Show me your cultivation base. It was an order phrased as a request. Lin Feng complied, opening his spiritual sense enough that his power became visible to her probing awareness. Bronze rank, 3rd stage. Strong for a disciple of the Verdant Sky sect, but not unusually so. It read exactly as it was supposed to read. A young cultivator advancing along a normal path. Nothing remarkable, nothing dangerous. The investigator nodded, satisfied, and dismissed him. But as Lin Feng walked away from her, he felt a moment of cold clarity. The 7 sects were searching for him. They didn't know where he was or what he was, but they knew something had happened in that cave. And they were methodical. They would keep searching, keep investigating, keep questioning, until they found the answer. The time he had bought himself with a month of hidden training was limited. Eventually, maybe days, maybe weeks, the 7 sects would figure out that whatever they had sealed away had escaped. And then the hunt would truly begin. That night, as the sect slept around him, Lin Feng made his final decision. In 1 more week, he would leave the Verdant Sky sect. He would pose as a traveling cultivator seeking opportunities elsewhere, and then he would disappear into the cultivation world. Not to hide. That was impossible, eventually, inevitably impossible. But to become difficult to find. To advance on his own terms, in his own way, drawing power from the Patriarch's legacy and beginning the work of understanding how to complete the unfinished Tao. And when he was finally strong enough, when he had unraveled enough of the mystery that had consumed 300 years of another man's life, he would face the 7 sections. Not in anger, though the Patriarch's rage lived in him now, mingled with his own, but with understanding, with the knowledge of what had really happened 300 years ago, with the truth that history had tried to bury. The cultivation world believed that the Demon Patriarch was a monster. Lin Feng was going to prove them wrong, or he was going to die trying. Chapter 6. Departure. The decision to leave felt both inevitable and terrifying. Lin Feng spent the next week in a state of careful preparation, moving through the sect's routines like an actor in a play that was approaching its final curtain. He attended meditation sessions, helped with maintenance chores, and above all, made certain that his behavior was so thoroughly unremarkable that no one would think it unusual when he announced his departure. But beneath the surface, he was moving pieces into position like a strategist preparing for war. In the Patriarch's memories, there was knowledge of how to disguise identity, how to create false trails for pursuers to follow, how to cover tracks and render oneself invisible to investigation. Lin Feng began to implement these techniques carefully. He created a journal in his room documenting his intention to travel eastward toward the peaceful river school, a sect in a different region entirely. He mentioned casually to other disciples that he had been offered a position there, that he was seeking new opportunities with a larger organization. It was all lies, of course. Lies so complete and so carefully constructed that when the investigators eventually circled back and questioned his path, they would follow the trail eastward and find no trace of him. By then, he would be traveling in a completely different direction. The Patriarch had learned to be subtle. He had learned to think 7 steps ahead of his enemies. And now, Lin Feng thought with a grim sort of satisfaction, Lin Feng was learning to do the same. On the day of his departure, he packed light, just a single bag containing his few possessions and the meager savings he had managed to accumulate over his time at the sect. The sect master, when informed of his decision, seemed neither surprised nor particularly upset. Disciples came and went. The Verdant Sky sect was not prestigious enough that anyone felt particularly attached to those who left. Seek your fortune, the sect master said with a vague wave of his hand. Perhaps you will succeed better elsewhere. It was not encouraging, but it was what Lin Feng had expected. Huang the gate guard barely looked up as Lin Feng passed through the entrance one final time, heading toward the main road that would lead him toward the east. Lin Feng did not look back. Looking back was a narrative cliché and also bad practice. He kept his pace steady, his expression neutral, and his power completely hidden. He would maintain this appearance for the entire first day's journey. He would follow the eastward road until he was certain he had left the region entirely, until the Verdant Sky sect was out of range of any spiritual sense that might be monitoring the area. Only then would he vary his path, begin traveling north instead of east, and start the real work of becoming someone new. But before that, there was one thing he needed to do. Late that night, after traveling for most of the day and settling into a roadside inn in a small village, Lin Feng slipped away into the darkness and made his way back toward the cave. The pull was something he couldn't ignore. It was a physical thing, a gravity that drew at his consciousness, making him want to return to the place where his transformation had begun. The Patriarch's presence in his mind supported this instinct, confirming that there was something left at the cave that he needed to retrieve. The journey back took several hours of careful navigation through the forest. By the time Lin Feng reached the rocky outcropping that marked the entrance, the moon was high and full, casting everything in silver light. He squeezed through the gap in the rock and descended into darkness. The cavern below had changed, or perhaps it was Lin Feng's perception that had changed. When he had first come here, the darkness had seemed absolute, ominous, impenetrable. Now, with his advanced cultivation and his integrated power, the darkness was merely absence of light. He could see the faint aura of spiritual energy that still clung to the stone walls, the remnants of 300 years of sealing energy that was finally, slowly beginning to dissipate. In the center of the vast chamber, where the Patriarch's corpse had lain, there was nothing but dust and tatters of crimson silk. But there was something else, something Lin Feng had not noticed during his initial frantic meditation. A stone chest, carved from the same black stone as the floor of the chamber itself. The Patriarch's presence surged in his mind with urgency. Yes, the ancient consciousness said, I have been waiting for you to return. The chest contains what remains of my personal effects, my original writings, the core documents that outline the path toward completing the unfinished Tao. The 7 sects destroyed most of my work, but some I managed to hide, to seal away where their eyes would not find it. This chest has been waiting for 300 years. Lin Feng approached it carefully. As he drew close, he realized that the chest was not locked. More than that, it seemed to open of its own accord as he approached, as if it recognized him as someone worthy of its contents. Inside, he found several items. A journal, bound in black leather that had somehow remained intact despite the centuries. The pages within were covered in careful script documenting the Patriarch's research, his discoveries, the theoretical foundations of the unfinished Tao. The handwriting was precise, methodical, the work of someone who had spent decades developing a coherent system. A collection of scrolls, rolled and sealed with wax that had hardened into stone. These contained technique descriptions, meditation methods, the practical knowledge that had grown out of the Patriarch's theoretical work. A small jade pendant, carved with a symbol that Lin Feng recognized immediately. The insignia of the Demon Patriarch, a stylized representation of a sword crossed with a lotus flower. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. And beneath these items, a smaller sealed box containing something Lin Feng could feel through the wood and metal. Condensed spiritual power, dense and ancient, and full of significance. The resources I could not use, the Patriarch explained. Spiritual stones of the highest quality, gathered during centuries of cultivation before my fall. They will be invaluable for your advancement. And the documents, study them carefully. The further you progress, the more you will understand what I was attempting to accomplish. Lin Feng gathered everything and carefully repacked the chest, which he realized now was small enough to carry. He secured it to his back with strips of cloth, positioning it so it would not be visibly obvious to a casual observer. As he turned to leave, the Patriarch spoke one more time. The cave will close soon, the ancient consciousness said. The seals that have protected this place for 300 years are failing. Without my presence to reinforce them, they will collapse. In a few years, perhaps sooner, there will be nothing left but rock and dust. No physical evidence that this was ever anything other than an ordinary cave. The truth will live only in what you carry and in what you become. Lin Feng climbed back through the passage toward the surface. The darkness seemed less oppressive now, less potent. The Patriarch was right. The sealing energy was fading. The cave was dying. Without the Patriarch's will holding it together, it was slowly returning to being just another hole in the ground. By the time he emerged into the moonlit night, he was carrying not just a man's memories and power, but his entire life's work. The weight was not just physical, though the chest was certainly heavier than it appeared. It was a spiritual and intellectual weight, the burden of being the only living repository of a complete system of cultivation that had been erased from history. As he made his way back toward the road, the Patriarch's presence settled into a kind of quiet that suggested satisfaction, not contentment. 300 years of betrayal and waiting had burned away the possibility of contentment, but a sense that the work was finally, truly beginning. Chapter 6. The weight of inheritance. The road away from the cave felt longer than the road toward it. Lin Feng walked through the pre-dawn darkness with the Patriarch's chest strapped to his back and 300 years of memories pressing against the inside of his skull like water behind a cracking dam. Every few steps, an unbidden image surfaced. Not his own memory, but the Patriarch's. A woman with silver-streaked hair, laughing over a diagram of meridian pathways. A courtyard filled with students who hung on every word. The moment a trusted ally turned his back, and the cold calculation in eyes that had once looked at the Patriarch with something resembling reverence. He stopped walking, pressed his palms against his temples, breathed. "You are not me," the Patriarch said from the quiet place inside his dantian where the old consciousness had settled. "The memories will feel like yours at first. That is unavoidable. The transfer was not surgical, but they will separate over time. You will learn to tell the difference between what you experienced and what I experienced." "How long does that take?" A long pause. "I do not know. I have never done this before." That was not reassuring. Lin Feng resumed walking. The road beneath his feet was dirt packed hard by generations of cart wheels, stretching south toward the nearest town. He needed supplies. A new set of robes, His were singed at the edges from the energy transfer, and the smell of ozone and old power clung to them in a way that would attract attention from any cultivator within 20 paces. A meal, perhaps several meals. The transfer had burned through his body's reserves in ways that ordinary cultivation never did, and he was aware of a hollow ache in his bones that felt like hunger taken to its logical extreme. More urgently, he needed time to assess what he now carried. The Patriarch's techniques were not a neat collection. They were a living system, cross-referenced and interdependent, built on assumptions about the nature of chi flow that differed fundamentally from orthodox doctrine. Where orthodox cultivation treated the meridians as conduits, channels through which chi traveled from one location to another, the Patriarch's methods treated the body itself as a medium, a substance that chi did not merely flow through, but permeated and transformed at the molecular level. It was a subtle distinction that had enormous practical implications, and Lin Feng could already feel the wrongness in his own cultivated pathways, the places where his previous training created friction against the new understanding now embedded in his inheritance. This will take years to integrate properly, he said. Yes, the Patriarch agreed. And during those years, I will be weaker than I should be. My existing techniques will conflict with yours. My cultivation will be inconsistent. Also, yes, you could have mentioned this before giving me everything. I was dying, the Patriarch said, with what felt like the ghost of dry humor. I was not in a position to offer installment plans. Lin Feng almost laughed. He surprised himself with that. The near laugh, the almost lightness, in the middle of a situation that should have felt nothing but dire. He was carrying forbidden knowledge that 7 major sects had conspired to erase. He was walking away from a cave that had just become the most important place he'd ever visited, and that would collapse into unmarked stone within years. He was, by any reasonable measure, already a dead man if the wrong people noticed him. And yet, there was also this. For the first time in his cultivation life, he was carrying something that mattered. Something worth protecting. Something worth the risk. He adjusted the chest on his back and picked up his pace. By the time the sun breached the horizon, painting the road ahead in shades of amber and pale gold, Lin Feng had made 3 decisions. He would travel north, away from the sects that had sent search parties through this region recently, toward the less governed territories where a solitary cultivator drew less scrutiny. He would take a new name in each town he passed through, leaving no trail of consistent identity for investigators to follow. And he would spend every spare moment in meditation, not trying to use the Patriarch's techniques yet, but learning to read them, studying the theory the way a scholar studies an ancient text before attempting to translate it into action. The road branched ahead. He took the northern fork without hesitation. Behind him, somewhere in the hills, the cave was already beginning its long, slow return to ordinary stone. Chapter 7. The road north. Lin Feng traveled for 3 days in a roughly eastern direction, following the main roads, staying in inns, and maintaining the appearance of a journeying cultivator seeking new opportunities. He was careful to be forgettable in every interaction, polite but not friendly, unremarkable in appearance and demeanor, the kind of person an innkeeper would forget within hours of his departure. On the 4th day, having confirmed through careful inquiry that no investigators had followed him and that no unusual spiritual disturbances had been detected in the region, he left the main road. There was a merchant's trail that led north, cutting through less populated terrain. Lin Feng took it, and as he did, he allowed his facade to begin to crack, not visibly, but internally. The constant suppression of his power, the constant performance of weakness, was exhausting. And more than that, it was unnecessary in the wilderness. The forest opened up around him, wild and untamed, full of spiritual energy that had never been cultivated or refined by human hands. Lin Feng could feel it flowing through the landscape, raw and potent, responding to his presence like a living thing. He found a suitable location at the base of a low mountain range, a clearing near a stream, far enough from civilization that no one would disturb him. Here, he made a camp. Here, he stopped running and started preparing. The chest's contents became his focus for the next 2 weeks. The journal was written in a compact, highly technical style that required careful study. The Patriarch had written for himself, not for instruction, which meant his notes often skipped steps, assuming knowledge that only someone at his level of understanding could possess. But gradually, As Lin Feng worked through the pages, the underlying logic began to emerge. The unfinished Tao was based on a single fundamental insight. That power, at its core, was not a thing to be accumulated but a principle to be understood. Every cultivator in the seven sects learned to think of spiritual energy as a commodity, something you gathered, stored, and spent according to predetermined formulas. The Patriarch had realized that this was fundamentally wrong. Spiritual energy was not a commodity. It was a manifestation of deeper principles, principles of transformation, of change, of the way the universe itself was structured. A cultivator who grasped these deeper principles could achieve far more with far less energy. More importantly, such a cultivator would not be limited by the rigid ranks and breakthroughs that define the seven sects' understanding. Instead, advancement would be fluid, continuous, based on deepening understanding rather than discrete jumps through rigid barriers. It was revolutionary. It was also deeply incomplete. The Patriarch had made major progress toward formulating the core principles during the centuries before his betrayal. But the final stages of the work, the point where the abstract principles would become a complete system applicable to practical cultivation, remained tangled and fragmentary. The journal documented his research right up to the point where the seven sects had attacked. The last entry was hastily written, filled with rage and grief and desperate hope that someday, someone would finish what he had begun. I was interrupted. The Patriarch's voice echoed through Lin Feng's consciousness as he studied the final pages. I could feel the attack coming, could sense the armies gathering. And in those last moments, I began to realize something crucial, a final insight that would have completed the framework entirely. But there was no time. I had to choose between fighting and surviving, and I chose survival so that the work might eventually be completed. What was the insight? Lin Feng asked aloud, speaking to the consciousness that shared his mind. I cannot tell you, the Patriarch said, and there was frustration in the tone. Because I do not remember. The moment was interrupted, the thought was never finished, and it died in my mind before it could fully form. All that remains is the knowledge that it existed, that it was crucial, and that it lay just beyond my comprehension. You will have to discover it yourself, by walking the path I laid out, by advancing in your understanding until you reach the point where I was interrupted, and then by continuing forward into that unknown territory. It was both a challenge and a confession of failure. The Patriarch, despite everything he had accomplished, despite centuries of study and development, had not been able to complete his own Tao. He had left the work to someone else, to Lin Feng. Over the following weeks, as Lin Feng worked through the scrolls and studied the meditation techniques the Patriarch had documented, he began the slow process of integration. He had received the Patriarch's power all at once, downloaded directly into his consciousness like torrential rain filling a cup. But true mastery required understanding the principles underlying the techniques, required learning not just how to execute a form, but why that particular form worked. The meditation methods were particularly valuable. There were 3 distinct approaches documented. The first was the meditation technique he was already using, the one that allowed him to hide his power. The Patriarch called this the void meditation. It worked by convincing his cultivation base to remain dormant, to stop broadcasting its presence to the world. The second was a technique for accelerating advancement, which the Patriarch had called the swift path meditation. It worked by opening his cultivation base to the spiritual energy flowing through the natural world around him, creating a kind of suction that pulled energy inward. With proper control, this could accelerate his advancement through the ranks by weeks or even months. The third was something more esoteric, something the Patriarch called the mirror meditation. This technique, only sketched out in the documents and never fully explained, seemed to be designed to allow a cultivator to observe their own power as if from outside themselves, to develop a kind of objective understanding of their own advancement rather than simply experiencing it from within. Lin Feng focused particularly on the swift path meditation, practicing it carefully in his isolated clearing. The technique was dangerous. It could easily spin out of control, drawing energy so rapidly that his cultivation base would be overwhelmed. But with the Patriarch's guidance, he managed to execute it safely. Within a week, he felt the familiar tremor of an impending breakthrough. Another ascent through the bronze rank stages was beginning to form on the horizon. But before he allowed that breakthrough to occur, he did something the Patriarch had recommended. He accessed the mirror meditation, learning to view his own advancement with objective detachment. It was a strange experience, like stepping outside his body and looking at himself with the analytical gaze of a scientist rather than the emotional involvement of a participant. What he saw was fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. His cultivation base was structured in a way that should have been unstable. The power the Patriarch had transferred to him was so densely packed, so full of technique and understanding, that it created pressure points and areas of potential rupture. A normal cultivator's base, developed gradually through years of practice, would have evolved naturally to contain that power. But Lin Feng's had been forced to adapt almost overnight. The pressure was still there, still building. If he advanced too rapidly, if he tried to push through too many breakthroughs in too short a period of time, the entire structure could collapse. It would be catastrophic. His cultivation base would shatter, his power would dissipate, and he would likely die from the backlash. This was what the Patriarch had meant when he warned that the foundation needed to be stronger first. The power was there, but it was unstable. Lin Feng needed to reinforce that foundation, to gradually reshape his cultivation base to accommodate the weight it carried. It would take longer than simple advancement through the ranks. It would mean advancing carefully, methodically, taking time between breakthroughs to reinforce and stabilize the gains. It was frustratingly slow, but it was the only path that didn't lead to self-destruction. Lin Feng accepted this constraint and modified his approach. Instead of using the swift path meditation to achieve rapid advancement, he began using it more carefully, advancing through stages and ranks at a measured pace that his cultivation base could handle. Over the next month, he advanced from bronze rank 3rd stage to bronze rank 2nd stage to bronze rank 1st stage. 3 separate breakthroughs spaced across weeks, each one followed by periods of careful meditation and reinforcement of the underlying structure. By the end of that month, his cultivation base felt stable in a way it hadn't before. The pressure was still there, still building toward future advancement, but it was controlled now, managed, something he could live with. It was also during this period that he discovered something unexpected in the scrolls, a combat technique that the Patriarch had developed specifically to leverage the principles of the unfinished Tao. It was called the Shattering Palm, and it was devastating. The form itself was simple, just a single palm strike, executed from a neutral standing position. But the underlying principle was complex. Instead of simply forcing power outward, the technique worked by identifying the structure of whatever it struck, whether that was another cultivator's defense, a stone wall, or the air itself, and introducing a specific vibration pattern designed to disrupt that structure at its fundamental level. A properly executed shattering palm could shatter defenses that would normally require far more power to break through. It could crack stone that should have been impervious, and against an opponent, it could cause damage far out of proportion to the power invested. Lin Feng spent days practicing the technique, working with the underlying principles until he could execute it without thinking, until the form became as natural as breathing. And with each execution, he began to understand more of what the Patriarch had been working toward. The unfinished Tao was not just a cultivation system. It was a combat philosophy, a way of approaching the world and interacting with power that was fundamentally different from everything the 7 sects taught. By the time a month had passed since his arrival at the clearing, Lin Feng felt ready to move again. He had stabilized his cultivation base, had deepened his understanding of the Patriarch's work, and had begun to see the outline of what true mastery might look like. But more immediately, he had realized something crucial. The 7 sects would have discovered his departure from Verdant Sky sect by now. They would be wondering where he had gone, would be following the false trails he had left. The time of relative safety was coming to an end. He needed to become strong enough that when they found him, he would not be defenseless. Chapter 8. The Silver Threshold. The journey north took Lin Feng through increasingly wild terrain as he pushed deeper into the uncultivated regions of the continent. Here, in the mountains and forests far from any settlement, the natural spiritual energy was powerful and raw, untouched by human refinement. It was also dangerous. As he traveled, he began to encounter creatures that lived on the edges of civilization, beasts that had absorbed spiritual energy through their existence and evolved into something more than ordinary animals. A wolf the size of a horse, its fur glowing faintly with pale blue luminescence. A boar with tusks of hardened spiritual energy. Once, a massive serpent that moved through the trees with predatory grace. The first time he encountered one of these creatures, the wolf, he ran. Despite his improved power, despite the techniques he carried, he was still a bronze rank cultivator, and these creatures, though not explicitly ranked, had power comparable to silver rank or higher. Running was the intelligent choice. But by the third week of his journey north, he was beginning to see these creatures differently. They were not threats to be avoided, but opportunities. Each one represented a chance to test his skills, to practice his techniques, to push his understanding of combat in practical, dangerous situations. He began to engage them deliberately. His first real battle was with a porcupine-like creature whose quills were sharpened spiritual energy. The creature was vicious and fast, launching quills as projectiles with disconcerting accuracy. Lin Feng used the wave form the Patriarch had taught him, feeling out how the creature's power flowed and worked, learning to predict its movements. He was defeated. The creature's quill caught him in the shoulder, and the pain was like nothing he had ever experienced. The quill was not just physical. It carried spiritual energy that burned and tore at his cultivation base. He barely managed to retreat, to limp away before the creature could finish him off. It took 3 days for him to heal. The Patriarch's knowledge included medical techniques that could accelerate recovery, methods of guiding his own power to repair damage. By the 4th day, the wound was scabbed over. By the 5th, the scar was beginning to fade. The second battle was with a massive stone golem, a creature formed entirely from solid rock, animated by the spiritual energy that had accumulated in its geographic location. This one was slower, but far more durable. Lin Feng's wave form barely scratched it. His shattering palm was more effective, creating cracks in the creature's stone surface, but even that barely slowed it down. He was defeated again, this time only barely escaping with his life. Over the next month, he fought a dozen such creatures, each encounter teaching him something new about how his techniques functioned in practice, how the Patriarch's principles could be applied to real combat, how much he still had to learn. And with each battle, each defeat, and each rare victory, he pushed closer to something. The borders between ranks had always seemed immutable to Lin Feng. You were bronze, or you were silver. The breakthrough between them was a definite, discrete event that marked the crossing from one level of power to another. But as he continued to fight and advance, as his understanding of the Patriarch's work deepened, he began to realize that the boundary was not actually so sharp. There was a gradual transition, a point where a cultivator began to approach silver rank not through a sudden jump, but through accumulation of understanding and power. The breakthrough, when it came, was almost an afterthought, a formalization of something that had been happening slowly all along. He could feel himself approaching that boundary now. His cultivation base had stabilized at bronze rank first stage, but within that stable structure, the power was building. His understanding was deepening. The techniques were becoming more natural, more effortless. And beneath it all, he could sense the distant silhouette of silver rank, waiting just beyond the horizon of his current capability. On the night when he could feel the threshold approaching with clarity, Lin Feng made camp at the peak of a high mountain. Below him, the forest stretched in all directions, a sea of green rolling away toward distant horizons. The spiritual energy here was powerful and clear. The peak was one of those locations where the boundary between the mundane world and the spiritual realms grew thin. He sat in meditation as the sun set, and he opened the mirror meditation fully. What he observed was a cultivation base transformed. The pressure points that had threatened to rupture him in those early weeks had been carefully managed and reinforced. The power that had felt chaotic and unstable now flowed in organized patterns, structured according to principles that the Patriarch had developed. And at the very core, there was something else, the beginnings of his own original understanding, insights that were not borrowed from the Patriarch's memory, but born from his own experience in battle and study. The Patriarch's presence swelled with something that might have been pride. You are ready, the ancient consciousness said. The breakthrough will happen soon. And when it does, you will become silver rank. You will have crossed the first major threshold. From that point forward, you will be significant. The 7 sects will take notice if they learn of you. You will be dangerous not just to common cultivators, but to established powers. Will I be strong enough to survive them? Lin Feng asked. Not yet. The patriarch answered with brutal honesty. But you will be approaching that strength. And more importantly, you will have begun to become someone who cannot simply be destroyed. You will have established yourself as a legitimate threat. And threats, once established, tend to develop momentum. Lin Feng meditated through the night, and as dawn approached, he deliberately pushed himself. Not the careful, measured advancement that had defined his growth over the past weeks. This was a full assault on the barrier between bronze and silver, driving his power forward with everything he had. The barrier trembled. The mountain peak began to glow with light, not the quiet luminescence of previous breakthroughs, but something brilliant and terrifying. The spiritual energy of the surrounding mountains responded, flowing toward him like water rushing toward a void. The barrier shattered. Power exploded through his cultivation base, a transformation so profound that it felt like being born again. His entire body blazed with light. The mountain peak cracked beneath him. Stones tumbled down the slope in cascading avalanches, and Lin Feng screamed, not in pain, but in the sheer overwhelming sensation of becoming something new, something more, something fundamentally different from what he had been. When the light faded, when the rumbling ceased, when the transformation was complete, he was silver rank. It was not the highest level in the cultivation world. Above silver were gold rank, and then immortal rank and heights of power that Lin Feng could barely imagine. But it was significant. It was the point where cultivators became genuinely dangerous. It was the threshold where an individual's power began to matter on a regional scale. Lin Feng stood on the mountain peak as the sun rose, looking out over the landscape below. He could feel the difference in his perceptions. The world seemed more detailed, more nuanced. His spiritual sense extended further, could perceive things at distances that would have been impossible before. His power flowed more smoothly, more efficiently. And in his mind, the patriarch's voice was satisfied. Now the real work begins, the ancient consciousness said. You have stabilized your foundation, mastered basic applications of my teachings, and achieved a level of power that puts you beyond the reach of simple cultivators. What comes next is the true challenge. Beginning to understand the deeper principles of the unfinished Tao, the insights that will allow you to complete the work I began. Are you ready? Lin Feng looked at his hands, glowing faintly with power in the morning light. He thought of the 7 sects, the investigators who would now be searching for him more earnestly. He thought of the truth he carried, the legacy of a man who had been called a monster but had been something far more complex. Yes, he said, I'm ready. But in his heart, he knew that this was only the beginning. The real challenges, the ones that would test not just his power but his will, his understanding, his ability to survive both enemies and the weight of the burden he carried, still lay ahead. The mountain wind carried his voice away, and the world, vast and indifferent, continued its ancient turning. Chapter 9. The sect hunters' news of the breakthrough at the mountain peak reached the nearest city within 3 days. A cultivator performing a regional sweep, doing work for the local merchant organization, had felt the eruption of silver rank power and reported it to his superiors. From there, the information had moved up the chain of command, reaching the attention of the Azure Thunder School, which maintained a research station in the region. By the time Lin Feng had descended the mountain and traveled 30 kilometers north, the Azure Thunder School had dispatched 2 silver rank investigators to analyze what had occurred. Lin Feng knew about this because the Patriarch had taught him how to read the traces left by cultivators moving through the world, the patterns of spiritual energy displacement, the subtle disturbances in the local aura that marked where someone had passed. And he knew, with cold certainty, that those 2 investigators would be searching for the source of the power that had been unleashed at the mountain peak. He could not let them find him. Not yet. He was silver rank now, but barely. The 2 investigators would certainly be more experienced, and they would likely have techniques and knowledge that Lin Feng had not yet developed. A confrontation would be dangerous. More importantly, a confrontation would confirm that he existed, would mark him as a target for more serious investigation. The 7 sects still did not know for certain that the Patriarch's legacy had been transferred to another person. They suspected something had escaped the cave, but they had not confirmed it. Lin Feng intended to keep it that way as long as possible. He adjusted his path, moving northeast instead of north, cutting through wild terrain where investigators with normal tracking methods would have difficulty following him. The Patriarch's knowledge included techniques for obscuring his passage, methods of stepping lightly on spiritual energy, leaving minimal traces, making himself difficult to follow. For 2 weeks, he stayed ahead of the Azure Thunder School's search. He could feel them out there, moving through the region, systematically covering territory. But their methods were those of formal investigators, disciplined and methodical, but ultimately limited to conventional approaches. Lin Feng's understanding of the Patriarch's teachings allowed him to move in ways that seemed almost impossible to track. But eventually, inevitably, they drew too close. He was resting in a small cave system, meditating to consolidate his understanding of his new silver rank power, when he felt the spiritual sense of one of the investigators brush across the area. The sensation was like a hand touching his face in the darkness. It was not aggressive, not yet. The investigator was simply probing the region, searching for any sign of the person who had performed the breakthrough at the mountain peak. Lin Feng's immediate response was to suppress his power completely, to activate the void meditation and make his presence as invisible as possible. But even as he did so, he realized that it was too late. The investigator's attention had caught on something, a trace of power, a disturbance in the spiritual energy of the cave that suggested recent cultivation activity. There was a moment of hesitation, and then Lin Feng felt the investigator moving toward the cave entrance. He had seconds to decide. He could flee deeper into the cave system, hoping to lose his pursuer in the labyrinth below. He could try to hide further, deepening his meditation and hoping the investigator would pass without finding him. Or he could prepare for confrontation. The Patriarch's voice surfaced in his consciousness, calm and analytical. If they catch you, they will interrogate you. They will try to extract information about where you came from, why your power is so unusual, whether you have any connection to the ancient sealing sites. You will not survive interrogation by the 7 sections. Your only options are to flee or to fight. Can I win? Lin Feng asked mentally, continuing to suppress his power as the investigator's presence grew closer. Probably not, the Patriarch said with brutal honesty. He is more experienced than you are. His techniques are likely more refined. He has backing from an entire sect, which means he has access to resources you do not. But you might be able to escape, and a fighting retreat is better than passive capture. Lin Feng stood and moved toward the cave entrance, preparing the shattering palm. If the investigator was coming for him, he would meet that investigator on his own terms. The investigator was a lean man in his 50s, his robes bearing the symbols of the Azure Thunder School. His spiritual sense was sharp and powerful, and as soon as Lin Feng came into view, the man's eyes widened with surprise and recognition. You, the investigator said. You're him. You're the one who caused the disturbance at the mountain peak. Lin Feng did not respond with words. Instead, he executed the shattering palm, driving all of his silver rank power into a single strike aimed at the investigator's chest. The investigator reacted with trained instinct, raising his hands to block. A barrier of crystalline energy formed in front of him, a technique that converted spiritual power into a transparent but incredibly solid defense. Lin Feng's palm strike hit the barrier, and the Patriarch's technique did its work. The crystalline structure cracked, fractures radiating outward from the point of impact. The investigator was thrown backward several steps, obviously shocked that his defense had been breached. That's not a technique I recognize, the investigator said, his shock giving way to cold analysis. Not from any of the major sections. Where did you learn that? I'm not discussing my training, Lin Feng said, and he fled. He moved deeper into the cave system, taking a downward passage that sloped steeply into darkness. Behind him, he could feel the investigator's presence following, but he was moving faster, using his knowledge of the terrain to navigate paths that the investigator would have to probe carefully. The cave system opened into a vast underground chamber, and Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He jumped. It was a fall of perhaps 50 meters, one that would have killed an ordinary person. But with his silver rank cultivation, he was able to reduce the impact, to guide his fall and land safely despite the distance. He hit the ground and immediately began running across the cavern floor, moving toward another passage on the far side. Behind him, he heard the investigator's exclamation of surprise, and then the sound of the man making the same jump, less gracefully than Lin Feng, but with similar technique. The chase continued for what felt like hours, a desperate flight through the cave system that took them deeper and deeper underground. The investigator was pressing him, using his greater experience to close the gap, but Lin Feng's knowledge of the Patriarch's techniques, specifically the ability to move with minimal expenditure of energy, allowed him to maintain his lead. Eventually, the cave system opened into a massive underground river. Lin Feng dove into the water without hesitation and let the current carry him away, using his cultivation to keep himself from drowning in the darkness. By the time the investigator reached the river's edge, Lin Feng was long gone, swept away into the underground depths of the earth. He emerged from the river 3 kilometers downstream, exhausted and soaked. Behind him, there was no sign of pursuit. The investigator, caught in the current, would have been swept in a different direction or might have wisely decided not to follow into unknown waters. Lin Feng climbed out onto the bank and found shelter in a natural alcove beneath overhanging rock. There, he meditated through the night, processing what had just occurred. He had fought a silver rank investigator from one of the 7 sects and survived. It had been a close thing. If the investigator had been truly serious about killing him rather than capturing him, Lin Feng probably would have died. But he had learned something valuable. His techniques, the Patriarch's teaching, gave him advantages that conventional cultivators did not expect. The shattering palm had been effective precisely because it was unusual, because the investigator's defenses had not been designed to withstand that particular approach. But that advantage would evaporate quickly. Once the investigator reported back to the Azure Thunder School, they would analyze the technique, develop countermeasures, and be ready for it next time. The news that Lin Feng existed, that something had definitely escaped the sealed cave 300 years ago, would spread through the 7 sections. The hunt would intensify. There would be more investigators, more powerful ones, and they would be looking for him specifically. The time of relative safety had come to an end. As dawn broke, Lin Feng gathered what few possessions he carried and prepared to move again. But this time, he was not fleeing toward the wilderness. He was fleeing toward something else. Other cities, other regions, places where he could hide in plain sight while continuing to advance his power and understanding. The real game was beginning. Chapter 10. Shadow in the city. Lin Feng had learned from the Patriarch's memories that the best place to hide was where everyone was hiding. Not from enemies, but from each other. A city. 3 weeks after his escape from the underground river, he arrived at the city of Crescent Harbor, a bustling trade hub where merchants from a dozen regions gathered to exchange goods. The city had a modest cultivation community, mostly independent cultivators and disciples of smaller sects, drawn by the resources and opportunities that only a major city could provide. It was the kind of place where a cultivator could disappear into the background, where no one cared who you were or where you came from, as long as you had coin and did not cause trouble. Lin Feng rented a modest room in a boarding house frequented by traveling cultivators and immediately established a routine designed to make him as unremarkable as possible. By day, he explored the city, learning its layout and its people. He visited the cultivation markets where rare herbs and spiritual resources were sold. He attended lectures at the public meditation hall where cultivators of various sects shared knowledge about techniques and cultivation theory. He made careful, minimal connections with other resident cultivators, greeting them when they were friendly, avoiding entanglement when they seemed predatory. By night, he studied the Patriarch's work. The scrolls he had retrieved from the cave contained more than just combat techniques. There were detailed descriptions of meditation methods far more sophisticated than the basic ones taught in the 7 sections. There were alchemical recipes for spiritual concoctions that could accelerate cultivation. There were theoretical frameworks for understanding the deeper structure of power itself. And there were hints, sketchy and incomplete, but present nonetheless, of what the Patriarch had been working toward in his final, unfinished breakthrough. It was in these hints that Lin Feng began to see the shape of the greater work. The Patriarch had not simply been trying to become stronger than the 7 sections. He had been trying to develop a completely different understanding of what power was, how it flowed through the world, and how a cultivator could interact with it in ways that the 7 sects' rigid systems never allowed. The Patriarch had been trying to revolutionize cultivation itself. After 3 weeks of study, Lin Feng began to attempt something that had always seemed abstract in the Patriarch's descriptions, the creation of a technique hybrid. This was an approach to combat that went beyond simply learning multiple techniques and applying them in sequence. Instead, it involved developing a single unified technique that incorporated elements of multiple approaches, creating something entirely new through synthesis. The Patriarch had developed several successful hybrids before his betrayal. One combined the waveform's precision with the shattering palm's structural disruption, creating a technique that could both penetrate defenses and destabilize the power flowing through an opponent's body simultaneously. Lin Feng worked on developing this hybrid for weeks, practicing in his room late at night, using carefully controlled power so as not to damage his surroundings. It was slow, painstaking work, but it was also deeply rewarding. With each iteration, the technique became more fluid, more natural. The separate components began to merge in his understanding until they were no longer two techniques being applied together, but a single unified approach. It was during this period of focused work that he encountered his first real test of whether his hiding place was secure. An investigator arrived in Crescent Harbor, a woman from the Jade Mirror sect, based on her robes. She was searching the city, asking questions about traveling cultivators who had arrived in recent months, looking for anyone with unusual power signatures or techniques. Lin Feng was in the meditation hall when she conducted her interviews there, and he watched her carefully from across the room. She was good. Her questions were subtle and designed to extract information without the target realizing they had been interrogated. But she was also following conventional investigation protocols, asking about visible power, unusual behavior, things that would draw attention. Lin Feng had spent weeks making certain he would attract no such attention. When the investigator eventually approached him, it was with the same routine questions she asked everyone. How long had he been in the city? Where was he from? What was his cultivation rank? Had he noticed anything unusual? Lin Feng answered truthfully about everything except his origin, which he claimed was a small sect in the far south. He was polite, cooperative, and gave every impression of being exactly what he appeared to be. A traveling cultivator of modest silver rank power, passing through on his way to somewhere else. The investigator seemed to accept his answers with the mild disinterest of someone checking off boxes on a list. She moved on to the next person. Later that night, Lin Feng felt through his spiritual senses as the investigator performed a final sweep of the city before leaving. She was looking for concentrations of power, for cultivators who might be hiding their full strength. But her methods, while more sophisticated than most, were still based on conventional assumption that a hidden cultivator would be one who exuded more power than they appeared to have. Lin Feng had learned to hide in the opposite way. His power was massive, far greater than any cultivator in the city except perhaps the investigator herself. But he had it wrapped so thoroughly, so carefully, in layers of the void meditation and other concealment techniques, that to any external observer, he appeared to have moderate power appropriate to his apparent rank. It was a paradox that only the Patriarch's teachings made possible. By the time the investigator left the city, Lin Feng was certain she had not identified him. But the encounter had served as a reminder. The 7 sects were still searching. Deliberately, methodically, they were hunting for him. It was only a matter of time before they became more focused, more intense in their approach. That night, Lin Feng made a decision. He would leave Crescent Harbor. He would travel further, establish himself in a different region, and continue his work from there. The longer he stayed in one place, the greater the risk that the ongoing investigation would eventually locate him. But before he left, he used some of his accumulated resources to establish a hidden cache in the city. Spiritual stones, duplicate copies of some of the Patriarch's documents, supplies that might be useful in the future. If he ever needed to return to Crescent Harbor quickly, the cache would be there, waiting. The Patriarch's voice emerged in his consciousness as he was burying the cache. You are learning, the ancient consciousness said. You understand that survival requires adaptability, patience, strategic thinking. These are the qualities that allowed me to remain hidden for 300 years. But there is something you must understand, Lin Feng. Running will only buy you time. Eventually, you will be strong enough that running becomes irrelevant. You will be able to stand and face your hunters. But that day is not yet. For now, you must become like the shadow itself, always moving, never in one place, visible to the eye but impossible to grasp. How long? Lin Feng asked. Years, the patriarch replied. Perhaps many years. The seven sects have not mobilized their highest powers yet. When they do, if you are still accessible to them, you will die. But you are gaining strength, gaining understanding, becoming more difficult to kill with each passing day. Continue this path, and eventually, you will reach the point where killing you would require them to risk everything. At that point, your leverage will be significant. Lin Feng sealed the cache and covered his tracks. As he left Crescent Harbor under cover of darkness, heading east toward new cities and new hiding places, he understood what the Patriarch was telling him. This was not just about power. This was about patience. It was about becoming so strong, so difficult to eliminate, that the seven sects would eventually have to negotiate rather than simply hunt. It was about becoming a force of nature rather than a person who could be easily erased. And he had years to make it happen. As the lights of Crescent Harbor faded behind him, Lin Feng allowed a small, grim smile to cross his face. The real game had finally begun. Chapter 11. The memory intrusion. 6 months into his life as a traveling shadow, Lin Feng was beginning to understand the Patriarch's teachings on a deeper level than mere intellectual comprehension. He was meditating in a rented room above a noodle shop in the city of Thousand Bells, a sprawling trade hub nestled in a mountain valley, when the memory intrusions began in earnest. They had occurred sporadically before, flashes of the Patriarch's life breaking through his awareness at unexpected moments. But this was different. This was organized, sequential, as if the Patriarch's consciousness was deliberately choosing to show him specific events, specific moments, in a carefully controlled progression. Lin Feng was deep in meditation, working on extending his spiritual sense and refining his control, when suddenly he was no longer himself. He was the Patriarch, standing in a vast library much like the one he had glimpsed in his first days after the transfer. Books surrounded him on all sides, scrolls and tablets, and written work accumulated across centuries. And beside him stood another figure, an ancient man with eyes like molten gold, wearing robes that seemed to be woven from starlight itself. You understand this principle? The golden-eyed elder was asking. The Patriarch's body nodded. Power is not universal, the Patriarch's voice said, or rather, the voice of the Patriarch at a much younger age, before betrayal, before loss, before 300 years of waiting. The same expenditure of spiritual energy will produce different results depending on the fundamental understanding of the cultivator executing the technique. A fool with infinite power will accomplish less than a wise person with finite resources. Precisely, the golden-eyed elder said. He was smiling, pleased. That is why the unfinished Tao will change everything. Once this understanding is codified, once we have established a system by which cultivators can develop this deeper comprehension rather than simply accumulating power, we will unlock potential that the seven sects cannot imagine. The memory shifted. Now the Patriarch was older, standing on a high tower, looking down at an empire of cities spread across valleys and plains. A woman was beside him, beautiful, fierce, with power that was almost as vast as his own. They are gathering, she said softly. The seven sections. They know what you have discovered. They are afraid. Of course they are afraid, the Patriarch replied. His voice carried no anger, only a terrible certainty. Because what I have discovered threatens the foundation of their power. They teach that strength comes from lineage, from sect affiliation, from having access to their secrets. But the unfinished Tao teaches that strength comes from understanding, from the willingness to think beyond conventional limitations. If this knowledge spreads, if other cultivators realize that the seven sects have constrained them unnecessarily, the entire power structure will collapse. Then we should destroy them before they can move against us, the woman said. No, the Patriarch said. We should teach. We should spread knowledge. We should build a counterpower based not on the seven sects model of centralized authority and hoarded secrets, but on a distributed network of cultivators who understand the deeper principles. Once enough people have this knowledge, the seven sects' power becomes irrelevant. The memory shifted again. The Patriarch was in a stone chamber, surrounded by attackers. Not soldiers, but cultivators, masters from each of the seven sects, their combined power creating a nexus of destruction that bent the very laws of reality. The woman was beside him, fighting desperately, but her power was faltering. Go, the woman gasped. I can hold them for long enough. Run. Hide. Complete the work if I cannot. No, the patriarch said. Yes. She grabbed his face, forced him to look into her eyes. This is bigger than us. This is bigger than both of us. The work must be finished. Even if it takes centuries, even if it requires sacrifice, the truth must survive. Promise me. The patriarch felt the memory fracture with grief, so profound it threatened to shatter his consciousness. I promise, he said. And then the woman's power exploded, a detonation of raw spiritual energy that swept all of them, her attackers, the patriarch, everything, toward destruction. Lin Feng gasped and snapped back to his own body, tears streaming down his face. For a moment, he could not separate himself from the patriarch's consciousness. The grief was too fresh, the memory too vivid. He had just witnessed the death of someone the patriarch had loved more than anything else in the world, had felt the moment when the woman had sacrificed herself to try to give the patriarch time to escape. It took several minutes of careful breathing before Lin Feng was able to re-establish the boundary between himself and the ghost that inhabited his mind. Why are you showing me this? He asked into the darkness of his consciousness. Because you need to understand, the patriarch's voice replied, and it was heavy with 300 years of loss. You need to understand what I was fighting for. It was not power. Power is easy. Anyone with enough time and discipline can accumulate power. What I was fighting for was the principle. The truth that knowledge cannot be hoarded, that power derived from understanding is ultimately more valuable than power derived from mere accumulation. The woman, her name was Jade. She was everything to me. And they killed her to get at me, to break my will, to make me desperate enough to make mistakes. And it worked. In my grief, in my rage, I did make mistakes. I tried to fight them all directly, tried to overcome them through force. And because I chose force over wisdom, I fell. Lin Feng felt the weight of 300 years pressing down on the patriarch's consciousness. It was the weight of guilt, of incomplete work, of a life that had been defined by loss and waiting. I'm sorry, Lin Feng said, and meant it. Do not be sorry for me, the patriarch said. Be sorry for the world that could have been, if I had been wiser. And be determined not to repeat my mistakes. You must become stronger than I was, yes, but more importantly, you must become wiser. You must understand that power without wisdom is just a tool of destruction. Over the following weeks, the memory intrusions became more frequent and more intense. The patriarch showed Lin Feng scenes of his early life, before his great work, before he had understood the true principles of cultivation. He showed him the decades of study, the gradual realization that the conventional methods of the 7 sects were fundamentally limited. He showed him the moment when the first coherent thread of what would become the unfinished Tao had appeared in his understanding. And he showed him, again and again, the betrayal, the 7 sects gathering, the armies marching toward his tower, the final moments of resistance, fighting desperately against impossible odds, knowing that he could not win, but trying anyway, because surrender meant the loss of everything he had worked toward. Each memory was so vivid, so detailed, that it was almost impossible to distinguish from Lin Feng's own experiences. He began to wonder if he was still Lin Feng at all, or if he had become something else, a hybrid consciousness combining 2 identities, 2 sets of experiences, 2 different lives lived centuries apart. The question grew more acute during his 9th month in Thousand Bells. He had established a routine of training in a small compound he had rented on the edge of the city, a place ostensibly designed for private meditation, but which he had carefully configured to allow him to practice his techniques in relative privacy. The compound's owner, an elderly woman named May, was a former cultivator who had given up serious practice and now simply maintained properties for rent. She was not curious about her tenant beyond ensuring he paid his rent on time. It was during a particularly intense training session that something went wrong. Lin Feng was practicing the technique hybrid he had been developing, the combination of the wave form and the shattering palm. He was pushing himself hard, trying to refine the synthesis until it became a single unified technique rather than 2 techniques applied together. The power was flowing correctly, the technique was executing properly, and then, the patriarch's presence surged forward with overwhelming force. For a moment, Lin Feng lost control of his own body. His hands moved according to the Patriarch's will rather than his own, executing a technique he had never learned, had never encountered in the Patriarch's memories. Power flowed out in a pattern that was utterly different from anything he had practiced. The blast of energy struck the stone wall of the compound with devastating force, and the wall simply ceased to exist. It disintegrated as if it had never been solid, leaving only dust and rubble. Lin Feng wrenched control back to himself, gasping, his heart pounding. "What just happened?" he demanded. "I apologize," the Patriarch said, and he sounded genuinely distressed. "I did not intend to do that. The memory intrusions have been destabilizing our bond. Your consciousness and mine are beginning to blur. When you execute certain techniques, it triggers my responses, and for a moment, I lose the distinction between past and present." "Are you losing control?" Lin Feng asked, and there was fear in the question. "Perhaps we both are," the Patriarch admitted. "The transfer of my legacy was never meant to be permanent. You were supposed to be a vessel, something to preserve my knowledge and techniques while I recovered enough to establish a new form of existence. But I did not recover. I dissipated instead, and now all that remains of me is embedded in your consciousness, merging with your identity, blurring the boundaries between who you are and who I was." Lin Feng looked at the destroyed wall. Mei was going to notice that. He was going to have to explain. He was going to have to either leave or repair it somehow. "What happens if we merge completely?" he asked. "I do not know," the Patriarch said. "Perhaps you become me. Perhaps I become you. Perhaps we become something entirely new. A hybrid consciousness that is neither one nor the other, but some synthesis of both. I do not have precedent for this situation." Lin Feng knelt in the ruined compound and tried to slow his breathing. The danger was becoming clearer every day. He was not just carrying a power. He was carrying a consciousness, an entire identity embedded in his own mind. And that consciousness was beginning to assert itself, beginning to bleed through into his actions and choices. The question was whether that was a problem or simply the inevitable result of what he had always been doing. Mei found him there an hour later, staring at the ruined wall. She was surprisingly calm about it. "Cultivation accidents?" she asked, surveying the damage with the jaded expression of someone who had seen similar things before. "Yes," Lin Feng said. "I'm sorry. I will pay for the repairs. And I should probably leave." Mei considered this, then shook her head. "The wall was old anyway. I was planning to have it rebuilt. You can pay for the repairs if you wish, but you do not need to leave. Unless you want to." "I should leave," Lin Feng said. "For your safety. I am unstable right now. I might cause more damage." Mei nodded as if this was perfectly reasonable. "Then I suppose I will say goodbye. You were a good tenant, quiet, paid on time, did not make trouble except for this one accident. If you ever need a place to stay in Thousand Bells again, my doors are open." She wandered back inside, leaving Lin Feng in the ruins of the wall. That night, he left the city. Chapter 11. Moving shadows, he found a mountain pass 3 days east of Thousand Bells, a narrow cut through limestone cliffs that the locals called the Widow's Notch, named for the number of travelers who had lost their lives to its unpredictable weather. Most cultivators avoided it in favor of the lower roads. That made it perfect. Lin Feng spent 11 days in the Widow's Notch, not traveling through it, living in it. He found a shallow overhang near the midpoint of the pass, barely deep enough to call a shelter, and he sat in it from dawn to dusk, and then through half the night, working through the next sequence of the Patriarch's exercises with the kind of focused patience he had never previously managed to sustain. The accident in Thousand Bells had shaken him, not because a wall had broken, walls could be rebuilt, but because the Patriarch's power had responded to an emotional trigger without his conscious permission. He had been startled by a cat, of all things, and the energy living in his rebuilt Dantian had surged outward like a wave before he could contain it. If that had happened in a cultivation tournament instead of a courtyard, someone would be dead. If it had happened in front of an investigator, he would be the one who was dead. Control was not optional. Control was survival. He ran the Patriarch's integration exercises until his hands shook and his vision blurred at the edges. He ran them again. He ate sparingly from the supplies he carried, melted mountain snow for water, and slept in brief intervals that were less rest than enforced unconsciousness, his mind too active to truly quiet, the Patriarch's memories surfacing in patterns he was only beginning to understand. The third-level integration is not a technique. The Patriarch said on the seventh night, when Lin Feng had managed to hold a stable channel between his own chi pathways and the Patriarch's inherited structure for nearly an hour without disruption. It is a state. You are not doing the Tao. You are becoming a vessel through which the Tao moves naturally. The difference is the same as the difference between carrying water in cupped hands and being a riverbed. That is a very philosophical distinction to make at this hour. Philosophy is the foundation of all technique. A cultivator who does not understand why they do what they do will always be limited by the boundary of what they have been taught. Understanding the why opens the path to discovering the next what. Lin Feng considered this, holding the channel steady, feeling the Patriarch's techniques and his own inheritance running in parallel like two rivers that had not yet merged. You taught your students philosophy before technique? I taught my students to ask questions before I gave them answers. It is not the same thing, but it serves the same purpose. On the 11th day, Lin Feng ran the integration exercise and felt, for the first time, something give way. Not dramatically, not with the explosive release he associated with major breakthroughs. It was quieter than that. A particular resistance he had been pushing against since leaving the cave simply wasn't there anymore. The two cultivation systems, his own and the Patriarch's, settled into each other like two puzzle pieces finding their fit after days of searching. He sat very still for a long time. Is that it? He finally asked. Is that the second level integration? Yes, the Patriarch said. There was something in that single word that Lin Feng had not heard before in the old consciousness's voice. Something that might, in a living person, have been called relief. Lin Feng rose from the overhang, shouldered his pack, and walked out of the widow's notch into the afternoon sun. The road ahead wound north through grasslands gone golden with the late season. Somewhere in those grasslands there were towns, markets, inns, people who did not know him, opportunities to test what he had become against the friction of the ordinary world. He was not the same cultivator who had walked into the widow's notch 11 days ago. The Patriarch's legacy had begun, truly begun, to become his own. The shadow of the sects was still out there. The investigators were still searching. But for the first time since leaving the cave, Lin Feng walked north without feeling the weight of borrowed knowledge. He was walking toward the gold threshold now, toward the next level of power, carrying something unprecedented. And he was beginning, cautiously, to feel ready for what came next. Chapter 12. The gold threshold approaches the next year passed in a blur of constant movement and constant growth. Lin Feng traveled from city to city, sometimes staying for weeks, sometimes moving on after just days. He attended cultivation sects as a guest disciple, learning what he could from their teachings and comparing what he learned to the Patriarch's approach. He sought out other traveling cultivators and engaged them in discussions about technique and theory, gathering perspectives that might help him understand the gaps in his own knowledge. And slowly, methodically, he advanced. 6 months after leaving Thousand Bells, he broke through to the higher stages of silver rank, his power growing more refined, more efficient. The constant work with the Patriarch's teachings was beginning to bear fruit. The techniques were becoming second nature. The principles were becoming intuitive. The memory intrusions were becoming less violent, more collaborative, as if the Patriarch was learning to work with Lin Feng's consciousness rather than trying to assert control. By the end of the first year of this constant travel, Lin Feng could feel something new on the horizon, the threshold to gold rank. Not immediate, not yet, but approaching. The barrier between silver and gold was forming in his consciousness, and he could sense what lay beyond it. Gold rank was the first level where a cultivator truly became significant on a continental scale. A gold rank master could establish a major sect, could influence the course of history, could challenge the 7 sects directly if they were clever and prepared. It was also, the Patriarch warned him, the point where he would become nearly impossible to hide. Your power signature will be impossible to conceal at gold rank, the Patriarch explained during one of their many conversations. The 7 sects maintain networks of watchers throughout all settled regions, looking for new cultivators who reach that threshold. When you break through to gold rank, they will know. They will narrow their search to wherever that breakthrough occurred. You will have days, perhaps hours, to flee before they arrive. Then I should break through somewhere remote, Lin Feng said. Somewhere where I can escape into wilderness before they arrive. Yes, but more importantly, you should be prepared for a confrontation. At gold rank, You will be strong enough that a direct attack from them might not be fatal. You will have options that you do not currently have. As the winter of his second year as a traveling cultivator approached, Lin Feng made his way toward the northern reaches of the continent, to regions that were increasingly wild, increasingly far from the centers of civilization that the seven sects dominated. He had been deliberately avoiding powerful cultivators, retreating from confrontations, hiding his progress. But as he approached gold rank, he began to deliberately seek out opposition. He engaged with cultivators in duels he could have avoided. He challenged masters at local sects to friendly sparring matches. Each encounter taught him something new about how to apply his power in practical combat, about how to read an opponent's techniques and find weaknesses. By the time he reached the mountains of the far north, he had accumulated more than 100 hours of actual combat experience, something that could not be learned from study alone. The location he had chosen for his breakthrough was a high mountain pass, above the altitude where trees could grow, surrounded by bare rock and howling wind. There was a natural cave system nearby where he could retreat if necessary, and the location was far enough from major settlements that his breakthrough would not immediately attract attention. More importantly, there was something else about the location. It was where the Patriarch's memory suggested the boundary between the mortal world and the spiritual realms grew thin. Here, the spiritual energy flowed more freely, and the rules that governed the world became more flexible. Lin Feng established a meditation camp and spent a week preparing himself mentally for the breakthrough. The Patriarch's consciousness had become almost completely integrated with his own by this point. There were moments when Lin Feng could not remember if a particular memory belonged to him or to the ancient consciousness he carried. But instead of feeling like loss of self, it felt more like expansion of self. He was becoming larger, more complex, encompassing both his own experiences and the 300-year-old legacy he carried. On the 8th night, he began the final meditation. The breakthrough, when it came, was different from the previous ones. There was still pain, still the sensation of his cultivation base being torn apart and reassembled. But there was also something else, a sense of emergence, of something vast awakening in his consciousness. For the first time, he fully integrated the Patriarch's presence, not as a separate consciousness that shared his mind, but as a fully integrated part of his own understanding. The barrier between silver and gold rank shattered. But unlike previous breakthroughs, the power that flowed through him in this moment did not dissipate. Instead, it built and built and built, accumulating, growing, becoming something vast and terrible. The mountain peak erupted with light so intense that it was visible for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. The barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual realms tore open, and spiritual energy came flooding in like a tidal wave, drawn to the sudden void created by Lin Feng's ascension. For a moment, Lin Feng was not a person anymore. He was a vortex, a nexus point where spiritual energy poured in from all directions. The rock of the mountain began to crystallize under the intensity of power. The air became so charged with energy that it began to visibly shimmer and warp. And then, slowly, the power stabilized. The vortex collapsed inward, the energy integrated into Lin Feng's newly ascended cultivation base. The light faded. The trembling of the earth subsided. And Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak that had been visibly transformed, now glowing faintly with residual energy, surrounded by crystallized rock and evidence of power beyond the scope of normal silver rank cultivation. He was gold rank now. It was not just a simple advancement. Something fundamental had changed. Lin Feng could feel it. His senses extended further, his power was greater by an order of magnitude, and his understanding of how that power could be applied had deepened dramatically. More importantly, he could feel the web of connections that the seven sects maintained throughout the continent. Each sect had cultivators stationed at key locations, ready to respond to sudden surges of power that might indicate the rise of new major threats. And right now, every single one of them was becoming aware of what had just happened at this remote mountain peak. The hunt was about to begin in earnest. Lin Feng descended the mountain quickly, moving into the cave system where he had prepared supplies for quick escape. He had food, water, and the carefully hidden cache of spiritual resources he had accumulated over 2 years of travel. He also had a plan. The seven sects would assume that the gold rank breakthrough had occurred at this location and would send investigators to the area. But he had no intention of being here when they arrived. He would move quickly, travel northeast, and attempt to reach the Broken Lands, a region of the continent that was too wild, too chaotic, for any of the seven sects to control. If he could reach the Broken Lands, he could disappear. Truly disappear, not just hide. In that region, power was local and individual rather than organized, and a new gold rank cultivator could establish themselves and become difficult to locate. As he moved through the cave system toward the exit that would take him away from the mountain, he felt the Patriarch's presence settle more firmly in his consciousness. "You have done well," the ancient consciousness said. And for the first time since the transfer, it felt less like the consciousness of another person and more like it was simply a deeper layer of his own mind speaking to itself. "Now begins the final phase. You are strong enough now that the seven sects will have to take you seriously. But you are not yet strong enough to stand against them directly. You have years of advancement still ahead of you. But at least now, when you stand and face them, they will have to meet you as an equal, not as a hunter facing prey." Lin Feng emerged from the cave system at sunset and began his flight northeast toward the wild lands and whatever challenges awaited him there. Chapter 13. The Broken Lands. The Broken Lands earned their name through a combination of geological catastrophe and spiritual chaos. 10,000 years ago, there had been a war in the region, not a war between mortal armies, but a conflict between ancient spiritual forces that had left scars on reality itself. The land had been torn and twisted, mountains thrust upward and valleys rent open, and the spiritual energy that flowed through the area had been jumbled and disrupted so thoroughly that conventional cultivation techniques could not function properly. It was an inhospitable place, unsuitable for civilization, unsuitable for the establishment of major sections. It was perfect for someone who wanted to disappear. Lin Feng reached the border of the Broken Lands 3 days after his breakthrough, moving at a pace that would have been impossible for most cultivators. His gold rank power allowed him to sustain a speed that normal people would have found exhausting, and the Patriarch's knowledge included techniques for recovering quickly from exertion. But as soon as he crossed into the Broken Lands, he felt the difference. The spiritual energy here was wrong. It did not flow in the orderly patterns that cultivation was based upon. Instead, it surged and fluctuated in seemingly random directions, sometimes opposing the normal flow, sometimes moving sideways through space as if gravity had no effect on it. A cultivator trying to guide power through their meridians in this environment would find their techniques constantly fighting against the disrupted spiritual current. It was disorienting. It was also useful. Anyone tracking him would find it nearly impossible to maintain focus through the disrupted energy. Their spiritual senses would be confused, their techniques would falter. Lin Feng had anticipated this. He had studied the Patriarch's knowledge of the Broken Lands and was prepared for the adjustment. What he had not anticipated was that someone would already be there, waiting for him. He detected her presence first through a disruption in the already chaotic spiritual energy. A cultivator, hiding, trying to remain undetected but not quite managing to shield her presence completely against a gold-rank cultivator's heightened senses. Lin Feng stopped and raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. "I know you are here," he called out. "I mean no harm. Show yourself." There was a moment of hesitation, and then a figure emerged from behind a formation of twisted rock. She was a woman in her mid-30s, with scarred features and clothing that was clearly homemade rather than purchased. Her power was gold rank, but barely. She was freshly advanced, probably within the last few years. And there was something in her bearing that suggested desperation. "Are you running from the seven sects?" the woman asked without preamble. "Yes," Lin Feng said, seeing no point in lying. "Then we have something in common," she said. "My name is Shunned. I broke through to gold rank 5 years ago, made a mistake in one of my early breakthroughs that left a signature the seven sects could track, and have been hiding in the Broken Lands ever since. I suspect you just had your breakthrough today or yesterday, based on the power signature. Which sect are you fleeing?" "All of them," Lin Feng said. Shunned's eyebrows rose. "That is unusual. Most people are fleeing 1 or 2 of the sects, not all 7. What did you do that requires fleeing all 7? Lin Feng considered his answer carefully. He could lie, could claim some minor transgression, but instinct suggested that Shunned was not someone easily fooled, and having an ally in the Broken Lands might be useful. "That is complicated," he said. and not something I can discuss easily. Jin nodded as if this was perfectly reasonable. Then we will not discuss it. But I would suggest that you accept an offer of assistance. The broken lands are survivable for a gold rank cultivator, but they are not comfortable. I have established a small settlement where cultivators can gather, trade, and support each other. You would be welcome there. It was an offer that should have seemed suspicious, but for some reason, Lin Feng's instinct was to accept it. Why would you offer assistance to a stranger? He asked. Because I survived the first year in the Broken Lands by making exactly one good alliance, Jin said. A man named Qin who had fled here a decade before I arrived. He taught me how to function in the disrupted energy environment and introduced me to others who had established communities. When he died, I took over his work. Now I try to help others who arrive, just as he helped me. The logic was sound. The Broken Lands must have attracted other cultivators who had no other refuge. And those cultivators would naturally band together for survival. I would accept, Lin Feng said. Jin led him through the twisted terrain toward what she called the Haven, a settlement nestled in a valley where the disrupted spiritual energy actually formed a stable pattern conducive to cultivation. The Haven was not impressive, just a series of stone buildings carved into the rock face, arranged in concentric circles with cultivated gardens in the center using plants specially adapted to the environment. But there were perhaps 30 cultivators living there, ranging from silver rank to high gold rank, all of them bearing the marks of people who had been forced to flee their previous lives. Jun introduced him to some of the residents and showed him to a vacant chamber where he could set up temporary living space. She also provided information about the environment, about how to adjust to the disrupted spiritual energy, about the dangers that existed in the Broken Lands. Over the following weeks, Lin Feng integrated himself into the Haven's community. He helped with maintenance of the buildings and the gardens. He contributed to community discussions about spiritual theory and cultivation technique. And gradually, he began to understand the reality of what happened to cultivators who displaced enough power to attract the seven sects' attention. Most of them were not criminals or transgressive in any significant way. They were simply cultivators who had advanced too rapidly, who had achieved power in ways that the seven sects did not approve of, who had refused to pledge themselves to one of the major sects when given the opportunity. In other words, they were people who had chosen independence over submission. And that was apparently enough to warrant being hunted. The insight was clarifying. The seven sects did not simply control territory and power. They controlled possibility itself. Any cultivator who became strong enough to be independent was automatically a threat to their monopoly on advancement and authority. By fleeing, by choosing the Broken Lands, these cultivators had chosen a different path. They had sacrificed safety and comfort and access to conventional resources, but they had maintained their autonomy. Is it worth it? Lin Feng asked Jun one evening, as they watched the sunset from the top of a cliff overlooking the Haven. Some days yes, some days no, Jin said. When I first arrived, I would have said absolutely not. I was angry and miserable and terrified that the seven sects would find me and drag me back to face whatever punishment they had decided I deserved. But over time, I realized something. I am free here in a way I could never be under the seven sects' authority. I make my own choices. I advance according to my own understanding rather than according to their rigid systems. And yes, I am isolated and sometimes desperately lonely, and the resources are limited. But I am not living a lie anymore. I think I understand, Lin Feng said. During his 4th month in the Haven, Lin Feng made a decision. He would stay here, at least for a while. The Broken Lands would provide the isolation he needed to continue advancing without the constant fear of discovery. And more importantly, being part of a community of displaced cultivators would give him perspective on what the seven sects were doing and why. He began to teach, sharing some of the techniques he had learned. Carefully, never revealing the true source of his knowledge, but offering methods that were sufficiently different from conventional cultivation that they attracted interest and created new understanding. And he continued to meditate on the Patriarch's work, particularly the fragmentary notes about what would have completed the unfinished Tao if the Patriarch had been given enough time. The answer, he was beginning to suspect, lay not in the techniques themselves, but in the philosophy underlying them. The Patriarch had been trying to teach cultivators to think differently, to approach power not as something to be accumulated and hoarded, but as something to be understood and shared. What if that was the real innovation? What if the completed Tao was not a technique at all, but a fundamentally different way of thinking about cultivation itself? Chapter 14. New perspectives. Winter came to the Broken Lands with a ferocity that made the relatively comfortable autumn seem like a lie. The disrupted spiritual energy became more chaotic as the season changed, the temperature plummeted, and survival became the dominant concern of the Haven's residents. Lin Feng helped organize efforts to gather supplies, to reinforce buildings, to prepare for the harsh months ahead. It was during these practical labors, engaged in work that had nothing to do with cultivation or the Patriarch's legacy, that he had a revelation. He was helping repair the greenhouse that provided the Haven's primary food supply when one of the younger cultivators, a woman named Small Moon, asked him for advice about her meditation technique. "I have been trying to follow the conventional method," she said, "but the disrupted energy here makes it nearly impossible. I thought I was simply weak or foolish, but others have said the same thing. Is there a different way?" Lin Feng considered her question while continuing to work on reinforcing the greenhouse's frame. The conventional cultivation method was designed for ordered spiritual energy. In the Broken Lands, where the energy was chaotic, forcing oneself to follow that conventional path was like trying to walk a straight line while the ground kept shifting beneath your feet. "What if you stopped trying to force the energy into the conventional pattern?" he suggested. "Instead, what if you observe how the energy actually moves here and adjust your technique to align with that movement rather than oppose it?" "But that would mean developing my own technique," Small Moon said, and there was fear in her voice. "I would have no framework, no established method. I could make mistakes that would damage my cultivation base." "Yes," Lin Feng said. "You could, but you could also discover something new. Something that works better in this environment than any conventional method ever could." It took several more conversations and several failed attempts before Small Moon was willing to try the approach. But once she did, the results were remarkable. By observing how the disrupted energy actually flowed and adjusting her meridian pathway and meditation focus to work with that flow rather than against it, she managed to achieve cultivation breakthroughs in a fraction of the time the conventional method would have required. Word of her success spread through the Haven. Within weeks, other cultivators were asking Lin Feng for similar guidance. And he began to realize something profound. The Patriarch's unfinished work was not abstract philosophy. It was a practical method for adapting to circumstances, for thinking beyond conventional frameworks, for developing solutions to problems that conventional wisdom said were impossible to solve. The Broken Lands became a kind of laboratory. With Zhen's permission, Lin Feng began to organize regular study circles where cultivators could discuss cultivation theory and technique. He did not teach his own methods directly, but instead asked questions that guided people toward discovering their own approaches. The process was slow, sometimes frustrating, but it was also generating remarkable results. Cultivators who had been stuck in their advancement began to break through. Cultivators who had been frustrated and demoralized by the limitations imposed by the Broken Land's hostile environment began to see those limitations as opportunities for innovation. And more importantly, a culture of genuine collaboration began to emerge. In the 7 sects, cultivation was ultimately competitive. Resources were limited, advancement opportunities were rationed, and success for one cultivator meant fewer opportunities for others. But in the Haven, under Lin Feng's quiet guidance, cultivation became collaborative. Cultivators would share discoveries, would help each other overcome obstacles, would celebrate each other's breakthroughs with genuine joy rather than resentment. It was not sustainable in the long term. Eventually, more displaced cultivators would arrive, resources would become more limited, and tensions would emerge. But for this moment, in this small refuge in the Broken Lands, something genuinely different was being created. The Patriarch's consciousness, which had become so integrated with Lin Feng's own identity that he often forgot there was a distinction, expressed something like awe at what was happening. "This," the Patriarch said during one of their meditations, "this is what I envisioned when I first began developing the unfinished Tao. Not a technique, though techniques grew from the vision, but a way of thinking about power and knowledge that freed people from the chains the 7 sects had placed on them." "Why didn't you pursue it this way?" Lin Feng asked. "Why did you try to work through accumulation of power instead of through teaching and collaboration?" There was a long silence in the Patriarch's consciousness. the silence of someone confronting a truth they had been avoiding for centuries. Because I was arrogant, the patriarch finally said. I believed that my understanding was superior, that I could see truths that others could not. And so I tried to build a power base that would give me the authority to force that understanding on others, to make them adopt my methods because I was powerful enough to demand it. It was the same mistake the seven sects made. I was just more aware of the contradiction than they were. And now? Lin Feng asked. Now, the patriarch said, through what you are creating in this place, I see another way. Not forcing understanding on others, but helping them discover understanding for themselves. The unfinished Tao does not need me to complete it. It will be completed by everyone who learns to think beyond conventional limitations. By everyone you teach and everyone they teach in turn. The revelation was humbling for both of them. The original Lin Feng and the consciousness he carried. They had been given a path that had seemed to be about individual power and mastery, but the true path had been about collective growth and liberation from oppressive systems all along. Chapter 15. The investigators' arrival. The warning came on a frost-thick morning when the haven was just beginning to emerge from deep winter. A scout who had been watching the approach roads came running into the settlement with news. A large group of cultivators was approaching, bearing the insignias of multiple sections. They were moving with purpose, searching the broken lands methodically, clearly looking for someone. The haven's residents fell into practiced emergency patterns. Supplies were hidden, less crucial structures were abandoned, and cultivators began distributing themselves into defensive positions throughout the valley. Lin Feng found Shunned in the central meeting chamber, studying maps of the region. They know I am here, Lin Feng said. It was not a question. Apparently, Shunned said. There is no way to hide a gold rank breakthrough. Once you reach that level, it was only a matter of time. The seven sects have been searching the broken lands for years for cultivators who have fled here. Now they are finally following up on the signature from your breakthrough. I should leave, Lin Feng said. I should draw them away from the haven. If they think I am here, they will investigate thoroughly and might discover you all. That would be noble, Shunned said, but ultimately ineffective. The seven sects already know this settlement exists. They have known for years. They simply do not actively move against it because the resources required to maintain a permanent presence here do not justify the effort. But if you try to flee, you will just lead them on a chase that might bring more of them to the region. Better to face them here, where we have the advantage of knowing the terrain and having community support. It was strategically sound, but it also meant that Lin Feng was going to have to reveal at least some portion of the truth about who and what he was. The investigator arrived at the haven 3 days later, alone, which was itself a statement. She was confident enough in her power that she did not think she needed backup to investigate a gold rank breakthrough. She was a thin woman in her 50s, bearing the insignia of the Jade Mirror sect, one of the most powerful of the 7 major sections. Her spiritual sense was impressive, high gold rank or possibly even low immortal rank. And there was something in her bearing that suggested she had investigated dozens of situations like this before and considered them all to be routine. Jin received her in the meeting chamber, with Lin Feng standing nearby, but deliberately holding his power in check. I am Investigator Mei, the woman said without preamble. I am here to investigate the breakthrough that occurred in the Broken Lands 3 months ago. I know one of you experienced that breakthrough. I am going to ask each of you to demonstrate your power signature so I can identify the source. It was a reasonable request, and the haven's residents began to comply, one by one, allowing the investigator to probe their power signatures, determine their ranks, and eliminate them as suspects. When it came to Lin Feng's turn, he allowed her to sense his power. Gold rank, with a signature that would match the breakthrough she was investigating. You, she said, and her eyes narrowed. Show me your breakthrough meditation site. I want to examine the location where this power surge occurred. Lin Feng glanced at Zhan, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Follow me, Lin Feng said. He led Investigator Mei up into the mountains, away from the haven, toward the location where the breakthrough had actually occurred. It was not particularly close to the settlement, which was part of the reason the 7 sects had never been able to precisely locate the haven even though they knew it existed. At the breakthrough location, the effects were still visible. The rock was crystallized, the ground was scarred, and there was a lingering aura of the power that had been released 3 months ago. Investigator May examined the site carefully, her spiritual sense probing the residual energy, analyzing the signature of the power that had been released. Gold rank breakthrough, she confirmed. Recent. Whoever achieved this has been cultivating independently, not under the guidance of any sect. This is concerning. Why? Lin Feng asked, genuinely curious. A cultivator achieving gold rank should be celebrated as a success of the cultivation path, regardless of where the cultivation happened. Investigator may turn to look at him directly. Because independent cultivators at gold rank are unpredictable, they have not internalized the values and constraints that sect membership provides. They might decide to use their power in ways that threaten the stability of the established order. The 7 sects maintain balance and structure. Independent cultivators introduce chaos. Is that what happened with the previous independent gold rank cultivators? Lin Feng asked. Did they introduce chaos? Some did, Investigator May said. Some attempted to establish their own sections. Some tried to steal resources from the 7 sections. Some simply disappeared and were never heard from again. The point is that allowing independent cultivation at high ranks is dangerous for everyone. It is why the 7 sects maintain such careful watch over the cultivation world and investigate every breakthrough like this. And when you find the person responsible? Lin Feng asked carefully. We offer them a choice, Investigator May said. Join one of the 7 sects, agree to abide by the rules of the sect, and receive the protection and resources that sect membership provides. Or refuse, and live in exile, cut off from the wider cultivation world, always hunted, never able to stop looking over their shoulder. It was not a choice at all, Lin Feng realized. It was an ultimatum. Accept submission or accept permanent exile and the constant threat of pursuit. And if they refuse both options? He asked. Investigator May's expression hardened. Then they are eliminated. We cannot allow potential threats to exist unchecked. The honesty was almost refreshing. The investigator was not hiding her true intentions behind flowery language. This was the reality of the cultivation world's power structure. The 7 sects maintained their dominance through control, and they eliminated threats to that control. I see, Lin Feng said. And then, making a decision that felt both inevitable and terrifying, he allowed his power to expand visibly. Not aggressively, just a clear demonstration of his gold rank strength. Investigator May's hand went to a weapon at her side, a jade token inscribed with spiritual formations that would amplify and direct power, turning her significant strength into something potentially lethal. You are the one, she said. It was not a question. I am, Lin Feng confirmed. I am offering you the choice I offered hundreds of others. Join a sect. The Jade Mirror would accept you, I suspect. You are talented, powerful, and clearly intelligent. You could achieve great things under the sect's guidance. And if I refuse? Lin Feng asked, though he already knew the answer. Then I will attempt to kill you. Or if that fails, I will return with greater force, and the 7 sects will begin a systematic hunting operation that will not cease until you are eliminated. I refuse, Lin Feng said simply. For a moment, there was silence on the mountain peak. Then Investigator May's expression shifted into something cold and focused. Then let us see if you are capable of backing up your refusal, she said. The first attack came almost before the words had finished leaving her mouth. Chapter 16. The first battle. The jade token at Investigator May's side erupted with power. Formations carved into its surface blazed with brilliant white light, and spiritual energy converged into a lance of pure force that shot toward Lin Feng at a speed that would have been invisible to most cultivators. Lin Feng was not most cultivators. He moved to the side, not quickly enough to entirely avoid the lance, but with enough precision that it barely grazed his shoulder instead of piercing his heart. The power that scraped across him burned like fire, and he felt skin sear and muscle tear beneath the impact. It was the first time he had been wounded in combat with a cultivator equal to or superior to his own rank. The pain was distant, not because the wound was trivial, but because the Patriarch's consciousness had surged forward to manage the injury, guiding Lin Feng's power to begin immediate repair work even as he continued to move and respond to the continued assault. Investigator May was excellent. Her attacks were precise, measured, designed to give her maximum information about Lin Feng's capabilities while minimizing the risk that she would overcommit and create an opening for him to attack. She was treating this as an investigation, not a duel. She had fought dozens of independent cultivators before. She had a pattern, a system, a technique that had been refined through countless similar encounters. She had never fought someone with the Patriarch's 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge. That was going to be her disadvantage. Investigator May was excellent. Her attacks were precise, measured, designed to give her maximum information about Lin Feng's capabilities while minimizing the risk that she would overcommit and create an opening for him to attack. She was treating this as an investigation, not a duel. That was a mistake. Lin Feng stopped retreating and began to advance. He was not relying on conventional techniques. Instead, he drew on the waveform, feeling out how the investigator's power flowed, how her attacks moved through the space between them, how her defenses were structured. And he began to execute the technique hybrid he had been developing for over a year. It was not perfect. The synthesis between the waveform and the shattering palm was still not fully integrated, and executing it against a skilled opponent revealed gaps in his understanding. But it was functional, and more importantly, it was unexpected. The investigator's next lance of power encountered a ripple of disrupted spiritual energy that bent its trajectory. Her follow-up attack found itself striking at power that was not actually where she was aiming, because Lin Feng had shifted the structure of his defense in the moment before impact. For the first time in the exchange, Investigator May looked surprised. "That technique," she said, pausing her assault for a moment. "I do not recognize it. Where did you learn it?" "From someone who thought for themselves," Lin Feng said, "instead of just following the 7 sects prescriptions." The pause in combat was brief. Investigator May launched a new series of attacks, faster and more aggressive than before. She was no longer treating this as an investigation. She was treating it as a genuine threat that needed to be eliminated. The battle raged across the mountain peak for what might have been minutes or might have been hours. Time became strange and elastic in the intensity of combat. Lin Feng found himself pushed to his limits, finding new applications of his techniques on the fly, learning from Investigator May's attacks, and adapting his defenses in response. The Patriarch's consciousness was doing something he had not previously experienced. It was not taking control of his body, but instead was functioning like a second consciousness running in parallel, analyzing the combat, suggesting applications, identifying patterns that Lin Feng might otherwise have missed. It was like having another mind working alongside his own, and it was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Investigator May launched an attack that seemed to divide her power into 3 separate lances, each one approaching from a different angle. Lin Feng executed his hybrid technique, but the execution was not perfect, and one of the lances penetrated his defense. This time, the wound was serious. The lance struck him in the abdomen, and power tore through his cultivation base, disrupting the carefully maintained structure that had taken years to build. Lin Feng felt his cultivation base begin to collapse, felt the power spiraling inward in a pattern that would result in critical backlash. And in that moment, the Patriarch's consciousness did something unexpected. It asserted itself, not to take control, but to repair. The ghost in Lin Feng's mind rose to prominence, and a wave of power that was purely the Patriarch's. Power that had been dormant since the transfer. Power that the Patriarch had held back out of deference to Lin Feng's autonomy, surged into Lin Feng's cultivation base, and reinforced the structure at the point of collapse. The backlash that would have destroyed him was averted. But the expenditure of that power, the emergence of the Patriarch's conscious will as something separate and distinct, told Investigator May something crucial. "There is more than one consciousness in your body," she said, stepping back from the engagement. "You carry something. Someone. The way you recovered from that wound suggests 2 minds working in parallel. What are you?" Lin Feng was breathing hard, the wound in his abdomen still burning despite the Patriarch's attempted repair. "I am myself," he said, "and I am also more than myself. I carry a legacy that the 7 sects could not destroy, that they tried to bury and hide. And that legacy makes me something they cannot easily control." "The Demon Patriarch," Investigator May whispered. It was not a question, but a realization dawning on her face. "That is why you appeared so suddenly. That is why your techniques are unrecognizable. That is why you have the audacity to refuse a seat in one of the sections. You carry his teachings." It was not exactly accurate, but it was close enough to the truth that Lin Feng did not bother denying it. "If that is the case," Investigator May said slowly. Then my orders have changed. I was supposed to give you the choice of joining a sect or death. But the 7 sects have contingencies for the possibility that the Demon Patriarch's legacy somehow survived. Killing you is no longer the priority. Containing you is. The jade token at her side began to glow with a different pattern. The light spread outward in expanding rings, forming a spatial barrier that enclosed the mountain peak and a significant area of the surrounding terrain. I am creating a containment formation, Investigator May explained. Once it is complete, you will not be able to leave this area without my permission or death. I am going to summon a containment team from the Jade Mirror sect. You will be held here, unable to escape, until they arrive. I will not be held, Lin Feng said, and he launched himself forward with everything he had. The hybrid technique erupted from his body in full power, all of his gold-rank strength behind it. The principle of disruption and precision combined into a devastating strike aimed at the heart of Investigator May's power. She raised a defense, a barrier of crystalline spiritual energy that had served her well throughout the battle. But she was tired now, wounded herself from the extended engagement, and her defense was not as stable as it had been at the start. Lin Feng's strike shattered it. The power tore through her defenses and struck her square in the chest, and she was thrown backward with tremendous force. She crashed into the rock of the mountain peak, and for a moment, it seemed that she would not rise. But she did. Slowly, with obvious pain, Investigator May pushed herself upright. Blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was labored. But her eyes were still focused, still aware. Well fought, she said. But the containment formation is already in place. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to escape it without substantial time to unweave the structure. And the Jade Mirror sect will have already been alerted. You have minutes at most before they begin arriving. It was true. Lin Feng could feel the barrier that had been established, could sense its structure. Breaking out of it would require significant time or a level of power he did not currently possess. He made a decision. Instead of attempting to destroy Investigator May or break the barrier, he moved toward her with careful, measured steps. She flinched, expecting an attack, but instead, Lin Feng knelt beside her. I am not going to kill you, he said, but I need to do something. Using the finest control he could manage, Lin Feng opened a channel of power into Investigator May's consciousness. It was not an attack, not a violation of her mind. It was more like placing a seed of memory, an experience, understanding. He showed her what the Patriarch had shown him. The truth of 300 years ago, the betrayal, the woman who had sacrificed herself, the vision of a better cultivation system that the 7 sects had destroyed because it threatened their power. The transfer took only seconds, but it was intimate and profound. Investigator May's eyes widened as she experienced the Patriarch's memories, the depth of his knowledge, the genuine philosophy underlying the unfinished Tao. When the transfer was complete, May gasped, tears streaming down her face. Why did you show me this? She demanded. Because you have to understand, Lin Feng said. I am not your enemy. I am not a threat to the cultivation world. I am someone trying to complete a work that could have made all of our lives better if it had not been destroyed by fear and ego. And I wanted you to know the truth before you report back to your sect. I will still have to report this, May said, and there was conflict in her voice now, doubt replacing certainty. Yes, Lin Feng said. I know. That is why I am leaving now. He stood and moved toward the barrier that contained the mountain peak. It was a sophisticated construction, designed to keep him in place while allowing Investigator May to move freely. Dismantling it would indeed require time he did not have. But there was another way. Lin Feng gathered power and launched himself upward at a perfect angle, accelerating with everything he had. He did not try to break through the barrier, but instead moved toward the peak of the formation, the point where it was thinnest. Investigator May did not try to stop him. As he passed through the barrier at tremendous speed, it caused the formation to destabilize, the energy structure cascading into collapse. It would take May minutes to re-establish the barrier, and by then, Lin Feng would be far away. He ran, using the Patriarch's knowledge to move through the broken lands with minimal regard for the disrupted terrain, heading toward the haven. Chapter 16. The battle in the broken lands. The Investigator caught him before he reached the haven's outer perimeter. Lin Feng had been moving at full sprint, burning through chi reserves with the reckless efficiency of someone who understood exactly how much danger they were in, when the woman materialized out of nothing 20 meters ahead of him. She was tall and still in a way that experienced fighters recognized, not relaxed, but coiled. Every muscle held in perfect readiness. Her gray sect robes were travel-worn, but her bearing was immaculate. Investigator May of the Joint Sect Tribunal. He had studied her techniques through the Patriarch's memories. She was not the most powerful investigator the tribunal employed. She was the most precise. Lin Feng, she said. Not a question, not a greeting, a confirmation. He stopped. His options collapsed to 3 in under a second. Run past her and accept whatever she launched at his back. Turn and run the other way, and by perhaps 2 minutes before she caught him again, or fight. He had not wanted to fight anyone today. He had especially not wanted to fight an investigator from the Joint Sect Tribunal, who had the combined resources of 7 major sects behind her and the legitimate authority to kill him on sight if she classified him as a bearer of forbidden techniques. But the haven was 200 meters behind him, and if this fight didn't happen here, it would happen there, among people who had trusted him with their safety. You've identified me incorrectly, he said. My name is... Your name before was Zhao Wei in Thousand Bells, she said. Before that it was Chunhua in the Frost Trading Post. Before that you had no name at all, which is when the cave's residual energy signature led us to begin tracking you. She tilted her head fractionally. I have been following you for 4 months. I know what you carry. The words landed with the weight of finality. Lin Feng dropped the pretense. There was a particular relief in that, in no longer needing to be someone else, even for a moment. Then you know why I carry it, he said. Something moved through Investigator May's expression, not agreement, but something more complicated than simple denial. I know what the Patriarch claimed. I know what your recovered artifacts suggest his narrative was. I also know that it is not my function to adjudicate 300-year-old disputes about sect corruption. My function is recovery and neutralization. Recovery, Lin Feng repeated. You mean you want the techniques? I mean I want the chest. And the knowledge you've already integrated. She paused. There are methods. It does not have to be fatal. The air between them was cold and very still. Lin Feng moved. Not toward her. That was what she expected, what every aggressive cultivator would do when cornered. He moved sideways at a diagonal, burning through 2 weeks of stored chi in a single explosive burst, crossing 20 meters in under a second, and placing a stone spire between himself and May's immediate line of sight. He felt her formation snap into place before he'd completed the movement, a containment boundary that bloomed outward from her like a second sky, transparent and lethal, designed to trap rather than destroy. The Patriarch's voice was calm inside his head. Third formation boundary. Penetration points at the apex and at the joint of any 2 planes. She cannot move it once it's anchored. Find the apex. He was already looking. The fight that followed lasted 11 minutes by Lin Feng's internal count. May was precise, systematic, relentlessly efficient. She closed off angles of escape one by one with the patience of someone who had done this many times before and expected to do it many times again. Lin Feng used everything the Patriarch had given him. Movement techniques that predated the current sect's own knowledge base. Chi manipulation methods that worked through pathways May had probably never studied because they'd been erased from available texts. He was stronger than she expected. That bought time. But he was not stronger than her. Not yet. Not at gold rank against a senior tribunal investigator who had likely been cultivating since before he was born. The apex of the boundary formation was where she had made it thinnest. She hadn't anticipated he would be fast enough to reach it in the deteriorating conditions of the fight. She was right about his speed. She was wrong about the angle of approach. He ran, using the Patriarch's knowledge to move through the broken lands with minimal regard for the disrupted terrain, heading toward the haven. Chapter 17. The Exodus. The haven was in chaos when Lin Feng arrived. The residents had watched his battle with Investigator May from a distance, had felt the eruption of power that marked the collision of 2 gold-rank cultivators in earnest combat, and had prepared for evacuation as soon as the outcome became clear. But they were still in the process of gathering essential supplies when Lin Feng came running into the settlement, his robes torn, blood smeared across his face and chest where Investigator May's attacks had found him. The barrier has collapsed, he said to Jean. who was directing the evacuation with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this before. But Investigator May will have already sent a signal to the Jade Mirror sect. They will be sending more cultivators. Multiple teams, possibly high-level masters. We have maybe hours before they arrive in force. Then we abandon the haven, Jin said calmly, and there was no despair in her voice, only resignation and pragmatism. The elder woman had the bearing of someone who had faced this eventuality many times and had made peace with it long ago. This was not the first settlement to be established in the Broken Lands, and it will not be the last. Communities rise and fall in places like this. It is the nature of survival outside the Seven Sects' control. We have evacuation plans for exactly this scenario. The residents will scatter in different directions. Some will go deeper into the Broken Lands, where only the most determined hunters will pursue. Some will try to reach other distant regions, blending into the populations of towns and cities where the sects cannot easily hunt. Some will attempt to establish new settlements elsewhere, continuing the work of creating spaces where cultivators can exist without submission. I am sorry, Lin Feng said, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on him. This is because of me. The breach of the barrier, the disruption of your peace, the collapse of this sanctuary, it is all because I chose to come here, because I brought the pursuit of the Seven Sects with me. You chose to survive, Jin said firmly, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. And we chose to harbor you, knowing the risks. Those were both conscious decisions. The responsibility for what follows is shared by all of us. We do not blame you, and we do not regret the choice. In fact, I would make it again. You are worth the cost, Lin Feng, because you represent something that the Seven Sects cannot easily destroy, the possibility of a different way of thinking about power and cultivation. The evacuation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The residents of the haven had clearly thought about this possibility, had prepared contingency plans, and maintained supplies for exactly such an emergency. Within an hour, crucial supplies had been gathered, resources had been packed, and the community was beginning to disperse into the Broken Lands' twisting passages and hidden valleys. The elder cultivators, the ones who had been in the Broken Lands the longest and had survived previous forced dispersals of their communities, helped guide the younger ones and the physically weaker towards safe paths through the hostile terrain. The routes they took had been scouted and tested, designed to avoid the most dangerous spiritual anomalies while remaining difficult for pursuers to track through the disrupted energy patterns. Jin remained at the haven's center until the last group had departed, ensuring that no one was left behind, that no resources of significant value were left to be discovered by the Jade Mirror Sect's investigators. Only when she was certain that the evacuation was complete did she turn to Lin Feng with an expression of calm acceptance. You should go, she said. You especially should go. The Jade Mirror Sect will be looking for you specifically. Your presence will draw them, and your fighting will put others at risk. Where will you go? Lin Feng asked. There is an old settlement 2 weeks to the north, Jin said. We have contacts there. The haven's residents will gradually make their way there and establish a new community. It is what happens. Sects establish themselves and fall. Civilizations rise and collapse. The cultivation world churns. But the work continues. Knowledge survives. Understanding survives. And people like you, who are trying to make things better rather than just consolidate power, those people persist. Lin Feng wanted to argue, wanted to find a way to make Shunned and the haven's residents safe without forcing them to flee. But he understood the reality of the situation. The best thing he could do for them was to lead the pursuit away. He left the haven as the sun was setting, moving northeast toward the wildest reaches of the Broken Lands, where even the Seven Sects would find it difficult to track him. Behind him, he could feel the Jade Mirror Sect's cultivators beginning to arrive at the location of his battle with Investigator May. They would find her, would receive her report, and would understand that they were facing something more complicated than a simple rogue gold rank cultivator. But they would still pursue. The Seven Sects' response to a threat was always the same: mobilization, pursuit, elimination. They could not afford to let someone carrying the Patriarch's legacy operate freely in the world. It violated too many assumptions about their control and power. Chapter 18. The fugitive's path for the next 6 months. Lin Feng was a ghost. He abandoned any hope of establishing a settlement or remaining in any one place for more than a few days. The seven sects' pursuit was too intense, too methodical, too coordinated. He was being hunted by multiple sects simultaneously, and the only way to survive was to keep moving, to remain unpredictable, to use the Broken Land's hostile environment as a weapon. The hunt had become legendary in its scope. 7 different sects, each with their own master cultivators and investigative teams, had moved into the Broken Lands and established temporary stations throughout the region. They coordinated through communication formations, shared intelligence about sightings and traces of power, and gradually narrowed the territory where they believed Lin Feng might be hiding. He learned to move through the disrupted spiritual energy more efficiently, discovered hiding places that even a spiritual sense as powerful as an immortal rank cultivators would have difficulty detecting. The techniques for concealment that the Patriarch had developed proved invaluable. Methods of moving through space in ways that made it seem like he was in multiple places simultaneously, of leaving false traces of power that led pursuing cultivators down wrong paths. He supplemented his resources by hunting the spiritual creatures that lived in the Broken Lands, using the spiritual cores within their bodies as fuel for meditation and advancement. A creature the size of a small house, its scales hardened by thousands of years of exposure to disrupted spiritual energy, became a source of power that could sustain weeks of accelerated cultivation. The Patriarch's knowledge included techniques for extracting and refining the power from these cores without destroying the subtle structure of spiritual essence contained within. And he continued to advance. Slowly now, more carefully, cognizant of the danger that too rapid advancement would attract attention through spikes of released power. But still advancing, still growing stronger, still pushing toward the threshold of immortal rank. The Patriarch's presence, fully integrated now into Lin Feng's consciousness, no longer felt like a separate entity, but like a deeper layer of his own mind, a second perspective that emerged whenever needed. The distinction between his own consciousness and the Patriarch's had become so blurred that he was no longer entirely sure which thoughts originated from which source. Sometimes, he wondered if he was becoming the Patriarch again, if the 300-year-old consciousness was gradually subsuming his own identity and transforming him back into the man who had led an empire of cultivators centuries ago. The thought was disturbing enough that he tried not to dwell on it. By the end of the 6-month pursuit, Lin Feng had advanced significantly through the gold rank stages. His power was becoming impressive, difficult to hide, impossible to overlook if he were ever discovered in settled regions. More importantly, his understanding of the unfinished Tao was deepening. The memory intrusions, which had once been sporadic and sometimes violent, were becoming more controlled. The Patriarch would show him specific scenes, specific moments of discovery and insight, and Lin Feng would study them, trying to understand not just what had been discovered, but how the Patriarch had come to the discovery. It was during one such intrusion, late on a winter night as he sheltered in a cave system deep in the Broken Lands, that the Patriarch showed him something unexpected. Lin Feng was not viewing the Patriarch's past. He was viewing a moment that had not yet occurred. It was a scene set somewhere far in the future, years ahead of this current moment. Lin Feng was there, or a version of himself anyway, far more powerful, marked by the passage of years of struggle and advancement. And he was standing before something vast and terrible, the combined might of all 7 sects, their cultivators arrayed against him like an army, facing a single warrior. And he was not afraid. In the vision, future Lin Feng was calm, centered, his power radiating outward in waves that bent reality and transformed the very air around him. He was standing at the pinnacle of his advancement, having achieved a level of strength and understanding that the vision did not fully reveal, but which was clearly significant. And he was prepared to die, if necessary, to ensure that the truth about the Patriarch was revealed, and that the knowledge he carried was spread to cultivators throughout the world. The vision ended, and Lin Feng found himself back in the cave, gasping, his heart pounding. What was that? He demanded of the Patriarch's consciousness. A possibility, the Patriarch said. Not a certainty. The future is not set, but a potential path you might walk if you continue forward as you have been. I am showing it to you not as a prophecy, but as a question. Are you prepared for that outcome? Are you prepared to stand against all 7 sects, knowing that the only way victory is possible is if you achieve a level of power and understanding that transforms you into something that barely qualifies as human anymore. Lin Feng did not answer immediately. He sat in meditation through the night, processing what he had seen, considering what it would mean. By dawn, he had reached his conclusion. Yes, he said, I am prepared. Because the alternative is accepting their authority, accepting their constraints on what cultivation can be, accepting the death of everything the original patriarch tried to accomplish. That is a price I cannot pay. Then you understand what lies ahead of you. The patriarch said. You understand that this path does not lead to comfort or safety or peace. It leads to challenge and danger and the possibility of death. It leads to becoming something other than a normal cultivator, something that walks between the mortal and spiritual realms, something that challenges fundamental assumptions about power itself. Yes, Lin Feng said again. I understand. And he felt the patriarch's consciousness settle within him with something like satisfaction. Chapter 19. The 3-year mark. Time moved differently in the Broken Lands. 3 years passed, and Lin Feng barely registered the transition. He was changing, slowly and profoundly, becoming something different from what he had been when he first arrived. The boy who had fled debt collectors had become a man who was being hunted by the most powerful organizations in the cultivation world. And that man was beginning to transcend even that identity, becoming something more abstract and conceptual, a living embodiment of principles and ideas rather than simply a cultivator with impressive power. His power had reached the peak of gold rank and was beginning to approach the threshold of immortal rank, the level above which cultivators became beings of genuine legend and historical significance. The cultivators of the 7 sects who had pursued him had begun to realize, with growing horror, that they were not hunting someone who was running from them. They were hunting someone who was systematically becoming stronger, who was using the Broken Lands itself as a training ground, who seemed to grow more powerful with each passing month rather than weaker. The Jade Mirror sect had lost 3 cultivators to Lin Feng in direct combat. The Azure Thunder School had lost 2, and 3 more had been wounded so severely that they had to be evacuated for healing. The other 5 sects had suffered less direct losses, but all of them had suffered losses of face, of confidence, of certainty in their ability to control what happened within their territories. But more importantly, Lin Feng's understanding had transformed. He had completed his study of the patriarch's written work. Every document, every scroll, every fragmentary note had been absorbed and analyzed until he could recite entire passages from memory, could explain not just the what of the patriarch's discoveries, but the why and the how behind each insight. More importantly, he had begun to go beyond the patriarch's teachings, developing insights of his own, creating techniques that were novel combinations of what he had learned and what he had discovered through years of isolated study and practice in the most hostile environment on the continent. The technique hybrid had evolved into something almost unrecognizable, a combat form that the patriarch would never have developed because it required 100 years of post-betrayal advancement to create. It was called the Flowing Void, and it worked by allowing spiritual energy to pass through and around an opponent's defense rather than trying to break through it directly. Lin Feng had also developed meditation methods that allowed him to cultivate despite the Broken Land's hostile environment, methods that were more efficient than the conventional wisdom suggested was possible. But the greatest achievement was intellectual rather than practical. He had, finally, begun to see the outlines of what would have completed the patriarch's unfinished Tao. It was not a specific technique or a particular meditation method. It was something more fundamental, the realization that the unfinished Tao was not actually unfinished. It had never been unfinished. It had simply been incomplete at the point where the patriarch had been interrupted. But the incompleteness was not a failure. It was a feature. The unfinished Tao was designed to be completed by every cultivator who walked the path. The patriarch had created a framework, a set of principles and foundational techniques that would allow each cultivator to build their own path according to their own understanding. The final insights that the patriarch believed were missing were not actually missing at all. They were different for every person who pursued the Tao. It was the ultimate expression of the principle the patriarch had discovered. That power derived from understanding was more valuable than power derived from accumulation. When Lin Feng presented this realization to the patriarch's consciousness, the response was profound silence. For a moment, He thought the ghost that inhabited his mind might be gone, that the patriarch had finally dissipated completely, merging fully into Lin Feng's identity until there was no distinction left. Then the patriarch spoke, and his voice carried the weight of 300 years suddenly understanding itself. "You have done it," the ancient consciousness said. "You have taken what I could not finish and completed it by transforming the incompleteness into the core principle. The unfinished Tao is finished. Not by me, by you. By discovering that the finishing is not a destination but a process, a thing that happens continuously as more cultivators walk the path and add their understanding to the greater whole." "What happens to you now?" Lin Feng asked. "I dissolve," the patriarch said, and there was a strange sense of peace in the words. "I have been waiting 300 years for this moment, for someone to understand not just my techniques, but the philosophy underlying them. I have been waiting for the work to be completed. Now that it has been, there is no reason for me to persist as a separate consciousness. I will merge fully into your identity. You will become a complete individual again, not a hybrid, but a singular consciousness, containing all the knowledge and experience that I accumulated without the confusion of having a second mind present." "Will you be gone?" Lin Feng asked, and there was something like grief in the question. "Not gone," the patriarch said. "Integrated. I will be part of who you are, as much a part of you as your own memories and understanding. You will think my thoughts and express my insights, but they will emerge from your consciousness naturally, not as a separate voice. And that is what I wanted all along, not to persist as an entity separate from the world, but to have my work and understanding become part of the world, part of the ongoing human effort to understand and master power." The dissolution happened gradually over the course of several days. The patriarch's presence, which had been a constant companion and second consciousness for more than 3 years, began to fade. His separate identity gradually merged into Lin Feng's own consciousness, becoming memory rather than presence, becoming integrated understanding rather than separate wisdom. By the time it was complete, Lin Feng stood alone in his own mind for the first time since entering the death cave more than 3 years ago. And he wept, not from loss, though there was loss, but from completion, from the sense that a great work was finally approaching its conclusion, from the weight and significance of what he was becoming. Chapter 20. The Awakening. The 7 sects had given up active pursuit of Lin Feng by the end of the 3rd year. Not because they believed him dead, they maintained careful watch for any indication of his emergence from the broken lands, but because the resources required to maintain a constant hunt in that hostile environment were too great, and the possibility of success seemed to diminish with each passing month. An investigator from the Azure Thunder School had reported, 3 years after Investigator May's battle with Lin Feng, that it was possible the target had simply perished in the broken lands, killed by the environment or by one of the spiritual creatures that inhabited the region. The 7 sects did not believe this, but the precedent allowed them to reduce their active pursuit and maintain instead a system of passive detection. They would watch for any sign of emergence, but they would not continue to expend resources on an active hunt for someone who might already be dead. It was a reprieve, not an ending. Lin Feng understood this clearly in the moment when he decided to leave the broken lands. He had been living in isolation for 3 years, advancing his understanding, developing new techniques, integrating the patriarch's knowledge into his own consciousness. But isolation, as useful as it had been, could not last forever. The work the patriarch had envisioned, spreading the understanding of the unfinished Tao, teaching other cultivators to think beyond the 7 sects' constraints, could not be accomplished from the heart of the broken lands. It was time to re-emerge. Lin Feng chose his departure point carefully. He would not return to the cities he had known before, not immediately. Instead, he would head to the regions he had never previously visited, where his face and power signature were unknown, where he could establish himself before the 7 sects realized he had left the broken lands. The night before his departure, Lin Feng conducted a final meditation. In his mind, he reviewed everything that had occurred: his discovery of the Death Cave, the transfer of the Patriarch's legacy, the years of hiding and advancement, the realization that completed the unfinished Tao. He reviewed not as separate memories, but as a coherent narrative, a story of transformation that began with a desperate boy fleeing debt collectors and ended with a cultivator poised to challenge the foundations of the entire world's power structure. And he understood, finally, what the Patriarch had understood centuries ago, that the most dangerous force in any established system is not an enemy from outside, but a fundamentally different way of thinking that spreads from within. As dawn broke on the day of his departure, Lin Feng left the Broken Lands. He moved eastward, towards cities and settled regions, carrying with him the Patriarch's legacy, not as a burden now, but as a gift. A gift he intended to share, to teach, to spread until it became impossible for the seven sects to contain it or suppress it. The cultivation world had spent 300 years believing that the Demon Patriarch was a monster and a failure. Lin Feng was going to make certain that history remembered him differently. Not as a hero. The Patriarch had never claimed to be a hero, but as a visionary whose work, finally completed, would change everything. As he walked out of the Broken Lands, Lin Feng felt something settle in his consciousness. Not the Patriarch's presence, which had been fully integrated, but the weight of his legacy and responsibility. The 3-year period of Step 1 was coming to an end. The real work, the work that would define his life and shape the future of the entire cultivation world, was just beginning. And as he disappeared down a path that led toward distant cities and inevitable confrontation, Lin Feng smiled with quiet determination. The Patriarch's legacy had not died 300 years ago. It had only been waiting. And now, finally, it was ready to be born into the world. In the weeks that followed his emergence from the Broken Lands, Lin Feng began to understand the scope of what awaited him. He encountered other cultivators who had fled the seven sects, displaced persons like the residents of the Haven who had been forced to choose between submission and exile. Many of them had achieved significant power, had developed their own techniques and understanding outside the framework of conventional cultivation. And many of them were desperate for guidance, for direction, for a framework that could unite their individual discoveries into a coherent whole. The unfinished Tao, as understood through Lin Feng's completed vision, was exactly what they needed. In a quiet city in a region far from the seven sects' primary centers of power, Lin Feng began to teach. Not openly, caution remained necessary, but in subtle ways, through private lessons and carefully conducted discussions about cultivation philosophy, he began to share the principles that the Patriarch had discovered and that he had refined. The response was remarkable. Cultivators who had been isolated and desperate began to find connection. Techniques that had seemed individual and disconnected began to form patterns, to reveal underlying principles that unified them. And most importantly, cultivators who had accepted the seven sects narrative, that they were failures, that their independent advancement was somehow corrupt or inferior, began to understand that they had been lied to. They had never been failures. They had simply been walking a different path. And that path, once clarified and developed, was potentially superior to the seven sects' rigid systems. The awakening that had begun in Lin Feng the moment he entered the Patriarch's death cave was expanding outward, becoming something larger than a single person, larger than even a single sect. It was becoming a movement. The seven sects would recognize this eventually. They would mobilize against it. And when they did, the true test would come, not for Lin Feng's power, but for his wisdom, his understanding, and his commitment to completing the Patriarch's vision of a cultivation world where knowledge was shared rather than hoarded, where understanding was distributed rather than controlled, where every cultivator could walk their own path without fear of being hunted for independence. But that test belonged to Step 2, to the chapters that would follow the crucial founding work of these first 3 stages. For now, as Lin Feng settled into his role as a teacher and guide, as he felt the first stirrings of a counter-movement against the seven sects' monopoly on power, he understood that he had reached a threshold. Not a threshold of power, though that had come as well, but a threshold of purpose. He had discovered who he was. He had integrated the legacy he carried. He had completed the work that the Patriarch could not. And now he was ready to share that work with the world, consequences and dangers notwithstanding. Chapter 21. The Deeper Shelter. The cavern system beneath the Broken Lands opened like the throat of some slumbering beast. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, lantern raised, watching the Haven's people file through the narrowing passage. Women, children, elders, a few fighters, all carrying what scraps they'd managed to gather from the ruins of their old sanctuary. The air grew cooler with each step downward, and the passage began to widen again, the walls smoothing into something almost deliberately shaped. The Patriarch's memories stirred in Lin Feng's mind, offering context. This place was old. The entire system had been carved by human hands, or something not quite human, centuries ago, perhaps longer. The markings on the walls, barely visible beneath dust and mineral stains, matched fragments of script that existed in the Patriarch's oldest recollections. Not a natural cave, a sanctuary, a refuge built by someone fleeing, just as they were now. "Watch your step," Lin Feng called back, his voice carrying an edge of authority that surprised even himself. 3 months ago, he would have been uncertain, hesitant. Now the Patriarch's presence steadied him like ballast. The floor ahead drops away. They descended for nearly an hour, the passage becoming wider, the cavern's geometry more deliberate. Then the walls opened suddenly into a vast chamber, and gasps echoed through the darkness. It was cathedral-like, soaring ceiling lost in shadow, the floor spreading into something approaching an actual plaza. Pillars carved from the stone itself rose like the petrified trunks of giant trees, each one inscribed with symbols that caught the lantern light and threw it back in fragmented patterns. Lin Feng had discovered this place 2 weeks ago during a desperate scouting mission, moving deeper into the Broken Lands ridges to find somewhere defensible, somewhere the sects couldn't easily reach. The Patriarch's knowledge had guided him, a half-remembered geography of old refuges, places built by rogue cultivators and those fleeing persecution. This cavern matched the description precisely. "This is home now," Lin Feng said, though the words felt strange in his mouth. He'd never had a home before receiving the Patriarch's legacy. The monastery where he'd trained was just a place. This felt like something the Patriarch himself had chosen, or at least would have chosen. The Haven's leader, an older woman named Qin who'd been the first to shelter Lin Feng when he stumbled into their community, approached him. Her face was lined with the weight of responsibility, though some of that burden was visibly lifting now that they'd reached this place. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion. "The children ask if we'll be safe," she said quietly. "I tell them yes, but I don't know if I believe it myself." Lin Feng looked at her, really looked at her. The Patriarch's instinct moved through him, the impulse to lie, to reassure with false promises. But something else, something that might have been his own will, pushed back. The Patriarch had made mistakes, had trusted the wrong people, had allowed that trust to be weaponized against him. Lin Feng would learn from that. "We'll be safer here than anywhere else I know," he said. "The sects have resources, but they're stretched thin. They maintain control through visibility, through a network of watchers. The deeper we go into the Broken Lands, the less that network functions. But I won't promise absolute safety. That doesn't exist." She nodded slowly. There was something like relief in her expression, not the relief of false promises, but the relief of honesty. "Then we'll work with what we have. The people are strong. They'll adapt." Over the next 3 days, the Haven took shape in this new sanctuary. The cavern's size allowed them to establish different areas, sleeping quarters in the secondary chambers, a larger space for communal gatherings, smaller alcoves that could serve as workshops. The stone was cool year-round, stable. There was fresh water from an underground spring. It was, by any reasonable measure, excellent. But on the 4th night, as Lin Feng sat alone in the deepest part of the cavern, meditating on the Patriarch's teachings, he felt the first genuine tremor of doubt. The Patriarch's memories showed him glimpses of pursuit. Other rogue cultivators hunted down, sanctuaries destroyed, the persecution becoming relentless. He'd survived 3 centuries, but only through a combination of genius, ruthlessness, and ultimately, catastrophic misjudgment. He'd trusted someone he shouldn't have, and it had cost him everything. The question Lin Feng couldn't avoid was simple. Had he merely delayed the inevitable? His cultivation core thrummed with energy. He was solidly mid-rank gold now, his power growing each day as the Patriarch's techniques became more deeply integrated into his being. But even gold ranked barely registered as a threat to the true powers of the cultivation world. The nascent soul realm was where real dominion began, and he was still months away from that threshold, maybe longer. He opened his eyes. The Patriarch's presence was there, as always, but muted now, no longer screaming warnings, no longer flooding him with panic about discovery. In its place was something colder, the patient calculation of someone who had learned to think in centuries instead of years. They will come eventually, that presence seemed to say. Asterisk, but not soon. You have time. Use it. Asterisk. Lin Feng stood, running his hands along the carved pillars. There was something he wanted to try, something the Patriarch had never quite attempted because he'd always been alone. Teaching. The Patriarch had been a researcher of Tao, an innovator in cultivation technique, but he'd never had students. The Haven's people offered him the chance to test whether the Patriarch's methods could be transmitted, refined, perhaps even improved through the process of teaching. He made his way back to the central chamber, where a few people were still awake, tending to a small fire. Qin was among them, and she looked up as he approached. I want to begin formal instruction tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Not just shelter, not just the basics to keep people alive. Real training in cultivation. Those who have the aptitude and the will. One of the younger men, a fighter named Yi with a scar across his left cheekbone, stirred. We've never been able to study cultivation properly, he said. Always moving, always hiding. That ends, Lin Feng replied. We have time now. Space. And I have knowledge. Let's use it. Qin was already nodding. How many will you take? However many are willing. I'll assess them first. There's no point in training someone who lacks the foundation. But those who do. He trailed off, sensing the weight of what he was about to create. A school. A lineage. The Patriarch's Tao, transmitted through his students, would take on new shape. It might fail. It might succeed in unexpected ways. But either way, the knowledge would survive. Tomorrow at dawn, he said, in the eastern chamber. Word will spread quickly enough. As he turned to leave, Qin reached out and touched his sleeve. You've changed, she said softly. Since the Patriarch's memories settled in you. You're more certain now. Or just more practiced at hiding uncertainty, Lin Feng replied, but he was smiling slightly. Maybe both were true. Maybe they were the same thing. Chapter 22. The first students. 23 people showed up for the first lesson. Lin Feng hadn't expected that many. He'd anticipated perhaps a dozen, maybe fewer. The ones with obvious cultivation aptitude. Those who'd already shown they could sense qi and manipulate it in small ways. Instead, the eastern chamber filled with a cross-section of the Haven's population. Elders who wanted to extend their lives, middle-aged farmers and refugees who'd never trained a day in their lives, younger people like Yi who burned with hunger for power, and even a few children whose parents hoped cultivation might give them a future different from mere survival. He stood before them, and the Patriarch's knowledge moved through him like a weight that had been waiting for this moment. He was a teacher now, whether he felt ready or not. First, understand what you're actually doing when you cultivate, he began, letting his voice carry through the cavern. You're not becoming magical. You're not transcending your humanity. You're refining what you already are, your awareness, your discipline, your ability to perceive and direct the most fundamental force in existence. You're becoming more, not different. An older woman raised her hand. Will it hurt? Yes, Lin Feng answered without hesitation. But different kinds of hurt. The initial breakthrough into qi sensitivity is like waking a limb that's been asleep. Then it's like learning any difficult skill. Your body will ache, your mind will strain. But the hurt isn't damage. It's growth. He walked them through the basics of breath work. Nothing flashy, nothing obviously magical. Just techniques for expanding lung capacity, coordinating breath with heartbeat, eventually learning to sense the energy that flowed through every living thing if you were quiet enough to notice it. Some caught it within minutes. A young girl with sharp eyes suddenly gasped, her hand flying to her chest. I feel it, she said. Like water moving through veins. That's qi, Lin Feng confirmed. You're sensing it now? That's enough for the first day. Others struggled. The older woman who'd asked if it would hurt sat in frustration for 2 hours and felt nothing, her expression growing more pained with each passing minute. Yi, by contrast, approached it with methodical precision, following each instruction to the letter, and by the end of the session had achieved a baseline sense of qi movement through his core. But it was a thin boy named Keth, maybe 14 years old, who showed something different. He didn't strain or labor. He simply opened his eyes after the first breathing exercise and said, Why does it feel like there's music underneath everything? Lin Feng froze. The Patriarch's presence surged with sudden interest. That was not a question a beginner should ask. That was the question of someone whose spiritual perception was naturally attenuated to frequencies most people couldn't reach until they were deep into the silver ranks. Can you describe that? Lin Feng asked. Keth tilted his head, as if listening to something. Like multiple tones, all at different pitches. Some are louder, some are almost inaudible. The louder ones hurt a little. Lin Feng knelt beside him. Don't try to understand it yet. Don't reach for it. Just observe. Can you do that? Keth nodded, and Lin Feng sat back, his mind already calculating. The Patriarch's memories showed him something. Certain bloodlines had natural affinity for specific aspects of Tao. They could perceive the frequencies of reality in ways others couldn't. It was rare, very rare. After the lesson, as people filtered out, some energized, some frustrated, all of them exhausted, Keth lingered behind. Am I sick? He asked quietly. The music, is it bad? No, Lin Feng said gently. It's a gift, or a curse, depending on how you develop it. Right now, it's just potential. You'll need to learn to live with it, to control it. Can you do that? I can try, Keth said. Over the following weeks, patterns emerged. 20 of the 23 students persisted. The 3 who dropped out were older, and they confessed privately to Qin that the mental effort was simply too much for their aging minds. Qin accepted this without judgment. Among those who remained, a hierarchy formed, not one of superior and inferior, but of different specializations. Yi developed rapidly in physical cultivation, his body becoming a conduit for increasing amounts of qi. He learned to enhance his speed and strength, to sense approaching danger through vibrations in the ground, to maintain perfect balance in even the most unstable environment. He would be a fighter. 2 of the women, sisters named Lin and Mei, different Mei from the investigator, showed natural affinity for healing cultivation. They could sense blockages in others' bodies, feel where qi was congested or depleted. Under Lin Feng's guidance, they began learning to channel their own qi in ways that could restore balance in others. And Keth continued to perceive that underlying music, learning slowly to differentiate the tones, to recognize which ones corresponded to which aspects of reality. Lin Feng taught him a meditation technique the Patriarch had developed, one designed specifically for people with that kind of perceptual sensitivity. It required absolute discipline, absolute focus, but it would allow Keth to eventually turn his gift into a form of cultivation known as sound walking. It was rare. It was dangerous. But if anyone could do it, it might be this boy. One night, about 6 weeks into the training, Lin Feng sat with Yi after a particularly intense cultivation session. Yi had been working on learning to suppress his qi signature, a critical survival skill, since cultivators could track other cultivators by the distinctive frequency of their power. Do you think we'll ever be strong enough? Yi asked. His breathing was ragged. The training had pushed him to the edge of his current limits. Strong enough for what? Lin Feng replied, though he knew what Yi meant. To fight back. When the sects find us, and they will find us, we won't stand a chance against them. But if enough of us train, if we all grow. Yi trailed off, his ambition clear in his eyes. That path leads to the same thing the Patriarch fell into, Lin Feng said quietly. The belief that strength lets you control outcomes. It doesn't. The Patriarch was stronger than almost anyone alive, and it didn't save him. Then what will? Yi demanded, frustration coloring his voice. Lin Feng looked out into the darkness of the cavern. Wisdom, allies, and sometimes just luck. He paused. We cultivate not because it will make us invincible. We cultivate because it's worth doing, because it lets us understand something fundamental about existence. The power is secondary. Don't let it become the primary goal. You didn't look convinced, but he nodded. He was young, though. There was time to understand what Lin Feng was trying to teach. As the weeks accumulated into months, something began to shift in the cavern sanctuary. The Haven's people weren't just sheltering anymore. They were becoming something else. A community bound together by shared purpose, by the hard work of cultivation, by the knowledge that they were learning things most people would kill to acquire. The fear that had defined their previous existence didn't disappear, but it was joined by something else, hope. And beneath it all, Lin Feng continued his own advancement. His cultivation core now thrummed with mid to high gold rank power, and he could feel the nascent soul threshold approaching like a distant mountain growing steadily closer with each step forward. The Patriarch's Tao was becoming his Tao. The distinction was blurring in ways he didn't entirely understand, but it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 23. The Rogue Investigator. The woman appeared on a gray afternoon, materializing from the mist like something conjured. She stood at the edge of the cavern system's entrance, alone, wearing travel-worn clothes that bore the faded insignia of the Celestial Tribunal. Lin Feng, who'd been conducting a patrol of the outer perimeter, felt her presence immediately, the distinct signature of a cultivator moving through the world of qi. His hand went to the sword at his waist, and he raised the signal that would alert the others inside. But he didn't draw the blade. The woman slowly raised her hands to show she was unarmed. "I'm not here to fight, Lin Feng," she called out. It was Mei, the investigator he'd fought in the Broken Lands weeks ago, the one who'd vanished after their encounter, and whom he'd assumed had returned to her masters to report his location. His entire body tensed with sudden, violent certainty. She'd brought an army. This was a trap, but as she walked forward, closer, he felt something different. Her qi signature was changed. It was still the same person. He could recognize her by the distinctive frequency of her power, but something fundamental had shifted. There was no aggression in her approach, no hidden formation waiting to spring. She walked like someone approaching a negotiation, not a battle. "Stop," Lin Feng said quietly, and to his surprise, she did. She was perhaps 20 paces away now, her hands still visibly raised, her face clear enough to read. She looked older than she had weeks ago, exhausted. There were dark circles under her eyes, and the set of her jaw suggested nights without sleep. "Why should I believe you're not here to kill me?" Lin Feng asked. "Because if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. You survived one of my fully powered attacks and threw me across a valley. That was before your advancement. You're stronger now, I can feel it." She paused. "Also, I have no intention of dying today, and attacking you would almost certainly result in my death." It was a remarkably honest assessment. Lin Feng found himself appreciating it, even as every instinct screamed at him to see this as a trap. "Explain what you're doing here." Mei lowered her hand slightly. "Two questions first. Are you willing to listen without immediately killing me? And do you have somewhere private where we can speak? I don't think you want the tribunal to know you're sheltering refugees, and I don't want them to know I'm here. Both of our interests align on that point." Lin Feng studied her. The Patriarch's knowledge offered him nothing, no historical precedent for this situation, no immediate guidance. But his own instinct, the part of him that wasn't filtered through 3 centuries of accumulated power, sensed something genuine in her words. "Follow me," he said finally, "and know that if you're deceiving me, I will kill you." "I'd expect nothing less," Mei replied. He led her deep into the cavern system, moving through passages that the Haven's residents had carefully marked but a stranger would struggle to navigate. They passed through 3 different checkpoints where young fighters stood watch, each one tensing as they saw the tribunal insignia on Mei's clothes, each one looking to Lin Feng for direction before stepping aside. Finally, they reached one of the smaller chambers, just large enough for a small fire and a few private conversations, isolated enough that sound wouldn't carry to the central gathering spaces. Lin Feng lit a lamp and waited until Mei settled herself before speaking. "Start talking," he said. "Everything. And if you lie, I'll know." It wasn't true that he'd infallibly know, but the Patriarch had taught him how to read qi fluctuations that accompanied deception, the subtle tension in a person's core when they spoke falsehood. It wasn't foolproof, but it was better than most. Mei took a deep breath. 3 weeks ago, I was given an assignment by the tribunal. Track you. Locate your base. Report back. Standard rogue cultivator protocol. She paused, but I dug deeper. I started looking into the historical records. Why the tribunal wanted you specifically, why they had put such priority on your location. And Lin Feng prompted. And I found inconsistencies. Stories from 300 years ago that didn't add up. The Demon Patriarch was supposed to have gone rogue because of forbidden technique research. But the actual research records showed he was years away from anything truly transgressive. He was doing standard boundary-pushing work, the kind that every major sect at the time was engaging in, just more quietly. Mei leaned forward. Then I found references to a frame-up. A plan hatched by 7 sects, working together, which should have been impossible, to discredit him. The evidence was destroyed, the records buried. But there were traces. fragments that made it clear what actually happened. Lin Feng's entire body had gone still. The Patriarch's presence exploded with sudden intensity, flooding him with emotion, vindication mixed with bitter rage. He forced himself to breathe, to remain seated, to let Mei continue. "So I came here," Mei said, "to ask you directly. Did you inherit the Patriarch's legacy?" The question hung in the air between them. Lin Feng could lie. He could deflect. He could kill her and bury the problem. But something in him, the part that had decided to teach the Haven's people, to build something rather than just survive, knew that the moment required honesty. "Yes," he said quietly. His memories, his knowledge, his Tao, all of it. Mei nodded as if she'd expected this answer. "And you know about the frame-up? About what the sex did?" "I have his version of events. His memories of it." "Which would be the most reliable account that still exists?" Mei said. "The sects erased the physical evidence. They killed most of the witnesses. But what they couldn't do was erase the Patriarch's final testimony, his memories, preserved exactly as he lived them." She paused. "I need to help you make that public. The tribunal is built on a lie. The sects have maintained their authority through fraud. And the people deserve to know." Lin Feng studied her face. The chi fluctuations around her core were steady, calm. She wasn't lying. But she was afraid, deeply afraid. He could see it now that he was looking for it. She'd come here, knowing she was likely condemning herself, knowing that this act of defection would mark her as a traitor to the tribunal forever. "Why?" he asked simply. "What do you gain from this?" "Truth," Mei said. "Probably nothing else. Definitely suffering. Probably death, eventually. But the lie has been sitting on the foundation of everything I've served for my entire life, and now that I know about it, I can't unknow it. I can't go back to pretending." Lin Feng turned away from her, walking to the far side of the chamber. This was a pivot point. He could feel it with absolute clarity. If he accepted her help, he was no longer hiding. He was moving toward confrontation, toward using the Patriarch's legacy not to survive, but to change the shape of the cultivation world itself. The Patriarch wanted that. Lin Feng could feel the depth of that desire resonating through the inherited memories. But the Patriarch had also wanted many things, and those desires had led to destruction. "If I accept," Lin Feng said slowly, "you understand what you're becoming. You're not rogue anymore. You're a traitor to the tribunal. They'll hunt you with everything they have." "I know," Mei said. "And if the sects learn that you're trying to publicize their shame, they'll combine forces against us. Against you specifically. You'll have made yourself the enemy of 7 major institutions simultaneously." "I'm aware," Mei replied. Her voice was steady, but Lin Feng could hear the cost of that steadiness underneath it. He turned back to face her. The decision crystallized in his mind, not because the Patriarch wanted it, but because something in him, the part that had chosen to build shelter and teach students and create hope, demanded it. "Then welcome to exile," he said. "We have tea. You look like you could use some sleep. In the morning, we'll begin planning how to burn the world." Mei's expression flickered, surprise, relief, something that might have been gratitude. "Thank you," she said quietly. "Don't thank me yet. This will probably kill us both." Lin Feng managed a thin smile. "But yes, if the Patriarch's truth is worth preserving, then it's worth fighting for." Chapter 24. The depths of the Patriarch's Tao. The first month of collaboration with Mei revealed something Lin Feng hadn't fully grasped. The Patriarch's Tao was incomplete. Not in a mechanical sense. The techniques were sound, the cultivation pathways were stable, the power progression was clear. But philosophically, structurally, the Patriarch's understanding of reality had been built on the assumptions of a man at war. Everything was framed through the lens of survival, domination, the inevitable conflict with hostile forces. Mei, conversely, had spent her career in the tribunal studying Tao from a perspective of systematic investigation and reconciliation. Where the Patriarch saw adversaries, Mei saw problems to be understood. Where the Patriarch built walls, Mei looked for bridges. "Here," Mei said one evening, pointing to a passage in the Patriarch's treatise on qi refinement that Lin Feng had been reviewing. "Your foundational cultivation. It's built on absorbing and centralizing qi. Aggressive accumulation. It works, but it's exhausting because you're constantly pulling external energy into conflict with your body's natural state." "That's the foundation of cultivation," Lin Feng replied, though the Patriarch's memories stirred with interest. "Bring qi into your core, refine it, strengthen it. But what if you stopped treating external qi as separate? May asked. What if instead of pulling it in, you allowed it to flow through you? Not centralizing it all at once, but letting it move through your meridians like water following a river, only retaining what your body naturally absorbs. Lin Feng frowned. That would be slower. Much slower. More stable, though, May countered. And less exhausting. I've been testing a modified approach with the healing sisters, Lin and May. Ironic name match, I know. They're not accumulating as aggressively, but their power is more sustainable over time. And their recovery time between sessions has dropped by half. He considered this. The Patriarch's presence was curious now, no longer dismissive. It had encountered this kind of thinking before, in fragments, but had never developed it because the Patriarch had been too focused on rapid advancement to maintain a threat. Teach me, Lin Feng said. Over the next 2 weeks, May walked him through an alternative framework for understanding qi manipulation. She called it flow cultivation, working with the body's natural energy patterns instead of against them. It was slower, yes, but it was more elegant. And when combined with the Patriarch's more aggressive techniques, it created something neither of them had anticipated, a synthesis that was more efficient than either approach alone. Lin Feng tested it during his midnight meditation sessions. He would start with the Patriarch's standard accumulation methods, bringing raw qi into his core with aggressive purpose, then transition to May's flow approach, allowing the refined energy to distribute through his system in balanced waves rather than settling into a single point of concentration. The results were immediate. His power increased more smoothly. His recovery was faster. And the discomfort that usually accompanied the deeper stages of gold rank cultivation diminished significantly. But more than that, something shifted in his understanding of the Patriarch's legacy itself. The old cultivator had been brilliant, yes, but he'd been brilliant in a specific way, reactive, focused on problems rather than solutions. May's approach was different. She thought in terms of systems, of how individual techniques fit into larger patterns, of how to improve something by understanding its context rather than just making it stronger through sheer willpower. One night, as Lin Feng was explaining the hybrid cultivation method to Keth, the young boy with the sound-walking gift, something remarkable happened. Keth listened to the description, then closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he said, "What if the music has its own flow? What if I'm not supposed to hear all the frequencies at once, but listen to them in sequence?" Lin Feng's entire body went rigid. What Keth was describing was precisely the breakthrough Lin Feng had achieved with the flow cultivation approach, but applied to a completely different form of Tao. The boy had just independently derived a principle that it had taken Lin Feng and May weeks to develop together. "Keep that thought," Lin Feng said quietly. "I want to introduce you to someone." He brought Keth to May the next morning. May listened to the boy's description of the sequential listening approach, and her face went very still. "How old are you?" she asked. 14, Keth replied. "And how long have you been cultivating?" 3 months. Since the first lesson. May looked at Lin Feng. He's describing a form of harmonic cultivation that's theoretically possible, but extremely difficult to teach because most cultivators' perception isn't sensitive enough to use it. She turned back to Keth. "Can you show me what you're sensing?" What followed was the most remarkable teaching session Lin Feng had ever witnessed. May and Keth spent hours exploring the framework that the boy had intuitively grasped. By the end of it, it was clear that Keth possessed a rare natural affinity for something that could become a revolutionary form of cultivation, one that the traditional sects would probably never develop because their students didn't have his inherent perceptual sensitivity. That evening, as he and May sat together watching the central cavern's fire, Lin Feng said, "The Patriarch didn't have students like this. People who could improve on what he created." "No," May agreed. "He worked alone, because he thought he had to, because the world was hostile. But look what's happening here. Keth develops a principle that neither of us could have derived alone. The healing sisters are creating their own variations on flow cultivation. Yi is learning to suppress and manipulate his qi signature in ways that your inherited knowledge doesn't quite cover. They're not just learning your Tao, they're evolving it." "Is that good?" Lin Feng asked. Part of him still carried the Patriarch's fear, the fear that anything not directly controlled, anything that deviated from the established framework, was a threat. "It's evolution," May said simply, "which is the only way anything survives long-term." The Patriarch was perfect in a static sense, but that meant his knowledge couldn't adapt. What you're building here can. Lin Feng considered this. The Patriarch had been alone for 300 years, growing more brilliant and more isolated with each passing decade. The irony wasn't lost on him. The greatest strength of the Patriarch's Tao might not be its power, but its potential to become something more than the Patriarch had ever imagined, now that it was being taught and tested and improved by others. We need to protect this, Lin Feng said. Protect Keth especially. If the sects ever learn what he's capable of, they'll come for him immediately. May finished. Which is why we need to move faster with our larger plan. The more people know the truth about the sect's origin, the more the mythology around them cracks. And once the mythology cracks, the sects lose leverage. You're talking about war, Lin Feng said. I'm talking about exposure, May replied. Whether that leads to war depends on how the sects respond. But one way or another, the confrontation is coming. The question is whether we control the terms or let them control it for us. Lin Feng stared into the fire. The Patriarch had gone to war with the sects, defensive war, but war nonetheless. And it had destroyed him. But that had been one man against the combined power of 7 institutions. Now, Lin Feng had growing numbers of students, an investigator who understood the sect's weaknesses intimately, and most importantly, he had a form of Tao that was proving more resilient and evolving faster than anyone expected. Then we prepare, Lin Feng said quietly. We cultivate. We teach. We strengthen ourselves and this community. And when the moment comes, we act. May nodded. There was no expression of triumph on her face, only grim acceptance. They both understood what they were committing to. But sometimes, the right path was also the hardest one. Chapter 25. The haven expands. Word traveled slowly through the broken lands, moving through networks of refugees and displaced cultivators like water, finding its way downhill. There was sanctuary. There was teaching. There was someone, a powerful cultivator, offering knowledge without demanding servitude or payment beyond commitment to the community. By the end of May's first month with them, the haven's population had grown from 93 people to 147. By the end of the second month, it was approaching 200. Most were people who'd been hunted by the sects, who carried secrets or possessed bloodlines that made them targets, or who'd simply been in the wrong place when the sects decided they were inconvenient. Lin Feng established screening protocols with May's help. Not every person who arrived could be trusted. Some came as spies, deliberate agents sent by the sects to infiltrate and report back. Others were simply desperate opportunists who would betray the community the moment a better offer presented itself. May's training in investigative technique proved invaluable. She could spot inconsistencies in stories, read the chief fluctuations that accompanied deception, identify the subtle tells that marked someone as compromised. 3 potential spies were discovered, interrogated, and released, sent back out into the broken lands with a message. Their presence had been noted, and the haven was not a target that would fall easily. The genuine refugees were something else entirely. Many were talented, some with natural cultivation gifts, others with skills that had practical value in a community trying to sustain itself in an underground sanctuary. A former sect steward named Guo arrived with detailed knowledge of agricultural cultivation, growing food using qi-enhanced methods. An engineer named Wei brought understanding of how to maintain and improve the cavern system's structural integrity. A healer named Shunned, older than even Qin, possessed knowledge of medicines that went back decades, knowledge that let them create treatments for cultivation-related injuries using the limited resources available to them. And they kept coming. By the 3rd month, the Central Cavern's population had swelled to nearly 250. Lin Feng's daily teaching sessions were now held in rotating groups. He couldn't teach everyone at once anymore. May began working with the more advanced students directly, establishing a second tier of instruction. Even some of the early students were now taking on teaching roles themselves, working with newcomers on basic qi sensitivity and meditation technique. It was during this expansion that an unexpected person appeared, a young woman named Su, probably 20 years old, wearing the faded robes of one of the 7 sects, specifically the Violet Cloud Monastery, one of the more aggressive of the major institutions. She arrived in the middle of a recruitment attempt, led by Yi and 2 other fighters to the outer chamber. Her hands were raised. Her movement was careful, and her expression was torn between defiance and terror. "I need to speak to Lin Feng," she said immediately, before anyone could question her. "It's about the sections. It's about what they're doing. Please. I know this looks like infiltration, but I'm desperate." He brought her to Lin Feng, who was in the midst of explaining qi circulation to a group of early-stage students. He dismissed them, sending Mei to continue the lesson with them, and brought Su to the small private chamber where he'd first spoken with Mei. "Explain," he said simply. Su's story was remarkable. She'd been training with the Violet Cloud Monastery since age 6, groomed for advancement within their hierarchy. She'd reached a respectable silver rank cultivation, which marked her as genuinely talented. But in the last month, she'd been assigned to a special project, helping with the search for a rogue cultivator who'd supposedly inherited forbidden knowledge. The assignment had felt routine until she attended a restricted meeting where several senior monks discussed their actual goal. "They're not trying to capture you," Su said, her voice shaking. "They're trying to destroy any evidence of the Demon Patriarch's legacy. They want everything. Your memories, your cultivation method, your body if necessary, burned so thoroughly that no record of it remains. And they want it done quietly, because they're all terrified that if the truth about what actually happened 300 years ago ever comes out, the mythology crumbles," Lin Feng finished. Su nodded. "I realized in that meeting that everything I'd been taught was a lie. The Patriarch was the hero, and the sects, the supposedly righteous sects, were the ones who'd committed the real betrayal. And I'm supposed to help hunt you." Her hands were clenched into fists. "I can't do that. I won't do that. Why should I believe you?" Lin Feng asked. It was the same question he'd asked Mei weeks ago. "Because I'm not asking you to trust me immediately," Su replied. "I'm offering you something concrete. I still have access to the Violet Cloud Monastery's internal communications network. I can provide you with information about what the sects are planning, what resources they're committing to finding you, where their weak points are. It won't be perfect. I'm just a silver-ranked fighter, not a decision-maker, but it's better than being blind." Lin Feng studied her carefully, letting the Patriarch's gift for reading deception move through him. She was telling the truth. She was also terrified, grieving, struggling with the weight of having betrayed the institution that had raised her. All genuine. "You understand what staying here means?" he asked quietly. "You'll be branded a traitor the moment they discover you're gone. There's no going back to the Violet Cloud Monastery. There's no redemption with them." "I know," Su said, "and I'm at peace with it. Better to be a traitor to a lie than loyal to it." Over the following weeks, Su's information proved remarkably valuable. She provided details about the sect's search grid for the Haven, the number and rank of investigators they deployed, the specific techniques they were using to try to locate cultivators in hiding. More importantly, she provided something harder to quantify, an insider's perspective on the sect's internal structure, their hierarchies, their tensions, and their fears. It became clear, from Su's debriefing, that the sects weren't as unified as they appeared from the outside. They were collaborating on destroying the Patriarch's legacy, yes, but only because they were mutually vulnerable to the truth being exposed. Beneath that thin alliance lay decades of competition, resentment, and conflicting interests. If the Patriarch's memories were made public, if the historical truth became undeniable, the sects wouldn't just lose face. They'd lose the moral authority they'd built their entire dominant structure on. "That's the leverage point," Mei said one night, as she and Lin Feng reviewed Su's intelligence. "Not power. Authority. The sects rule because people believe they're righteous. Destroy that belief, and everything else becomes negotiable. But how do we make people believe the truth?" Lin Feng asked. "Against centuries of cultural conditioning." Carefully, Mei replied. "The direct confrontation is the last option, not the first. We start with whispers, doubts, questions planted in people's minds. We find historians willing to look at the evidence we provide. We create situations where the sect's lies become impossible to maintain." As the Haven's population approached 300 people, Lin Feng realized that they were no longer a refugee community hiding from persecution. They were becoming something more intentional. A seed. A foundation for something that might eventually grow large enough to challenge the sect's dominance. And at the center of it all was the Patriarch's Tao, evolving, being taught, being refined by students like Keth and Yi and the Healing Sisters. Each day, someone discovered a new application, a new improvement, a new way to think about the cultivation of power and understanding. The Patriarch had spent 3 centuries alone, perfecting a solitary vision. Lin Feng was learning something the Patriarch never had, that the greatest strength wasn't in isolation, but in building something with others, in creating a community that could survive and grow beyond any single person's lifespan or genius. It was a revolutionary thought, and it terrified the Patriarch's presence within him, even as it exhilarated the part of him that was becoming something new. Chapter 26. The Nascent Soul Threshold. 4 months into teaching the Haven's students, Lin Feng felt the shift happening in his core. It wasn't gradual. It was like standing on the edge of a precipice, each day bringing him closer to a point where gravity would change fundamentally. The nascent soul realm awaited, the threshold where a cultivator transitioned from merely manipulating qi to actualizing an entirely new form of power. The Patriarch's memories offered guidance, detailed technical explanation of the breakthrough process. But they also offered something less useful: terror. The Patriarch had undertaken this breakthrough alone, in secret, with no one to trust, no one who understood what he was attempting. And the isolation had nearly destroyed him. The ascension to nascent soul left cultivators vulnerable for a period of hours or days, a window where their core was restructuring, where they couldn't defend themselves, where an enemy with bad intent could end everything. Lin Feng brought this concern to Mei one evening, as they sat reviewing intelligence reports about sect movements. The sects were still searching, but the search was becoming increasingly frustrated. The Haven was simply too well hidden, its location too remote, its defenses too effective. "I'm approaching the nascent soul breakthrough," Lin Feng said without preamble, "and I need protection during the process. The Patriarch's memories suggest it will take between 12 and 24 hours of complete vulnerability." Mei set down the documents she'd been reading. "How powerful will you be afterward?" "Significantly more than now. The nascent soul realm is a fundamental leap, not just a gradual progression." He paused. The Patriarch could have taken on small sect teams at that rank, not beaten them easily, but survived long enough to escape. "Then it's essential that you make the breakthrough," Mei said. "But you're right to be cautious about the vulnerability window. We'll need to establish a secure space, multiple layers of defense, and people assigned specifically to your protection." She was already thinking tactically, already planning. "When will you be ready?" "Another few weeks. I want to make sure the community is stable enough to function without me for the duration, and I want the first cohort of students to advance far enough that they can begin teaching others." Over those weeks, Lin Feng worked deliberately on succession planning without calling it that. He elevated Yi to the position of leading the physical cultivation instruction, giving the young fighter authority over the fighters and those training in strength and speed enhancement. He brought the healing sisters, Lin and Mei, a constant source of mild amusement, 2 mice in the Haven, into formal teaching positions for medical cultivation. He set Keth on a dedicated advanced track for harmonic cultivation, bringing in some of the older students to assist with his lessons. And he arranged for Su to coordinate with Mei on threat assessment and defense. The young defector from the Violet Cloud Monastery had proven herself trustworthy, and her knowledge of sect tactics was invaluable. When he announced the date of his breakthrough, exactly 5 weeks after the initial conversation with Mei, the Haven's entire population knew something significant was happening. They didn't know the details. Lin Feng had kept the specifics quiet, but they understood that their teacher was about to undertake something dangerous and important. Mei had prepared a chamber deep within the cavern system, deeper than most people had ever ventured. It was naturally warded with mineral deposits that created interference in long-distance qi sensing, making it harder for outside cultivators to perceive what was happening inside. They'd stocked it with supplies, with fresh water, with everything Lin Feng might need for recovery after the breakthrough. On the night before the attempt, Lin Feng took a walk through the central cavern one last time before his transformation. Nearly 400 people now made their home here, more than he'd ever imagined when he first discovered the sanctuary. They were training, growing, building something that would outlast him. He tried to carry that knowledge with him, tried to remember it during the dark hours to come. The actual breakthrough began at dawn. Lin Feng positioned himself in the center of the prepared chamber, surrounded by candles and carefully arranged items of power, stones that held latent qi, a small pool of water that had been purified through meditation, herbs burned to create an atmosphere conducive to refinement. Mei stood guard at the chamber's entrance. With her were three of the most advanced students, Yi, Su, and a man named Long who'd been with the Haven for 2 months and had shown remarkable aptitude for defensive cultivation. Their job was simple: keep anyone from entering, keep Lin Feng's body protected, and if outside forces were discovered approaching, buy enough time for him to defend himself. Lin Feng closed his eyes and turned his attention inward. The breakthrough began as a gentle pressure, the sensation of qi gathering far more densely than it ever had before. He'd advanced through gold rank by accumulating power slowly, letting his body acclimate to each new threshold before pushing further. This was different. This was explosive, a sudden coalescence of all the refined qi he'd accumulated over months of cultivation, all the understanding he'd gained from both the Patriarch's methods and Mei's flow cultivation approach, concentrating into something fundamentally new. The Patriarch's memories provided a map. The qi needed to crystallize into what was called a core seed, a structure entirely unlike the distributed power of gold rank cultivation, but rather something compact, specific, almost organic. The core seed would sit at the center of his power, and from it would radiate new pathways, new capabilities, a fundamentally different way of interacting with the world's qi. But there was a danger. If the pressure built too quickly, if the consolidation happened without proper balance, the core could shatter. The cultivator would experience a backlash that could permanently damage their power or even kill them. The Patriarch had gone through this alone, using only his own instinct and will to guide the process. He'd succeeded, but there had been close moments. Moments where he'd felt the integrity of the breakthrough beginning to fail. Lin Feng didn't make the mistake of trying to force the process. Instead, he applied what Mei had taught him. He let the power flow naturally, guided it with intention, but didn't attempt to overpower it. The flow cultivation methods shaped the qi as it coalesced, creating pressure points where the crystallization could proceed smoothly, allowing the transformation to happen at its own pace rather than his will's pace. Hours passed. His body remained still, his breathing controlled. But internally, he was lightning and storm, every part of his cultivation mechanism screaming as it restructured itself. Pain was present, but it was the pain of profound transformation rather than injury. His mind stayed focused on the image the Patriarch had provided, a seed, taking form at his core, drawing all his refined power into its structure. Somewhere around the 8th hour, he felt the moment of greatest danger. The core seed was almost formed, but the crystallization was beginning to create stress fractures in the structure. The accumulation of power was too great, the pressure mounting beyond sustainable levels. This was the crisis point the Patriarch had warned him about, the moment where most failed cultivators either stopped the process prematurely, damaging their advancement, leaving them crippled, or pushed too hard, shattering the core seed entirely, destroying years of cultivation. Lin Feng made a choice that was neither. He opened himself further, expanding his power distribution across his body momentarily, allowing the pressure to release even as the core seed continued its crystallization. It was like releasing steam from an overfilled vessel, just enough to prevent explosion while keeping the heat contained. The technique worked. The stress released. The core seed completed its formation. And suddenly, everything changed. Lin Feng gasped, his eyes snapping open, his body convulsing with the shock of the transformation. But it was a shock of power, not damage. He could feel it clearly now, the nascent soul, his new core, thrumming with capabilities that simply hadn't existed in him moments before. He could sense qi at a much greater distance. He could manipulate it with far greater precision. And there was new ability, something the Patriarch had called projection, the ability to extend his power outside his body, to strike at things from a distance, to defend against attacks that never touched his physical form. He was drenched in sweat, his body shaking from the exertion. His cultivation was depleted almost to nothing. The breakthrough had consumed every bit of refined qi he'd accumulated. But already, he could sense his body naturally drawing new qi from the environment around him, beginning to refill the reserves far more quickly than it ever had at gold rank. Mei burst into the chamber. "You're alive," she said, and there was actual relief in her voice. "The core seed formed?" "Yes," Lin Feng managed. His voice came out hoarse. "I can feel it." I'm different. Rest, May ordered. I'll send in food and water. You need to rebuild your reserves as quickly as possible. The breakthrough window is over, but you'll be vulnerable for the next few days while you're recovering. Over the next week, Lin Feng rested and rebuilt. He ate constantly. The body needed fuel to generate qi, and now that his cultivation was at a new level, his consumption was proportionally higher. He meditated, letting the new core seed settle into its proper place, learning to work with this fundamentally new expression of his power. And as his strength returned, he began to practice. The nascent soul realm granted him abilities that seemed like true magic after his years as a gold-rank cultivator. He could create barriers of pure qi that could deflect physical attacks. He could strike at objects from across the cavern without touching them. He could sense individual cultivators from much greater distances. He was no longer merely a trained martial artist who could also manipulate power. He was becoming a true force. Yi was waiting for him when he emerged from the recovery period, fully functional again. The young fighter's expression was odd. He could sense the change in Lin Feng's cultivation, the leap in power. You'll be invincible now, Yi said, more a statement than a question. No, Lin Feng replied. But I'm significantly harder to kill, which is different and hopefully sufficient. He called a gathering in the central cavern, the first time he'd addressed the entire population since the breakthrough. Nearly 400 people assembled, and their attention fixed on him with an intensity that suggested they'd been awaiting this moment. I've completed my advancement into the nascent soul realm, he said simply, which means I'm now powerful enough to begin taking action against the sects, rather than simply hiding from them. But before I do anything of that magnitude, I want all of you to understand what's coming. The sects will learn that I've reached this level, and when they do, they'll accelerate their search. The next months will be harder, more dangerous. He paused, letting them absorb this. But they'll also be the last months of us purely hiding and preparing. After this period, we move to the next phase. We begin to actively undermine the sect's authority. We release the truth about what happened 300 years ago. We offer people the choice of believing what they've been told or discovering what actually happened. And if they come for us, an older man called out, then we fight, Lin Feng said. And now, we might actually have a chance of winning. Chapter 27. Whispers in the darkness. The campaign began quietly. Sue had contacts, people she'd trained with, friends who'd remained in the sects, individuals who'd expressed private doubts about the institution's teachings. Over the course of 2 weeks, carefully worded messages began to arrive at various sect locations. Not crude propaganda or accusations, but simple questions. Questions with documented evidence attached, fragments of historical records that had been discovered by independent historians, inconsistencies in the official narrative that suddenly became impossible to ignore once you knew to look for them. May had spent 2 days in quiet conversation with Sue, coaching her on how to phrase these inquiries. Not, the sects lied, but have you considered that these dates don't match? Not, the patriarch was innocent, but isn't it strange that we don't have direct records from the period of his investigation? The goal wasn't to convince anyone immediately. It was to plant seeds of doubt, to create space where questioning became possible. Meanwhile, May had begun a separate project, identifying cultivators within the sects who'd already developed private doubts. There were more than expected. The sects maintained tight control over their public narrative, but they couldn't completely prevent their members from thinking independently. Several of May's contacts in the tribunal, people she'd cultivated relationships with over years of service before her defection, were receptive to careful conversations about inconsistencies and historical problems. One of these contacts, a scholar named E who worked in the tribunal's historical archives, forwarded a cache of documents that had never been officially released. They were fragments, incomplete meeting notes from 300 years ago, letters between sect leaders discussing the plan to frame the patriarch, references to evidence that had been systematically destroyed. Individually, they weren't conclusive. Together, they painted a picture that was impossible to dismiss. This is dangerous, May said to Lin Feng as she showed him the documents. He has taken an enormous risk forwarding these. If the tribunal discovers the breach, she'll be executed. Will they discover it? Lin Feng asked. Eventually, probably. Which is why we need to move quickly. May spread out the documents. They'd been written on more durable paper than standard, preserved carefully in the tribunal's archive vaults. We need to get these distributed. Copies made. Given to independent historians, to scholars in neutral territories, to places where the sects have less control. Before the sects realized the leak and shut everything down, Lin Feng activated one of his new nascent soul abilities, subtle chi projection. He extended his awareness out to the cavern's network of passages, subtly sensing which people were currently in various chambers. He identified 4 students he'd been training specifically for delicate work: intelligence gathering, discreet communication, navigation through dangerous territory. We need a distribution network, he said to Mei. People who can move through the broken lands without attracting attention, who can reach other communities, other schools of cultivation that exist outside the major sect's control. If these documents reach 10 different institutions before the sects realize what's happened, it becomes impossible for them to suppress the information entirely. You're thinking about this like a war, Mei observed. Because it is a war, Lin Feng replied. But the first stage of it is fought with information instead of swords. Let's win this battle before we have to fight with power. Over the next month, the Haven's people became couriers. Su coordinated with contacts in the Violet Cloud Monastery who were sympathetic to the truth. Yi took a team of advanced fighters and scouted new passages through the broken lands, finding routes that the sect's patrols rarely monitored. And the students Lin Feng had selected began making careful journeys outward, carrying carefully copied documents to neutral schools and independent cultivators. The sect's response was slow at first, almost unconscious. They began investigating where the documents were coming from. They increased their patrols in the broken lands. They sent additional investigators into the deep territories where cultivation communities were sparse and difficult to control. But they were reacting rather than acting, which meant they were always slightly behind the information spread. By the time they realized the scope of the leak, the documents had already reached 5 different major cultivation schools and a dozen smaller institutions. The real test came when the first public questions started to appear. A respected historian in the Tian School of Eastern Philosophy, having examined the documents, published an essay in an academic journal questioning the historical basis for the sect's claims about the Patriarch. It was carefully worded, academically rigorous, avoiding direct accusations but pointing out clear inconsistencies in the official story. The sect's response was swift. They publicly denounced the historian, questioned his credentials, attempted to suppress the journal. But in trying to suppress the truth, they drew attention to it. Scholars who'd never paid much attention to the historical records suddenly became interested in the question: why were the sects so defensive about 300-year-old events? This is accelerating faster than I anticipated, Mei told Lin Feng 2 months into the campaign. The sects are panicking, and panicked institutions often make mistakes. What kind of mistakes? Lin Feng asked. Overreach. They're deploying more forces than they need to in response to what amounts to a scholarly disagreement. They're threatening people who've done nothing but read some documents. They're making themselves look more tyrannical than before. Mei smiled slightly, which was always the weakness in their position. They maintain control through the fiction that they're righteous. But if they behave unrighteously, that fiction becomes harder to believe. The campaign's effects rippled outward. Student populations within the sects began to openly question their teachers about the historical inconsistencies. Some sects responded by tightening their control, banning certain books, restricting access to archives, consolidating power more visibly. Others, like the Tian School, moved toward transparency, opening their records and attempting to defend the sect's historical actions with evidence. And in the Haven, something subtle but profound was shifting in the atmosphere. The people here were no longer simply refugees hiding from persecution. They were agents in a larger struggle for truth. Every document they helped copy, every conversation Su guided with sect contacts, every place a courier reached with the documents, it felt like they were building towards something. Lin Feng continued his own advancement during this period. His new nascent soul power was still settling, still being integrated into his understanding of cultivation. But it was growing quickly. He practiced the projection techniques the Patriarch had discovered, learning to extend his awareness and power further with each passing week. By the 3-month mark after his breakthrough, he could sense cultivators from miles away if they weren't actively suppressing their signatures. It was during one of these practice sessions that he detected something unexpected. A powerful cultivator was moving through the broken lands. moving with deliberate purpose, clearly searching for something or someone. The power signature was unfamiliar, not matching any of the major sect's signature frequencies that Mei and Su had taught him to recognize. Lin Feng brought this to Mei immediately. There's someone new in the Broken Lands. Someone powerful, not aligned with the sects we know about. Mei's expression went very still. How powerful? Early nascent soul. Maybe mid-rank. Lin Feng paused. Possibly stronger. It's hard to tell from a distance. That's a problem, Mei said quietly. The major sects have accounts of independent nascent soul cultivators, people who either never joined a sect or rejected membership. Most of them stay neutral in sect politics. But some hire themselves out. They take contracts from the highest bidder. If one of them has been contracted to find you, then the sects are escalating, Lin Feng finished. They're not just searching anymore. They're actively hunting. He made a decision then. Not impulsively, but deliberately. The time for purely defensive measures was ending. The time for waiting was over. We need to make contact, he said. Carefully, under the right circumstances, but I need to understand who this is and what they want. If they're truly a free agent, there might be a way to negotiate. If they're contracted by the sects, then we need to know that too. Mei looked troubled, but nodded. I'll help you plan the encounter. But Lin Feng, if this goes wrong, if this independent cultivator is as strong as you think, you might not survive. I know, Lin Feng said. And he did know. The Patriarch's memories showed him the danger of confronting other nascent soul cultivators. They were rare enough that direct combat was unusual. But when it happened, it was catastrophic. Entire valleys could be reshaped by the forces involved. Then we do this smart, Mei said. Not in the Broken Lands where they might have allies nearby. We choose the location, prepare the ground, and you meet them on terms that favor you. Agreed, Lin Feng said. Let's set a trap. Chapter 28. The Black Mountain Negotiation. The mountain called Hei Feng, Black Wind, rose at the western edge of the Broken Lands, a formation of dark stone that had been shattered by some ancient conflict. It was one of the few places in the region where the geography itself suggested a neutral meeting ground, exposed enough that neither party could conceal numbers easily, high enough that both cultivators could land safely even if things became hostile. Lin Feng had sent a message through qi projection, carefully targeted to the independent cultivator's consciousness. It was a simple offer. Meet in neutral territory, discuss terms, neither party brings additional combatants. Take it or leave it. The cultivator had taken it. Lin Feng stood on the black stone plateau as the sun descended toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the jagged landscape. His new power thrummed through him, not aggressively, but present, ready. Mei stood hidden in a concealed location 2 miles away, able to observe the meeting through the subtle qi sensing Lin Feng had taught her over the past months. If things went badly, she had instructions to flee and ensure the haven was moved immediately. Yi and Su were overseeing the preparation of alternate routes and hidden chambers deeper in the cavern system, readying the community for rapid displacement if this was a trap after all. The cultivator arrived precisely at the appointed time, descending from the sky like a dark bird. They were a woman, perhaps 40, with silver streaks in her black hair and eyes that carried the weight of decades spent at high power levels. Her cultivation signature was precisely what Lin Feng had sensed. Early nascent soul, very nearly middle rank. You're the one they're calling the Patriarch's heir, she said without preamble. Her voice was level, assessing. I'm the one who inherited the Patriarch's legacy, Lin Feng replied. Are you here to kill me, or are we negotiating? Negotiating, the woman said. She landed lightly on the stone, her power carefully suppressed, not hostile, but not friendly either. My name is Shunned. I've been contracted by the Celestial Tribunal to locate and eliminate you. But I've also been looking into what the tribunal actually wants you eliminated for, which has made the contract less clear-cut. You're doubting the contract, Lin Feng said. I'm questioning it, Shunned corrected. I've killed a lot of people in my life. I like to know, at minimum, if I'm killing them for a reason I can justify to myself. The tribunal's stated reason was that you're a threat to stability and order. But they've been so hostile to any examination of that claim that it's made me suspicious. Lin Feng studied her. The Patriarch's gift for reading power patterns suggested this woman was genuinely conflicted. The claim wasn't a deception. Her qi signature was too honest for that. Have you heard about the information that's been circulating? Lin Feng asked. About what the sects actually did 300 years ago? I've heard fragments, Shinwei said. Enough to know that something doesn't add up in the historical record. I've also heard that the sects are panicking, which suggests they're worried about exposure. She paused. So here's my question. If I canceled the contract and refused to hunt you, what would you do with the power you're gaining? Would you use it to move toward truth and reconciliation, or would you use it to build a power base that might eventually threaten others the way the sects do? It was the perfect question. The question that separated someone genuinely weighing difficult moral choices from someone merely seeking advantage. Lin Feng appreciated it. I'd use it to ensure the truth becomes undeniable, he said carefully. To make it impossible for the sects to maintain their lies through force alone. Beyond that, I'm building something new. A community of cultivators who aren't interested in dominion, but in understanding. If that becomes a threat to anyone, it would only be a threat to those who've made their power dependent on lies. That's a good answer, Shinwei said. Whether it's true remains to be seen. She was quiet for a moment. I'm going to return to the tribunal and tell them I found you dead in a conflict with another cultivator. I'll show them the body of someone they won't be able to verify. I have ways of making that convincing. And then I'm going to disappear for a while. Go somewhere the tribunal isn't looking for me, and wait to see if this truth you're spreading actually has substance. Why? Lin Feng asked, genuinely curious. Why help someone you've just met? Because I'm tired, Shinwei said simply. I'm tired of killing for people who can't give me honest answers. I'm tired of playing games. And if there's a chance that the world might become a place where cultivators don't have to sell themselves to tyrants just to survive, then yes, I'll help. Even if it's risky. She offered her hand, a formal gesture of alliance that transcended words. Lin Feng took it, and power flowed between them for an instant as their cultivations recognized the agreement. When they come for you next, Shenwei said, and they will come, the tribunal will be confused about what happened to me, and that confusion will buy you time. The other sects will become more aggressive, but you're no longer fighting this alone. Neither are the sects, Lin Feng said. That's the point they haven't fully grasped yet. They've spent 300 years assuming the world revolves around their power structure. But there are more cultivators out there who are tired of the system than they realize. They just needed permission to say it. Shinwei smiled. Then let's give them that permission. In my experience, permission is the hardest thing for systems of control to prevent because it comes from within. After Shunned departed, flying westward toward the distant territories where the sects had less influence, Lin Feng stood alone on the black stone plateau as darkness settled over the broken lands. He reached out with his chi projection, finding Mei where she waited concealed. He sent her a simple message, safe. Return. The plan continues. By morning, news of the encounter had spread through the haven. Lin Feng had shared the details carefully, not revealing Shunwei's defection, but making clear that they had an ally who would be working from within the cultivator world to spread doubt about the sect's narrative. It was another turning point, another moment where the haven shifted from purely defensive to actively moving toward confrontation. Chapter 29. The core seed revealed by the 5th month of the campaign. The impact of the leaked documents was becoming undeniable even to the sects themselves. 3 of the 7 major institutions had begun formal investigations into the historical record. The public narrative that had held for 300 years was fracturing, not all at once, but visibly, irrevocably. The Celestial Tribunal's response was to become more aggressive. They publicly denounced the investigations as witch hunts, accused the questioning schools of harboring sympathies for the rogue cultivator, and began implementing internal purges of anyone suspected of doubting the official story. Their actions, meant to stabilize their authority, instead accelerated its erosion. Each purge made the narrative of tyranny harder to deny. The sects that responded with more openness, actually opening their archives, allowing scholars to examine records, providing explanations for the inconsistencies, found they were losing less ground in public opinion. It became clear that the path forward required honesty, not force. And then, 3 weeks before the end of the 5th month, one of the investigating schools sent an official delegation to the haven. It was the Tian School of Eastern Philosophy, the institution whose historians had first published questions about the official narrative. They arrived through a carefully negotiated passage, with guarantees of safe conduct, under the protection of symbols that both sides recognized as neutral exchange. The delegation was led by a man named Duan, probably 60 years old, who carried himself with the authority of someone who'd spent decades in scholarship and teaching. With him were 2 younger scholars and a cultivator of silver rank, bodyguard, escort, witness. "We've come to request access to the Patriarch's memories," Duan said without preamble, once they were alone in a private chamber with Lin Feng, Mei, and a few of the Haven's senior people. "Not to exploit them or expose them without consent, but to examine them as part of our official investigation. Your permission would legitimize our findings in a way that no amount of circumstantial evidence could." Lin Feng felt the weight of this moment. The Patriarch's presence within him surged with protective anxiety, the impulse to keep the memories sacred, private, not to be violated by others no matter how well-intentioned. But the part of him that had chosen to teach, to build something with others, knew this was necessary. The truth meant nothing if it stayed locked inside one cultivator's mind. "If I allow this," Lin Feng said, "then the Patriarch's memories become part of the official record. They become something the sects can attack, can try to discredit. They become weapons that can be used against me and everyone here." "That's true," Duan acknowledged. "But they also become undeniable. Once multiple independent scholars have examined them, verified them, attested to their authenticity, they can't simply be suppressed. The truth becomes too large to hide." Lin Feng stood and walked to the chamber's wall, placing his hand against the stone. He extended his chi projection deep into the cavern, sensing the people within it. Yi training fighters, the healing sisters working with patients, Keth practicing his harmonic cultivation, Qin overseeing the organization of resources, children being educated, elders sharing stories. 437 people now, in a sanctuary that existed because of the Patriarch's legacy, because of the knowledge that had been preserved in those memories. "One condition," Lin Feng said, turning back. "The memory sharing is voluntary and controlled. You'll examine specific recollections, with me present, with Mei present. You won't have unfettered access to everything. There are things that are sacred, things that have nothing to do with the sect's original crime, and those remain private." "Agreed," Duan said. The examination took place over 3 days. Lin Feng, drawing on techniques Mei had taught him about selective memory sharing, allowed Duan and the scholars to access specific recollections. The moment the Patriarch had discovered the sect's plan, the evidence he'd gathered, the confrontation that had driven him into exile, the 3 centuries of survival and advancement that followed. The scholars took notes, asked careful questions, examined details that would be verifiable through other sources. They approached it with genuine scholarship rather than sensationalism, treating the Patriarch's memories as a historical document to be understood rather than a weapon to be deployed. By the end of the 3rd day, Duan was quiet, thoughtful. "The Patriarch was indeed framed," he said. "And the sect's coordination in that framing suggests something darker than mere sectarian competition. They were afraid, genuinely afraid of what he represented: knowledge, power, refusal to submit to their authority. And rather than engage with him, they chose to destroy him." "Will you publish this?" Mei asked. "We'll publish a detailed account of the evidence and our conclusions," Duan said. "We won't share all of the memories themselves. That would be disrespectful to your privacy. But we'll present enough context that other scholars can begin their own investigations. We'll reference the memory evidence in ways that make it clear the information comes from the Patriarch himself, preserved in his air." When the delegation departed 4 days later, they carried copies of documents, detailed notes, and the authority that came from having examined the source material directly. They also carried something else: the knowledge that the heir of the Demon Patriarch was not a threat to be eliminated, but a person building something constructive in the margins of the cultivation world. As the sects began receiving news of the Tian school's findings, something shifted. The narrative could no longer be maintained. The sects could fight it, deny it, try to suppress it, but they couldn't claim innocence anymore. The sect's next move was predictable. They unified, forming an explicit alliance to combat what they now openly called the threat of the resurrected Patriarch. They issued an official statement declaring Lin Feng an enemy of cultivated society, someone whose existence threatened the stability of the established order. They called for his immediate apprehension and execution. And in response, something happened that no one, not even Lin Feng, had quite anticipated. Cultivators began leaving the sections. Not massive numbers, at first, but individuals, teams, entire smaller schools attached to the major institutions. They were walking away. Some came to the Haven. Others went to neutral territories or other independent communities. But the exodus was real, and it was accelerating. The sect's unified declaration, meant to consolidate their power, had instead revealed how fragile that power actually was. It revealed that many cultivators had been waiting for permission to leave, waiting for a moment when the cost of staying became greater than the cost of departing. The Patriarch's legacy had awakened something in the cultivation world. The understanding that another way was possible, that the sect's dominance was not inevitable, that the lies at the foundation of their authority could be exposed. And with each day that passed, that understanding grew stronger. Chapter 30. The Alliance cracks. The Tribunal's purges had backfired spectacularly. By attempting to eliminate all doubt internally, they'd accelerated the departure of their most thoughtful members. The scholars, the researchers, the cultivators with independent spirits, they'd left, many of them taking records with them, spreading the knowledge they'd accumulated in service to an organization they no longer trusted. May received word from E, her contact in the Tribunal's archives, that the organization was fracturing from the inside. E herself was planning to leave, though the risk was enormous. She'd been too central to the document leaks, and the Tribunal's leadership had begun to narrow the list of suspects. She's running. May told Lin Feng, her expression grave. She needs somewhere safe, somewhere the Tribunal won't be able to reach her. Bring her here, Lin Feng said without hesitation. We have space, resources, and most importantly, we have the means to keep her safe. Yi's arrival a week later was dramatic. She came with 3 cases of archived documents, personal notes accumulated over decades, and a wealth of direct testimony about the Tribunal's internal workings. She was a woman in her 50s, exhausted from weeks of careful escape, terrified of capture, but determined that the truth she'd spent her career documenting would survive. They knew, she said to Lin Feng, shortly after arriving. The Tribunal's highest leadership, they knew about the frame-up. They knew it was based on lies. And they maintained it anyway, because the alternative, admitting that the entire institution's authority was based on fraud, was unthinkable to them. The Patriarch made the same mistake, Lin Feng replied. He thought truth would speak for itself, that people would naturally reject lies when presented with evidence. But institutions don't work that way. Institutional inertia is powerful. People don't want to believe the structure they've served was based on lies, because that makes them complicit in the crime. So how do we overcome that? He asked. We don't, May said, entering the chamber. She'd been coordinating with the network of departing cultivators, understanding how the sects were splintering. The institutions overcome themselves. They crack under their own weight when maintaining the lies becomes more expensive than admitting them. The evidence was in the numbers. The Violet Cloud Monastery had lost nearly 20% of its active cultivators in the past 2 months. The Celestial Tribunal had experienced a similar exodus. Even the smaller sects, traditionally more cohesive, were experiencing departures as individuals made conscious choices to leave. And they weren't all going to the Haven. Many were finding other communities, establishing new schools, creating alternatives to the old power structures. The system that had maintained itself for 300 years was transforming, not violently, but fundamentally. Lin Feng's role was shifting too. He was no longer just sheltering refugees or building a school. He was becoming a symbol, the proof that another way was possible, that the sect's authority wasn't inevitable, that cultivators could live outside the institutional framework and not merely survive but flourish. It was a role that terrified him in ways even battle would not have. The Patriarch's legacy meant understanding the weight of being an institution yourself, the way choices made for good reasons could calcify into dogma, the way followers could transform a teacher into something neither of them had intended. But he also saw the opportunity. The Haven was growing, yes, but its character remained intentional. The students weren't pursuing power for its own sake. They were cultivating because understanding their own nature, their connection to the world's fundamental forces, genuinely mattered to them. Keth was becoming something entirely new, a harmonic cultivator unlike anything the sect's records showed. The Healing Sisters were developing applications of medical cultivation that surpassed anything the established schools had achieved. Yi was learning to fight in ways that emphasized defense and de-escalation rather than pure aggression. This was evolution, not the Patriarch's vision imposed from above, but emergence from below as each person took the tools they'd been given and made them their own. Near the end of the 5th month since the Haven had expanded, May presented Lin Feng with updated intelligence on the sect's current state. The Tian school was moving toward official recognition of the historical truth. They'd commissioned a massive scholarly work that would be published throughout the cultivation world. The School of the Ascending Wind was negotiating terms for integrating with the Haven's community without fully dissolving their institutional structure. Even some members of the Violet Cloud Monastery were moving toward reform rather than defense. But the Celestial Tribunal and 3 of the other major sects were taking a different path. They were consolidating power rather than releasing it. They were preparing, according to May's sources, for military confrontation. They're going to attack, May said bluntly, probably within the next month. They've realized that they can't suppress the truth through control, so they're moving to suppress it through force. They're going to try to eliminate you and destroy the Haven before the other sects formalize their moves toward reform. Lin Feng felt the weight of this settling over him. The peaceful phase was ending. The confrontation he'd been trying to delay was becoming inevitable. How much time do we have to prepare, he asked. 4 to 6 weeks, probably. They need to coordinate a force large enough to overwhelm the Haven's defenses and your personal power. And they need to do it before the institutional fractures become complete. Lin Feng nodded slowly. 4 to 6 weeks. He could work with that timeline. The nascent soul realm was still new to him, but it was settling more deeply into his being with each passing day. In 4 to 6 weeks, he could advance further, could refine his understanding of this new level of power, could train the Haven's defenders to be more effective. But more than that, he could ensure that the Haven's survival didn't depend solely on his strength. If he was going to build something that would outlast him, something that wouldn't collapse if he fell, then the community needed to be strong enough to survive without him. Then we have a month to prepare for war, Lin Feng said. Let's begin. Chapter 31. Preparations for War. The Haven transformed. What had been a sanctuary of learning and quiet cultivation became a fortress in the making. Lin Feng worked with Yi to reorganize the fighters into structured defense teams. They mapped the cavern system's layout in meticulous detail, identifying every choke point where a smaller force could hold off larger numbers. They studied the stone pillars, the narrow passages, the unexpected shafts that led upward and downward, understanding how each could be leveraged in defense or in strategic retreat. They established contingency routes for evacuation of the non-combatants, elderly people, young children, those without combat training who would be vulnerable in direct confrontation. Not every passage could be defended equally, but enough could be maintained to allow the community to shift deeper into the mountain, to keep moving into territory where the sect's larger numbers would become a liability rather than an advantage. But crucially, they also trained the community members who did have cultivation ability to function in a defensive capacity, not to become hardened warriors, but to understand how to use their power to protect rather than attack. There was a philosophical difference, Lin Feng insisted, between being willing to harm others and being willing to die to prevent harm. He wanted his people to understand that difference, to accept one while rejecting the other. The Healing Sisters, Lin and May, worked on developing techniques that could treat injuries in combat conditions. They practiced field medicine, learned how to move through chaos and danger while maintaining the steady chi projection that healing required. They prepared medicinal compounds, organized supplies, created redundant storage systems so that if one area was damaged, medical supplies would still be available elsewhere. Every treatment they'd learned over months of practice needed to be accessible instantly when real people were bleeding and broken. Sue, with her intimate knowledge of sect tactics, helped design defensive formations that maximized advantage despite inferior numbers. She'd been trained by the Violet Cloud Monastery to think in terms of military efficiency, and now she weaponized that training against her former institution. She could explain how sects typically organized their forces, what assumptions they made about defensive positions, how they coordinated attack patterns. This knowledge became the foundation of the Haven's defensive strategy, and Keth, the young harmonic cultivator, was developing something entirely unexpected and potentially revolutionary. Sound can be weaponized, he explained to Lin Feng one evening, after they'd finished a training session. The boy was 15 now, and his cultivation had advanced far beyond what conventional instruction would have achieved. He was taking the harmonic techniques Lin Feng had taught him and evolving them in directions neither of them had fully anticipated. The frequencies I perceive, they're not just sensory information. They're patterns of force, resonance through reality itself. If I can learn to project them externally, not just perceive them internally, I can disrupt things. Disturb the chi flow in cultivators trying to approach, disorienting them without directly harming them. How would that work in practice? Lin Feng asked, already beginning to understand the potential. Keth closed his eyes. For a moment nothing happened. Then the air itself seemed to ripple, and Lin Feng felt a subtle vibration moving through his body. Not painful, but deeply unsettling, creating the sensation of profound disorientation. The world seemed to tilt around him, and his sense of direction became confused even though he was still in the same chamber. Instinctively, he suppressed his chi, creating a defensive barrier that shielded him from the effect. It stopped immediately. Keth opened his eyes, breathing heavily from the exertion. Yes, Keth said. I can do that. It would require sustained concentration, and it would be exhausting to maintain. But if we position me correctly during an attack, if I had defenders protecting me while I maintained the projection, I could make it much harder for the enemy cultivators to coordinate effectively. They'd be fighting both us and their own disorientation. Lin Feng felt something shift in his chest. Pride, certainly, but also the weight of having trained someone capable of becoming a real threat to others. The Patriarch's memories echoed with warning. Great power creates great danger, and a teacher becomes responsible for what their student becomes. But the part of him that had chosen to build something new, something collaborative, understood that shielding Keth from knowledge of his own capabilities would be cruel and ultimately counterproductive. Practice the technique in controlled conditions, Lin Feng said. Work with the healing sisters to understand how the projection affects different people differently. Learn how long you can sustain it before exhaustion becomes dangerous. Learn how to focus it on specific targets versus broadcasting it broadly. But understand something fundamental. This power is meant for defense only. It's not a tool for conquest. It's not a weapon for advancing your own ambitions. It's a defense against those who would otherwise kill us unfairly because we've chosen to exist differently. Do you understand the difference? I do, Keth said, and his chi signature was honest in a way that suggested he'd genuinely internalized the principle rather than merely accepting it as instruction. May was focusing on intelligence gathering and strategic planning. She'd cultivated contacts in all 7 sects, relationships built over years of service in the tribunal before her defection. Understanding the current landscape of which institutions were moving toward reform and which were preparing for total war required constant updates and careful analysis. Some information came easily from sympathetic sources. Some required careful manipulation of intermediaries. Some came from people risking their lives to share classified information. The picture that emerged was complicated and deeply troubling. The Celestial Tribunal was definitely planning a major assault. This was coordinated at the highest levels, with resources being allocated, cultivators being reassigned to a unified command structure. The Violet Cloud Monastery was wavering. Some of their leaders wanted to prepare for battle, seeing the Haven as a threat to their institutional stability. Others wanted to negotiate, understood that fighting the inevitable was foolish. The School of the Ascending Wind had already begun the process of formal defection. The other sects were in various states of instability. But the key factor was that the tribunal had begun recruiting independent cultivators to their cause. Mercenaries and free agents, people like Shen had once been, hired on contract to fight for whatever side could pay. This meant the force arrayed against the Haven would be larger and more diverse than any single sect could muster alone. How many? Lin Feng asked, reviewing May's latest intelligence report. They were in the private chamber again, maps spread before them, coded messages from sources carefully analyzed and cross-referenced. 40 to 60 cultivators, estimate, May said. Probably 3 of them at nascent soul rank. The tribunal's senior leadership. Another dozen in high silver rank. People who've been contracted as mercenaries or drawn from the sect's elite forces. the rest ranging from low silver to bronze rank, providing support and battlefield presence. Plus logistics support, scouts, supply personnel who'll stay back from the actual combat, but whose function is essential to maintaining an assault. Against us? Lin Feng asked, needing to understand the full scope of the challenge before them. 2 nascent soul cultivators, Yu and potentially Shunned, if she makes good on her promise to provide backup when the time comes. 6 high silver rank fighters, Yi, Su, Long, and 3 others who've been training with you for the past months and who've shown remarkable advancement. Another 20 or so bronze and early silver rank fighters. And then the community members who can provide supporting chi, healing, distraction, evacuation support. That's not favorable odds, Lin Feng said quietly, understanding the mathematical reality of their position. No, Mei agreed. But it's not impossible either. And they don't know exactly what they're walking into. They don't know about Keth's sound projection capacity and how devastating it could be in defensive positions. They don't know the true depth of the cavern system, don't truly understand how many layers of defense we can establish. They don't know about the independent sects that are now allied with us. They're planning for a standard assault on a cultivator sanctuary. They're not planning for a community that's learned to fight as a unified force instead of as individuals trying to use individual power to dominate all others. Over the next 2 weeks, the Haven developed something approaching a genuine military structure. It wasn't meant to be permanent. Lin Feng was adamant about that, had created protocols to ensure it would be dismantled and transformed into something more consensual and collective as soon as the emergency passed. But it was necessary for the moment. Watches were established at the outer passages, with clear signaling systems. Early warning protocols were established using coordinated chi sensing, allowing defenders to respond immediately to any breach. Supply chains were reorganized for rapid distribution of resources during crisis situations. And everyone understood what was coming. Not everyone wanted it, but everyone understood that hiding was no longer an option. The children were moved deeper into the cavern system, along with the elders and anyone else unable to fight. They understood they might have to flee at any moment, might lose everything they'd built here if the assault went badly. But they also understood they were no longer simple refugees running in terror. They were part of a community that had chosen to stand for something, even if that standing might cost them everything. Chapter 32. The first assault. The attack came on a morning 4 weeks after Mei's intelligence report. The warning was subtle but undeniable. Cultivators approaching through the outer Broken Lands passages, moving with coordinated purpose and military discipline. Their chi signatures growing steadily stronger and more numerous as they drew closer to the cavern entrance. Lin Feng was in the central chamber, leading a final training session with the advanced students, explaining the defensive techniques one more time, answering final questions, ensuring everyone understood their role in the coming confrontation. When he felt the alert, a subtle pulse of danger rippling through the network of watchers stationed throughout the outer passages, he stood immediately, his body shifting into a state of readiness that was now second nature. "It's beginning," he said simply, and moved toward the outer cavern passages. Yi immediately moved to rally the fighters, activating the protocols they'd practiced 100 times. Mei activated the contingency escape routes for non-combatants, guiding them toward the deeper chambers where women, children, and elderly people would be protected. The Haven shifted, in seconds, from a community at rest to a community at war. The Sex force came through the entrance like a flood, organized and disciplined. 43 cultivators, moving in formation, their combined power making the cavern itself seem to shake and tremble. They were organized, disciplined, clearly anticipating a quick engagement followed by control of the sanctuary and elimination of its leaders. They were not anticipating the traps. The first line of Sex fighters activated hidden chi projection constructs that Yi and the advanced students had spent 3 weeks establishing throughout the outer cavern. These weren't destructive in the traditional sense. The Haven's people had no desire to slaughter their opponents or cause permanent injury if it could be avoided, but they were absolutely disorienting. Waves of subtle chi disturbance rippled through the attacking force, disrupting their formation, breaking their coordinated movement, making it difficult for squad leaders to communicate with their teams. Then Keth activated his sound projection from a carefully concealed position high in the cavern wall. The harmonic frequencies that the young cultivator had learned to weaponize pulsed outward with focused intensity, and the effect was devastating. Not to the flesh, but to the sense of balance and spatial awareness. The attacking cultivators found themselves struggling to move in straight lines, struggling to coordinate with their allies, struggling to even perceive the environment around them clearly. Some fell, others stumbled, and the overall effect was to transform what had been a coordinated assault into confused chaos. But these advantages were only temporary. The sect's nascent soul leaders quickly adapted to the disturbance, setting up shielding around their people, suppressing the effects of Keth's projection through concentrated power and defensive technique. And they began their counteroffensive with serious intent. Lin Feng met them at the transitional chamber, the space between the outer cavern and the deeper sanctuary. He moved with the fluid grace that months of nascent soul cultivation had given him, his power extending outward in protective barriers that absorbed the strikes of the sect's senior cultivators without breaking. There were 3 of them attacking him simultaneously. A woman from the tribunal with scarred hands that spoke of decades of combat, a man from the Violet Cloud Monastery, whose cultivation style was aggressive and territorial, and another she didn't recognize, probably a mercenary hired specifically for this assault. They were all powerful, demonstrated real skill, but they were also expecting to overwhelm a single opponent through superior numbers. They weren't expecting the opponent to be someone who'd spent his entire cultivation advancement studying every technique in a 3-century-old archive of martial knowledge accumulated by a genius. Lin Feng flowed between their attacks like water, redirecting rather than meeting force with force. He used their own momentum against them, turned their coordinated advances into openings for counterstrikes. He responded to the tribunal woman's aggressive style with containment, forcing her to waste energy attacking a target that simply wasn't where she expected. He answered the Violet Cloud Man's territorial pressure with techniques designed to disrupt his spatial control. And slowly, methodically, he pushed them backward while the sect's lower-rank fighters struggled to push past the defense lines that Yi and Su had established deeper in the chamber. But there was a persistent problem developing. The sects had overwhelming numbers, and numbers mattered. Even with superior training, superior strategy, and superior knowledge of the terrain, the Haven's defenders were being pushed backward incrementally. The outer defenses were beginning to fail. The sect's fighters were beginning to press deeper into the cavern system, moving toward the chambers where the community's people were sheltering. Mei appeared at Lin Feng's side, extending her own power in support of his defensive efforts. Together, they created a barrier that allowed the Haven's defenders to retreat in coordinated fashion rather than breaking and fleeing in panic. "We need to fall back to the secondary position," Mei called out, her voice carrying authority despite the chaos, gesturing Yi and the other fighters toward the deeper passages. "We're holding them here while everyone evacuates further down. Move. Now. If we fall back too far, they'll control the entrance passages," Lin Feng replied, understanding the tactical problem immediately. "Then we don't fall back entirely," Mei said. She was already moving toward Keth's position. "We create a strategic withdrawal that lets them think they're winning, while we set up the next layer of defense and draw them deeper into the cavern system, where our territory advantage becomes more pronounced." What followed over the next few hours was one of the most sophisticated defensive maneuvers Lin Feng had ever participated in. Layer by layer, the Haven's defenders retreated, not in panic or disarray, but in controlled fashion according to carefully planned protocols. Each layer was positioned to slow the sect's advance, to allow further evacuation of non-combatants, to set up the next defensive position with fresh fighters who'd been rested while others held the line. It was exhausting, psychologically difficult, requiring constant faith that the next position would hold when this one couldn't. But it worked. The sect's momentum was slowed, their casualties were mounting, and the confident assault was becoming a grinding conflict. And somewhere in the chaos of fighting and retreat, Shunned arrived. The independent cultivator descended from above the cavern like an avenging wind, her power crashing down against the sect's formation with deliberate force. Her presence immediately shifted the balance of the conflict. It was no longer 43 against a smaller force. It was 43 plus a few dozen Haven fighters against an independent nascent soul cultivator who was genuinely trying to prevent the sect's senior leaders from advancing and who had no reservations about using lethal force to accomplish that goal. "You're late," Lin Feng called to her, even as he continued his own combat against one of the tribunal's fighters. "I was waiting to see if you could hold them," Shenwei replied, her voice carrying genuine amusement amid the sounds of conflict. "You can't, obviously. You're losing ground steadily, but you're doing better than I expected. Most people would have broken already." With Shenwei's intervention, the tide began to shift. The sect's leaders realized they weren't going to achieve a quick victory. They also realized that continuing to fight would result in their own deaths or severe incapacitation. Shenwei was experienced, ruthless, and utterly committed to preventing them from progressing deeper into the cavern. One of the tribunal's senior cultivators made a hand signal, and the sect's fighters began to withdraw, not in rout or panic, but in organized retreat, pulling back toward the outer passages, consolidating their forces for eventual reorganization and redeployment. "Why are they stopping?" Yi called out, breathing heavily from the sustained exertion of combat, his body running on pure adrenaline at this point. "Because they're reassessing," Mei said, appearing from one of the side passages where she'd been coordinating the evacuation of non-combatants. They came in expecting a quick rout of rogue cultivators. They found organized resistance, hidden defenses, strategic use of terrain, and reinforcements they didn't anticipate. Now they're going to regroup, bring in more forces, and plan a more serious assault. Chapter 33. The breaking point. The second assault came not with overwhelming force, but with something more insidious: terms. The tribunal's senior leader, a nascent soul cultivator named Huang with silver hair and cold eyes, appeared at the cavern entrance under a flag of negotiation. He came alone, his power carefully suppressed, carrying nothing that could be construed as a weapon. It was a deliberate act of theater, showing that he had nothing to fear, that he could walk into the enemy's sanctuary unarmed. Lin Feng met him in the outer chamber, with Mei and Shenwei flanking him. The three of them represented the Haven's power structure: two nascent soul cultivators and one woman who'd become as crucial to their survival as any warrior. "You've proven competent," Huang said without preamble. "That wasn't expected. We thought you'd be a single powerful cultivator sheltering refugees. Instead, you've created an actual community. Impressive." He paused. "Which is why I'm here to make you an offer." "What offer?" Lin Feng asked, though he could already sense where this was heading. "Surrender," Huang said simply. "Dissolve your sanctuary. Release the refugees. Submit yourself for execution. A quick death, painless, befitting the holder of the Patriarch's legacy. In exchange, we'll let everyone else here live. They can go free, resettle wherever they wish, live out their lives unmolested by sect authority." "And if I refuse?" Lin Feng asked. "Then we destroy the entire cavern system," Huang replied coldly. "We bring enough power to collapse the stone itself. Everyone dies. Refugees, fighters, teachers, students, everyone. It will take longer, require more resources, but we have the capability and the will to do it." It was a good threat, and honest. Lin Feng could see it in Huang's chi signature, the willingness to commit to genocide if it meant eliminating the Patriarch's threat. "I need to discuss this with my people," Lin Feng said. "You have one day," Huang replied. "If I don't have your answer by tomorrow dawn, the assault begins. And this time, we won't be holding back." As Huang departed, his form rising back into the sky above the cavern entrance, Mei turned to Lin Feng. "He's right. They can do it. They have the power, and they're willing to sacrifice enough people to make it happen." "Can we evacuate everyone?" Lin Feng asked, though he already knew the answer. "No," Shenwei said. "There are too many people, too many who are injured or unable to move quickly, and the routes into the Broken Lands are monitored. We'd lose hundreds trying to escape, maybe thousands." Lin Feng called a gathering of the Haven's leaders: Yi, the Healing Sisters, Qin, Su, Keth, and a dozen others who'd stepped into positions of authority over the past months. They gathered in the central chamber, aware of what had been proposed, understanding the weight of the choice before them. "We have a choice," Lin Feng said. "Surrender me, let everyone live. Or we fight, knowing that the cost might be catastrophic." No one spoke immediately. This was the impossible choice, the one that would define what kind of people they would be. Finally, Qin stood. "If we surrender you," she said quietly, "we lose the teacher who saved us. More than that, we lose the possibility of change." The Patriarch's legacy dies. The sect's power remains unquestioned. And every refugee, every person hunted for being different, every individual who didn't fit the sect's framework, we're condemning them. Not just here, but everywhere, forever. That's assuming we can even win. One of the older men said, fear clear in his voice. Huang isn't bluffing. They can collapse the cavern. Yes, Mei said. She'd been thinking through scenarios since Huang's departure. But not instantly. There's a process to it. Bringing forces into position, setting up the ritual required to destabilize the mountain. It would take hours. Hours that we could use to start evacuations, to establish secondary positions, to prepare a counteroffensive. You're talking about us going on offense? Yi asked, his hand instinctively moving to his sword. Against an overwhelming force. I'm talking about us attacking their supply lines, their coordination centers, their rear positions, Mei said, making it impossible for them to maintain an organized assault. Turning this from a defensive siege into a chaotic conflict where their numbers matter less and our knowledge of the territory matters more. Lin Feng listened to the debate continue, understanding what was happening. His people weren't ready to surrender. They weren't even particularly afraid, which surprised him. They were angry. Angry at being threatened. Angry at being told they had to die or submit to tyranny. Angry at the implication that their community didn't have the right to exist. The Patriarch's presence moved through him, not with fear, but with a kind of grim satisfaction. This was what he'd fought for, what had driven him forward for 3 centuries. A moment where people chose themselves. I'll provide a different proposal, Lin Feng said, and everyone turned to look at him. Not to Huang, to the sections. He spent the next hour working with Mei and Shunned to draft a message to the tribunal and the other sect leaders who were participating in the assault. The message was explicit. If they attacked the haven, if they killed even one person sheltering in the sanctuary, Lin Feng would release the Patriarch's complete memories to the entire cultivation world at once. Not edited, not in scholarly form, but raw. Every crime, every lie, every shameful detail preserved in the Patriarch's testimony. They'll destroy you for threatening that, Huang said, when he returned the next morning and received the message. They'll certainly try, Lin Feng agreed. But they won't succeed. And in trying, they'll confirm everything the Patriarch said about them. They'll prove that they're not interested in truth or justice, only in power. And once people see that, truly see it, the sect's authority will collapse faster than any cavern would under siege. He could see the moment it hit Huang, the realization that he was trapped. If he attacked, the sect's lost moral authority. If he didn't attack, the haven survived, and the Patriarch's legacy remained intact. Either way, the sect's 3-century dominance was ending. I'll convey the message, Huang said coldly. But understand, the tribunal isn't interested in negotiation or compromise. They're interested in your death. Then they should have moved faster, Lin Feng replied. They had 300 years to capture the Patriarch. They should have used them more wisely. Huang departed, and for 2 days, there was silence. The sect's forces remained positioned around the cavern system, but no new assault came. Intelligence reports suggested chaos in the sect leadership, arguments about how to proceed, realization that conventional military solutions weren't actually viable anymore. And then, something unexpected happened. One of the sect leaders, Lord Feng from the School of the Ascending Wind, sent an official delegation to the haven, not to demand surrender, but to negotiate actual peace terms. The School of the Ascending Wind is prepared to recognize the haven as a sovereign community, the delegation leader said, standing in the same chamber where Huang had made his threat. We're prepared to provide protection against further sect aggression, in exchange for access to certain knowledge contained in the Patriarch's legacy. It was an opening, a tiny crack in the sect's united front. And immediately, another sect, the Tian School, already sympathetic, sent a delegation offering similar terms. By the end of the week, 4 of the 7 major sects had sent envoys to negotiate rather than assault. Only the tribunal and 2 other institutions remained committed to total conflict. The haven had survived not through overwhelming military victory, but through making the sects realize that the cost of continuing their war was greater than the cost of accepting change. Chapter 34. The new alliance. The negotiations took place in neutral chambers, with representatives from the increasingly fractured sect alliance seated across from Lin Feng, Mei, Shenwei, and a council of the Haven's leaders. The School of the Ascending Wind wanted access to the harmonic cultivation techniques that Keth had been developing. They recognized immediately that this was a revolutionary form of power that they wanted to integrate into their own practices. The Tian School wanted official recognition as historians of the truth, wanted the Patriarch's memories preserved in their archives with full verification of authenticity, wanted to become the institution dedicated to setting the historical record straight. The Third House of Cultivation wanted to continue their operations unmolested by the tribunal, wanted guarantee that they could maintain their independence within the broader cultivation world. The School of Silent Waters wanted to establish a formal relationship with the Haven, wanted to send students to study with Lin Feng's people, wanted to develop new cultivation techniques in collaboration rather than competition. All of them wanted one fundamental thing: acknowledgement that the sect's monopoly on authority was ending, and they wanted to be on the right side of that transition when it happened. Lin Feng found himself in the position of being a negotiator rather than a general, and it was somehow more difficult. War had clear objectives: win or lose, survive or perish. But negotiation required compromise, required accepting something less than complete victory, required trusting that other institutions would honor their promises. "We need guarantees in writing," Mei insisted. "Agreements that specify exactly what each party is committing to, what consequences result from violation, and how disputes will be resolved." "You sound like a lawyer," one of the school representatives said with mild amusement. "I was trained by the tribunal," Mei replied. "Which means I know how institutions break their promises and then claim they never made them. So yes, we need written agreements that are so specific and comprehensive that even an institution determined to weasel out of them will face serious costs if they try." The negotiations took 2 weeks. By the end, formal treaties had been drawn up, signed, and authenticated by independent witnesses. The Haven would be recognized as a sovereign community, free from sect control. The Patriarch's legacy would be studied openly rather than suppressed. New cultivation techniques would be shared between the Haven and aligned sects, creating genuine collaboration rather than competition. And in a move that surprised even Lin Feng, Shenwei agreed to become an official liaison between the Haven and the independent cultivators. She would use her network to spread word of the new arrangement, to encourage other independent cultivators to come to the Haven for training or collaboration, to build a network outside sect control that could balance power between the institutions. "You're essentially creating a new superpower," Mei observed, as they reviewed the final agreement. "Not a sect, exactly, but a network of communities and independent cultivators united by shared values rather than institutional hierarchy." "Is that a problem?" Lin Feng asked. "No," Mei said. "Actually, it's elegant. It's the system that should have existed 300 years ago. Rather than 7 competing sects trying to dominate everything, you have multiple institutions operating at a balance point, checking each other's power through mutual agreement rather than mutual conflict." But there was one thing that hadn't been resolved: the tribunal and its allies. They had rejected all compromise, had refused to negotiate. They were preparing for a final assault, determined that if they couldn't achieve total victory, they would at least destroy the Haven rather than let it serve as a symbol of sect vulnerability. "They're mobilizing everything," Sue reported, her contacts within the Violet Cloud Monastery providing detailed intelligence. "The tribunal has called in support from the 2 sects that are still aligned with them. They're bringing cultivators from throughout their territories. And they're planning something else, something the intelligence officers are being coy about. But based on the preparations, it sounds like they're planning to use some kind of ritual power, something that requires multiple nascent soul cultivators working in coordination." "How much time?" Lin Feng asked. "Days, probably. Maybe a week." That night, Lin Feng sat alone in his meditation chamber and truly confronted what was coming. The tribunal wasn't going to accept a new world where their authority was questioned. They were going to make one final, desperate attempt to preserve their power, and if that failed, they were going to destroy as much as they could before they fell. The Patriarch's presence was quiet now, less separate, more integrated into Lin Feng's own consciousness. But when he reached for guidance, he felt it clearly. This is the final test. Not whether you can be powerful, but whether you can lead others to be powerful. Whether you can create something that survives beyond your own strength. Asterisk, and as dawn broke over the broken lands, Lin Feng understood what he had to do. He couldn't win the coming battle alone, no matter how powerful he became. But he could ensure that the Haven was ready to win without him. Chapter 35. The consolidated defense. The preparations took on a different character than they had before the first assault. Where once the Haven had been readying itself to defend and survive, now it was preparing to win. Lin Feng worked with Yi to establish multiple combat positions that took advantage of the cavern system's three-dimensional architecture. They set up layers of defense at different depths, arranged so that the Sex forces would be forced to fight their way through multiple stages of conflict, each one designed to drain their numbers and resources. Keth trained intensively, working to extend the range and intensity of his harmonic frequency projection. By now, the young man could disrupt chi flow across an entire chamber, could maintain the effect for sustained periods, could even focus it on specific individuals. He was becoming the Haven's most unusual and valuable weapon. The healing sisters prepared medicines for mass casualties. The engineers fortified the structures at critical points. And Mei coordinated with the allied sects to ensure that if things went poorly, there would be allies positioned to support them. But the most important preparation involved something Lin Feng had been contemplating for weeks: the formation of a true collective resistance rather than a hierarchical command structure. He gathered the Haven's 400-plus residents in the central chamber and did something the Patriarch would never have done. He shared absolute authority. When the assault comes, he said, I won't be making all the decisions. We'll be operating on councils. Each major area of responsibility, combat, supply, information, healing, evacuation, will have a lead person, but decisions will be made collectively within those teams. If I'm killed, if I'm incapacitated, if things go wrong, the Haven continues because the authority isn't concentrated in one person. That's inefficient, one of the experienced fighters pointed out. In crisis, you need clear command. You need coordinated action, Lin Feng replied, which is different from centralized command. Trust your team, make decisions together, and you get both coordination and the ability to continue if part of the system fails. He then did something even more radical. He walked each resident through the Patriarch's defensive techniques. Not the full arsenal. Some techniques required months of study, but enough so that even untrained people could create simple defensive chi barriers, could protect themselves if fighting erupted around them. It was deliberately decentralizing power, distributing it so that the Haven's survival didn't depend on him alone. The Tribunal's assault, when it came, arrived with devastating force. Not the organized push of before, but a true military operation. 70 cultivators, well-armed, divided into multiple strike teams moving through different cavern passages simultaneously. The Haven's people responded with the coordination they'd trained for. Each team moved into position, executed their assigned tasks, fell back to secondary positions as planned. The Sex forces were slowed at each layer, forced to fight for every advancement, attrited constantly by encounters with disciplined defenders. And then the ritual began. In the cavern system's highest point, directly above the central chamber, the Tribunal's 3 nascent soul cultivators began working a coordinated spell, one designed to destabilize the entire cavern system's structural integrity at once, bringing the whole mountain down in controlled fashion. It was exactly what Huang had threatened before, now being executed with commitment and force. Lin Feng felt the first tremor and moved into action. He'd been waiting for this moment, had planned for it. He rose to the cavern's highest point, extended his power outward, and did something he'd been practicing in secret. He created a resonance that matched and opposed the Tribunal's ritual. 2 nascent soul cultivators working in opposition created forces that didn't simply oppose each other. They created harmonic disruption, waves of energy that propagated through the cavern system in unpredictable ways. The Tribunal's ritual began to fail. The coordinated spell fractured as Lin Feng's counter-ritual pushed against it, created interference in the pattern they were maintaining. The 3 tribunal cultivators, realizing their spell wasn't working, doubled down on their effort. And Keth, positioned high in the cavern system, began to project his harmonic frequencies at maximum intensity. The result was chaos. The ritual completely dissolved. The tribunal cultivators found themselves unable to maintain focus as Keth's sound projection disrupted their chi flow, and their carefully coordinated assault became a confused melee as the haven's defenders, freed from the threat of the cavern's collapse, moved to push them back. It was over within hours. The tribunal's forces, realizing they were being defeated, attempted a final desperate push toward the central chamber. But Ye's defensive positions held. Su's tactical coordination kept them from achieving breakthrough. And when Shunned arrived with additional support from the allied sects, the outcome became certain. The tribunal's cultivators began to withdraw, first slowly, then with genuine panic as they realized they were being systematically defeated. By afternoon, the assault had been completely repelled. The Haven's people emerged from their positions, exhausted but alive. There had been casualties. Injury and death were the costs of real conflict. But the community had survived. More than that, they had proven they could function as a genuine collective, could fight and win without being micromanaged from above. As the sun set over the broken lands, Lin Feng stood in the central chamber, watching his people celebrate and mourn simultaneously. The Patriarch's legacy hadn't been preserved by a single powerful cultivator dominating all others. It had been preserved by a community choosing to stand together. And that, he realized, was the real revolution. Not the power, but the choice. Chapter 36. Aftermath and reckoning. The victory left the Haven transformed in ways both obvious and subtle. The cavern system bore scars from the conflict, collapsed sections that would need months to properly shore up. Chi residue, staining the stone where major confrontations had occurred, blood that had been cleaned but whose presence lingered in memory, if not in fact. The deepest chamber where the ritual disruption had occurred was still unstable, requiring careful reinforcement before it could be safely used again. The engineering team had already begun the work, marking safe passage routes and establishing protocols for reconstruction. But the bigger transformation was in the people themselves. The psychological weight of having survived an existential threat had settled into something almost tangible, a kind of collective confidence that came not from overconfidence, but from the hard-earned knowledge that they had faced truly overwhelming odds and had not just survived, but had actually prevailed. 3 days after the tribunal's forces had withdrawn in defeat, Lin Feng walked through the Haven's chambers and sensed something fundamentally different in the chi signatures of those who lived here. Where once there had been fear underneath the surface, now there was something harder to define, a kind of earned confidence, the knowledge that they had faced overwhelming odds and had not broken. Some people grieved. 14 Haven residents had been killed in the final assault, and another 47 were seriously injured. The healing sisters worked tirelessly to prevent complications, to manage pain, to guide the broken bodies back toward wholeness. These losses were real, were mourned, and were never going to be fully recoverable. But the community had survived them. The community had carried forward despite them. The funerals were conducted with dignity and respect. Each person who had died was honored for their sacrifice, their names recorded in the Haven's permanent records. Their families were supported by the community. The children of the dead were assured that their parents would be remembered, that their sacrifice had meaning and purpose. Qin found Lin Feng in the central chamber 3 days after the last funeral, where he was reviewing damage assessments with Yi and Long. The older woman's hair had a new streak of white that hadn't been there before the assault, and her movements carried a weariness that cultivation could ease but not eliminate. She'd lost friends in the conflict, people she'd known since the original Haven had been first established, people she'd sheltered and taught and grown to love. The funerals had been among the most difficult moments of the entire conflict. Each one represented not just a loss of life, but the ending of a story, the interruption of a cultivation journey that had been just beginning. A young woman who'd been training in healing cultivation, killed in a collapsed passage. An older man who'd been helping to rebuild the defensive structures. A child, barely 10 years old, caught in the chaos of conflict. These losses had weighed on the community, had created a moment where some people questioned whether the resistance had been worth it. But the funerals had also created something else, a determination that these deaths would have meaning, that the Haven would become something worthy of their sacrifice, that the network they were building would honor their memory by making the world different. "We need to talk about the future," Qin said without preamble. She was past the point of gentle preliminaries. People are asking what happens now. Do we stay here? Do we expand? Do we try to build something larger? Some of the families of the people who died are talking about leaving, about returning to normal lives in normal communities. I don't think we'll lose many people, but we will lose some. And that's their choice to make. What do you think we should do? Lin Feng asked, turning his full attention to her. I think, Qin said carefully, settling herself on a stone bench. We need to differentiate between what we've built here and what the community wants. The haven has become a physical sanctuary, yes, but it's also become an idea. People are traveling to Broken Lands communities that aren't this specific cavern, wanting to build havens of their own. They're carrying the teaching you've given us to other places. Some of those places are thriving. Some are struggling because they don't have a nascent soul cultivator to protect them or organize them. That's a problem, Long observed. He was one of the younger men, probably in his late 20s, who'd advanced quickly in cultivation and taken on responsibility early. If we're going to claim to be teaching something worth spreading, we have to ensure that places trying to follow our model don't just get destroyed when the sects decide to move against them. Lin Feng felt the weight of this settle over him. The Patriarch had hidden alone, had tried to preserve his knowledge in isolation. But Lin Feng had chosen to teach, to spread the knowledge, to help build a movement rather than just shelter a single community. And the cost of that choice was now becoming apparent. He'd created a responsibility that extended far beyond the cavern system. We need a network, Mei said, entering the chamber. She'd been in the deeper sections, coordinating with representatives from the allied sects who'd remained to help with reconstruction. Her expression was thoughtful, analytical. She'd been working through these questions herself, but not a hierarchical one, not something that replicates the sect model. We need communication systems, mutual aid networks, shared training protocols that can be adapted to different locations. We need to make sure that a haven in the far southern territories can access the same knowledge and support that this haven has, without requiring that they report to us or follow our specific directives. That's essentially creating an alternative institutional structure, Lin Feng said quietly. Yes, Mei agreed. And it's necessary. You can't spread a revolution and then pretend it's still a private matter. You've already released that tension into the world. Now you have to manage it responsibly. Over the next few weeks, the haven became a kind of headquarters for something that was slowly being named the network, not a sect, but not quite a loose confederation either. Communication methods were established using carefully coded messages and trusted couriers who traveled to Broken Lands and beyond. Training materials were compiled and distributed, adapted for different learning styles and different resource situations. Stories of techniques that had worked in different locations were shared and analyzed, creating a collective body of knowledge that transcended any single community. And something unexpected emerged. The community wasn't just learning from Lin Feng anymore. Keth's harmonic cultivation techniques were being tested and refined in different contexts, creating variations that specialized for different geographic regions and different personal inclinations. The Healing Sisters' medical cultivation was being adapted by healers in other havens, who contributed their own innovations back to the central knowledge pool. Even Ye's defensive strategies were being modified and improved by fighters in communities that faced different threats and different terrain. The Patriarch's Tao was truly evolving now, no longer a static legacy, but a living, changing system that was being improved by hundreds of people. It was a far different thing than what the Patriarch had intended, and the ghost of the old cultivator, still present in Lin Feng's consciousness, seemed to recognize that this was actually better. Chapter 37. The investigation and the tribunal's crisis, but success attracted attention, and not all of it was hostile. 3 months after the tribunal's failed assault, 3 months during which the haven had continued its work of teaching, reconstruction, and communication with the growing network, a young woman named Sai arrived at the haven carrying official papers from the Celestial Tribunal. Her arrival itself was significant, representing a risk for the tribunal to open any kind of dialogue with what they'd so recently tried to destroy. The fact that she'd been allowed to make this journey, had been given credentials that would allow her safe passage through dangerous territory, suggested that something fundamental had shifted within the tribunal's leadership. She was silver rank, probably in her mid-20s, and she wore the insignia of a junior investigator rather than a combat specialist. Her chi signature was honest, no hidden weapons, no aggressive intent, just a person carrying information that was too important to entrust to written documents. Mei brought her immediately to a private chamber and stood guard while Lin Feng met with her. The precaution was wise. They'd learned through bitter experience that trust needed to be balanced with caution. "I'm not here to fight," Sai said plainly, settling herself carefully in a chair. "I'm here to negotiate a specific piece of business on behalf of the tribunal's internal reform faction." "Internal reform faction?" Lin Feng asked, already sensing the complexity beneath this simple announcement. "The tribunal isn't monolithic anymore," Sai explained carefully. "When Huang's assault failed, it fractured along existing fault lines. The hardliners who wanted to continue fighting are now considered fanatics rather than rational leaders by most of the upper hierarchy. But there's a faction that's trying to save the institution by fundamentally changing it. They want to acknowledge the historical truth, want to establish new governance structures, want to stop being what the sects were 300 years ago." "And what do they want from us?" Lin Feng asked carefully, understanding this was a critical negotiation. "Legitimacy," Sai said, "and guidance. They want to send cultivators here to study your methods, not to replace their own teachings, but to integrate new philosophies into the tribunal structure. They want the network to acknowledge that the tribunal is trying to change rather than just condemn it as irredeemable." It was a delicate position, full of potential benefits and potential traps. The tribunal was, in many ways, responsible for the persecution that had driven the Haven into existence. Yet if the tribunal could genuinely reform, could acknowledge its crimes and move toward something different, wasn't that a victory worth accepting? And wasn't refusing to acknowledge the possibility of change a kind of cruelty in itself? "What do the hardliners want?" Lin Feng asked, focusing on the other side of the equation. "They want the tribunal to return to its original role," Sai said. "Policing the cultivation world, maintaining order, crushing what they see as chaos and instability. They think that acknowledging the frame-up is the first step down a path of weakness, that the institution will collapse if it admits wrongdoing. They've already moved to a separate base in the Northern Territories. They're recruiting remaining loyalists, and they're planning to attempt a coup within the tribunal to restore the hardline approach before the reform faction's reorganization becomes complete." "How long?" Mei asked sharply, immediately understanding the timeline implications. "Weeks, probably. Maybe a month. They're trying to gather forces quickly before the reform faction's reorganization becomes so complete that a coup would fail before it could seriously challenge their power." Lin Feng stood and walked to the chamber's wall, extending his chi projection outward to sense the Haven's people going about their daily lives. Teaching, learning, healing, building. All of it could be disrupted if the tribunal's hardliners succeeded in their coup and then moved against the network immediately. "Tell your faction leaders this," Lin Feng said, turning back to face Sai. His voice carried the weight of authority that came from having stood at the precipice and survived. "We'll support them publicly. We'll send representatives to help with the transition toward genuine reform. We'll commit to peaceful cooperation with a reform tribunal that acknowledges its crimes and works to prevent their repetition. We'll help train tribunal cultivators in the new methods, so that the institution can transform itself in fundamental ways." He paused, letting that commitment settle between them. "But understand this clearly," Lin Feng continued. "If the hardliners attempt to move against us again, if they try to use force to overturn the changes that are happening, if they attempt to continue the pattern of persecution and control, then we'll oppose them with everything we have. And we won't be merciful the way we were in the last engagement. We'll be thorough. We'll be uncompromising. We'll ensure that the hardline faction can never threaten anyone again." It was a clear statement of resolve, and Sai's chi signature showed that she understood he meant every word. Sai nodded, relief evident in her chi signature mixed with something that might have been awe. "That's what they hoped you'd say, and what they asked me to tell you. If you said something like that, the hardliners are weaker than they seem. Most of their support is based on fear and habit. Fear of losing power, habit of obedience to whatever leadership claims authority. If the reform faction can move quickly, if they can show that reform is actually winning and the hardliners are actually losing, most of the hardliners will back down rather than commit to a losing fight. They'll abandon their leaders and seek accommodation with the winning side." "That's cynical," Mei observed. "That's institutional reality," Sai replied. When the structure people have depended on begins to crumble, they prioritize their own survival over loyalty to failing leaders. The hardliners know this. It's why they're trying to move quickly before they lose too many supporters. True to her warning, the hardline faction's coup attempt came 2 weeks later. It was poorly coordinated. The Reform faction had been preparing for it, had positioned loyalists throughout the tribunal structure, had prepared contingencies for every likely scenario, and it failed within days. The Reformers moved decisively, securing key positions, preventing the hardliners from controlling critical resources. The remaining hardline leadership was removed from power, some executed for high treason, others exiling themselves to distant territories where they could no longer influence institutional affairs. Some simply accepted the new reality and requested permission to step back from positions of authority. The coup that was supposed to restore hardline power instead accelerated the institutional transformation. With the hardliners eliminated, the tribunal's reform proceeded more rapidly than anyone had anticipated. Within a week, emergency meetings were called. Within 2 weeks, provisional new leadership was established. Within a month, a formal new governing council had been established with explicit commitments to historical transparency, institutional change, and collaborative relationships with the network. The reform was genuinely transformative. The new tribunal acknowledged the frame-up formally, apologized to the Patriarch's legacy, and to all those who'd been persecuted in the name of sect authority. They opened their archives to independent scholars. They began training their own cultivators in the collaborative methods that the network was developing. 6 cultivation students from the Reformed Tribunal arrived at the Haven to begin studying with Lin Feng and his teachers. They came not as spies or infiltrators, but as genuine seekers hoping to understand a different way of approaching cultivation and community. Their presence in the Haven was symbolic. It represented that even the institution most opposed to the network's existence was now ready to transform itself. Chapter 38. The expansion of the network. The 6th month after the Haven had survived the tribunal's assault, the population of the primary Haven had grown to nearly 600 people, making it one of the largest single communities in the Broken Lands. The cavern system, despite its size, was becoming crowded in ways that required careful management. Supply lines were strained. Training space was at a premium. The teaching schedule had to run nearly around the clock to accommodate everyone seeking instruction. More importantly, there were now documented communities in other regions that wanted to build their own havens, wanted to replicate the model that had worked so well here, but adapted to their own circumstances and needs. A community in the far southern territories had established the first secondary haven, a smaller cavern system that they'd found and fortified, now teaching cultivation to over 200 people. Another was being established in the western neutral territories. A third was in the planning stages for the north. Each of these communities sent representatives back to the primary haven for training and guidance. Each brought stories of their own struggles and innovations, and each represented an expansion of the network's reach and influence. Lin Feng called another gathering of the haven's leadership, now a group of nearly 30 people, each with significant responsibility and authority within the community. They met in the largest chamber, and the discussion was intense and far-ranging, continuing late into the night. "We need to plan for expansion," one of the newer leaders, a woman named Ha who'd taken responsibility for organizing the education programs, said forcefully. "Not of this single cavern, but of the network as a concept. We need to help other communities establish their own teaching centers without trying to make them replicate this place exactly. Each community is different. Each has different resources, different threats, different strengths. Forcing them to conform to our model would be repeating the sect's mistake. That means we need trained teachers," Sue added. She'd stepped back from pure military roles and was now overseeing the training of fighters throughout the network. "We can't have Lin Feng or even the senior cultivators going to every location. We need to develop a system for training people to be teachers, so that knowledge can spread without creating a chain of dependency on a few individuals. If Lin Feng died tomorrow, would the network collapse?" The question hung in the chamber, uncomfortable but necessary. "Probably," Yi said quietly. "If Lin Feng died tomorrow, we'd lose the single most powerful cultivator in the network. Some communities might scatter. Some leaders might lose confidence in what we're trying to build. We'd survive, probably, but we'd be weakened significantly. Then we need to fix that. Another leader, a man named Chun who'd been with the Haven since the earliest days, said firmly. Not by making Lin Feng invulnerable. That's impossible. But by distributing power and knowledge so widely that no single person's death can compromise the network's fundamental viability. It was a profound conversation about decentralization and trust. Lin Feng found himself less the authority figure and more the facilitator, helping others think through the complex questions of how to spread something without losing its integrity, how to maintain consistency of principle while allowing for adaptation to local circumstances, how to prevent the network from becoming just another sect with a different name. By the end of the gathering, several decisions had been made. A network of secondary teaching centers would be established across the Broken Lands and in neutral territories, each led by someone Lin Feng, and the other senior teachers would train intensively. A formal curriculum would be developed, not rigid, but a framework that new teachers could use while adding their own innovations and adaptations. Most importantly, power would be deliberately dispersed so that no single location or person was essential to the system's survival. Over the following month, new teaching centers were established in different regions, each with its own unique character and focus. Keth traveled to one to help develop harmonic cultivation techniques, working with students who showed natural affinity for sound and frequency. The Healing Sisters split their time between the primary haven and another location, establishing a medical cultivation school that was becoming renowned throughout the region. He took responsibility for establishing fighter training protocols in 3 different communities, ensuring that defensive capabilities were consistent while still allowing for adaptation to local circumstances and threats. The expansion was carefully managed but rapid. Each new center sent representatives back to the primary haven for intensive training. Each received visitors from other centers, creating networks of knowledge sharing that crossed regions and communities. The principle was clear: knowledge flowed in all directions, not down from a central authority. Most importantly, people were beginning to understand that they didn't need the sections. They could learn cultivation through the network. They could advance through their own effort and community support. They could build communities based on collaboration rather than hierarchy. The psychological shift was as important as the institutional shift. People were learning to see themselves as capable of cultivation without needing a sect's institutional blessing. The knowledge that had once been contained in a single cavern, preserved by one genius in 3 centuries of isolation, began to flow outward like water, finding its way downhill. Distributed, unstoppable, impossible to recapture. And as it flowed, it was transformed, adapted, improved by each community that received it, and added their own understanding to the growing body of collective knowledge. Chapter 39. The truth becomes public 7 months after the Haven's victory. The first comprehensive history of the Patriarch's persecution was published by the Tian School. It was massive, a 3-volume work compiled from the Patriarch's memories, historical documents, testimony from multiple sources, and scholarly analysis. Every claim was backed by evidence. Every contentious point was addressed with rigorous argument. The research had taken months, and it was thorough in a way that previous attempts to suppress the truth had made impossible to deny. The Tian School had been meticulous in their approach. They'd brought in independent scholars to verify the Patriarch's memories. They'd cross-referenced historical documents. They'd interviewed witnesses. They'd created a record so comprehensive that even hostile readers would have difficulty finding genuine flaws in the methodology. The reaction in the cultivation world was profound and immediate. Scholars who'd built careers defending the traditional narrative were forced to reckon with documented proof that everything they'd been teaching was false. Some accepted the evidence and moved forward, reorganizing their teaching to incorporate the truth. Others attempted desperate counterarguments that only made their position look worse by highlighting how dependent the sect's narrative had been on suppressions of inconvenient facts. A few simply retired, unable to reconcile the truth with a lifetime of invested belief in the lie. More importantly, public opinion shifted dramatically. In villages and towns throughout the cultivation world, the understanding that the sects had been built on a crime began to circulate. The tribunal's attempted genocidal assault on the Haven, now revealed through allied sects' testimony, became proof that the institution was fundamentally corrupt and willing to commit atrocities to protect its mythology. Even the Reform faction couldn't overcome the weight of that history, but they were trying, which counted for something. Within a month, 3 of the remaining sects voluntarily dissolved, their members choosing to join the network or establish independent schools rather than remain part of the traditional institutional structure. 2 more sects announced major structural reforms that made them barely distinguishable from larger havens themselves. The momentum toward institutional change was becoming undeniable, and the sects that had previously seemed eternal were beginning to crumble like ancient stone exposed to wind and rain. The knowledge that had been weaponized by the sects, that had been used to maintain control and domination, was now becoming a tool for liberation. People throughout the cultivation world were learning that they didn't need sects, didn't need institutional mediators to access cultivation knowledge and advancement. They could learn from the network. They could establish their own communities. They could decide for themselves what path their cultivation would take. The transformation was visible in countless ways. In the cities, sect recruitment offices that had operated for centuries were closing, replaced by information centers where people could learn about the network and find guides to communities near their homes. In cultivation schools, curricula were being rewritten to acknowledge the true history of the sects and to encourage independent thinking rather than institutional loyalty. In the villages of the Broken Lands and beyond, former refugees and freed cultivators were establishing teaching circles, sharing the knowledge they'd learned with anyone willing to learn it. The impact on sect membership was undeniable and accelerating. Where once people had felt they had no choice but to join a sect to advance in cultivation, now they had alternatives. Young people who would have automatically entered the nearest sect were instead asking about the network. Experienced cultivators were leaving sect positions to establish independent schools. Even some sect administrators were accepting that the old model was no longer viable and were requesting assistance to transform their institutions. The irony was not lost on anyone. The sects had persecuted the Patriarch for 300 years to prevent exactly this outcome. They tried to destroy his knowledge, to eliminate any alternative to their institutional authority. And now, by failing to completely destroy either the Patriarch or his legacy, they'd created the conditions for the very transformation they'd always feared. Chapter 40. The new era begins 8 months after the Haven had defended itself against the Tribunal's final assault. The cultivation world had undergone its greatest transformation in recorded history. The sects, once all-powerful, were being replaced by a distributed network of communities united by shared values rather than institutional hierarchy. The knowledge that had been guarded and controlled for centuries was spreading freely throughout hundreds of communities. Cultivators were learning from each other instead of competing, collaborating instead of fighting for limited resources and authority. The transformation was visible in countless small ways. In the cities, sect recruitment offices that had operated for centuries were closing, replaced by information centers where people could learn about the network and find guides to communities near their homes. In cultivation schools, curricula were being rewritten to acknowledge the true history of the sects and to encourage independent thinking rather than institutional loyalty. In the villages of the Broken Lands, former refugees were establishing teaching circles, sharing the knowledge they'd learned with anyone willing to learn it. At the center of this transformation was the Haven, no longer a refuge in hiding, but a beacon and a teaching center, a place where people came to learn not just techniques, but a whole new way of understanding cultivation and community. It had become the university of the network, the place where the cutting edge of cultivation was being explored and refined. Lin Feng had inherited the Patriarch's Tao, but he'd transformed it into something the Patriarch had never imagined, not a tool for individual dominion, but a foundation for collective flourishing. The revolutionary principle was simple but profound. Power was stronger when shared than when hoarded, wisdom was deeper when distributed than when isolated, and a community built on collaboration was more resilient than an institution built on control. The revolution wasn't complete. There would be resistance, setbacks, people who clung to the old ways and fought against the new. There would be failures and lessons learned through struggle. But the fundamental shift had happened. The sect's monopoly on cultivation knowledge and authority was broken, and it would never fully heal. As night fell over the Broken Lands, and the Haven's people settled into their various routines, some studying advanced techniques, some healing injuries from the day's training sessions, some teaching the newcomers who arrived constantly, some simply resting and reflecting. Lin Feng felt a peace settle over him that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with purpose. He stood in the central chamber, feeling the vibration of the cavern system itself. 800 people now living in the various chambers, each one engaged in the work of learning and growth. He could sense their individual chi signatures, each one unique, each one improving day by day as they cultivated. This was his legacy, not the monuments or the institutions, but the people themselves, growing stronger and wiser. The Patriarch's unfinished Tao was still unfinished, but it was no longer his burden alone. It belonged now to everyone in the network, everyone who'd chosen to learn and teach and build something different. The Patriarch's legacy had finally become what it should have been all along, not the possession of a single genius, but the inheritance of everyone brave enough to claim it. And that inheritance would continue to evolve, continue to improve, continue to transform as more people added their understanding and their innovation to the shared knowledge. The revolution had won not through conquest, but through becoming undeniable. The sects were falling not because they were militarily defeated, but because people had discovered there was another way, and that other way was better. That was the victory the Patriarch had never achieved. That was the real transformation. In the deepest chamber where Lin Feng still sometimes meditated, contemplating the mysteries of existence and cultivation, he sensed the Patriarch's presence settling into something like satisfaction. 3 centuries of struggle, isolation, and bitterness were finally finding their meaning, not in dominion or revenge, but in transformation and liberation. The old cultivator had spent his life preserving knowledge. Lin Feng had spent these months learning to release it, and in that release was the true victory. The haven stood as testament to that principle. It was no longer isolated but connected to hundreds of communities throughout the cultivation world. It was no longer defended by a single powerful cultivator but by a distributed network of defenders who understood the principle of collective strength. It was no longer a repository of static knowledge, but a living center of learning and evolution. The haven's transformation was complete. From a place of hiding, it had become a beacon. From a sanctuary for the few, it had become the foundation for a worldwide movement. From a repository of one man's genius, it had become the inheritance of everyone who chose to claim it. And as Lin Feng watched the haven's people settle into their evening routines, studying, teaching, healing, building, he felt a profound sense of completion. Not the completion that comes from finishing a task and setting it aside, but the completion that comes from transforming something into what it was always meant to be. The Patriarch's unfinished Tao had found its completion not through his efforts alone, but through becoming truly unfinished, forever open to innovation, forever evolving, forever growing beyond any single person's vision. The haven stood as testament to that principle. It was no longer isolated but connected to hundreds of communities throughout the cultivation world. It was no longer defended by a single powerful cultivator but by a distributed network of defenders who understood the principle of collective strength. It was no longer a repository of static knowledge but a living center of learning and evolution. Keth stood in one of the secondary training centers, teaching harmonic cultivation to 5 students who'd come from different regions to study under him. The young man who'd first heard the music underneath everything now understood that his gift was meant to be shared, refined, improved through teaching others who had different sensibilities and different strengths. The Healing Sisters maintained a mobile teaching program, traveling between communities to share advanced medical cultivation techniques and to train local healers in specialized treatments. What had begun as 2 women learning basic medicine had evolved into a comprehensive system of healthcare knowledge that was saving lives throughout the network. Yi commanded the defensive training program, but more importantly, he developed protocols for communities to defend themselves without becoming militaristic. He understood that the haven's strength wasn't in its capacity for violence, but in its capacity to discourage violence through preparation and deterrence. Su moved between communities as a strategic consultant, helping settlements understand their vulnerabilities and develop appropriate defenses tailored to their specific circumstances. She'd taken her knowledge of sect tactics and inverted it, using that knowledge to help communities resist institutional control. and Sheen remained as the moral center of the network, the voice that reminded everyone why they were doing this work. Not for power, not for institutional dominance, but because people deserve the right to live freely, to think freely, to cultivate freely without institutional control or persecution. The Haven's transformation was complete. From a place of hiding, it had become a beacon. From a sanctuary for the few, it had become the foundation for a worldwide movement. From a repository of one man's genius, it had become the inheritance of everyone who chose to claim it. And in the deepest chamber, where Lin Feng still sometimes meditated on the mysteries of cultivation and existence, the presence of the Patriarch seemed content. The old cultivator had spent 3 centuries preserving a legacy that would ultimately outlive him, not because he'd made it his sole focus, but because he'd finally, through Lin Feng, learned to let it go. That was the revolution's greatest victory. Not that the Haven survived, but that it thrived. Not that the Patriarch's legacy was preserved, but that it was transformed. Not that one man gained dominion, but that everyone discovered they had the power to transform their world. Each of the network's leaders played a critical role in this new phase. Keth stood in one of the secondary training centers now being established throughout the cultivation world, teaching harmonic cultivation to 5 students who'd come from different regions to study under him. The young man who'd first heard the music underneath everything, that mysterious resonance that most people would never perceive, now understood that his gift was meant to be shared, refined, improved through teaching others who had different sensibilities and different personal strengths. The Healing Sisters maintained a mobile teaching program, traveling between communities to share advanced medical cultivation techniques and to train local healers in specialized treatments. What had begun as 2 women learning basic medicine from observation and trial had evolved into a comprehensive system of healthcare knowledge that was saving lives throughout the network. They'd learned that different regions required different approaches. Coastal communities needed knowledge of treating tropical diseases. Mountain settlements needed expertise in altitude adjustment. Urban centers required understanding of environmental toxins. Yi commanded the defensive training program with the understanding that genuine strength came not from dominance, but from disciplined preparation. He'd developed protocols for communities to defend themselves without becoming militaristic, without allowing the need for defense to transform them into warrior societies. The balance was delicate. Communities needed to be able to resist aggression, but not in ways that would turn them into predatory institutions themselves. Su moved between communities as a strategic consultant, helping settlements understand their vulnerabilities and develop appropriate defenses tailored to their specific circumstances. She'd taken her intimate knowledge of sect tactics, knowledge gained through years of training in the Violet Cloud Monastery, and inverted it, using that knowledge to help communities resist institutional control and predict how potential enemies might attempt to manipulate or destroy them. And Sheen remained as the moral center of the network, the voice that reminded everyone why they were doing this work. Not for power, not for institutional dominance, but because people deserve the right to live freely, to think freely, to cultivate freely without institutional control or persecution. She'd lost loved ones in the conflict. That loss gave her moral authority that no one could dispute. The chapters ahead would bring new challenges and new questions. The network would face resistance from those who preferred the old ways. Communities would struggle to maintain the collaborative principles. Conflicts would arise from people with different visions of what the cultivation world should become. But these challenges would be faced not by one person alone, but by a community united by shared purpose. Lin Feng had inherited the Patriarch's power. But more importantly, he'd inherited the Patriarch's responsibility to preserve and transmit knowledge. And in learning how to share that responsibility, how to distribute it, how to empower others to carry it forward, he'd transformed a lonely curse into a living legacy that would endure far beyond any individual lifespan. The revolution wasn't over. It was just beginning. As Step 2 of the Patriarch saga concluded, the foundation had been laid for everything that would come next. The sect's 1,000-year dominance was ending. The network's new age was beginning. And in the cavern sanctuary deep beneath the Broken Lands, a young cultivator who'd inherited a legend worked to transform that legend into something far greater than any individual could ever achieve alone. Chapter 41. The 4 sects consolidate. The news spread through the cultivation world like wildfire. Within 3 days of May's evidence being posted across every sect bulletin and printed in the Jianghu Gazette, the 7 major sects held an emergency congress in Luoyang City. Lin Feng watched the reports from the Haven's communications hub, a room buried beneath the mountain where a dozen disciples monitored news scrolls and spiritual transmission crystals. "They're splitting," Wei Chen announced, pointing at a freshly arrived message. "The Qingshu sect, the Azure Moon Pavilion, and the Stone Gate Alliance are withdrawing support from the 4 sects' joint declaration. Official statement says they're conducting internal inquiries." Lin Feng nodded slowly. 3 sects distancing themselves from the historical narrative that had shaped the entire cultivation world for 300 years. It was a victory, but not a clean one. For every sect that accepted the truth, another faction doubled down. "What about the 4? Asked Luo Yan, one of the eldest disciples in the Haven. Her copper-colored robes marked her as a former Crimson Flame cultivator before she'd chosen to defect. "Doubling down," Wei Chen said grimly. "The Crimson Flame sect, the North Star Monastery, the Void Edge School, and the Divine Will Temple. They've formed something they're calling the Protectors of True Doctrine. They're calling the evidence a conspiracy, claiming May fabricated the sealed records with help from us." The accusation stung precisely because it was so efficient. The 4 sects couldn't deny the documents. They were too old, too authentic. So they delegitimized the discovery itself, framing May as a tool of the very organization they claimed to oppose. It was the move of a cornered predator. If you can't disprove the truth, convince people the truth is a lie. "They're mobilizing disciples to the borders," continued Wei Chen. "Crimson Flame is moving people through the Vermilion Pass. The Void Edge School has called up their reserve cultivators from the mountain temples. It looks like they're—" He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Lin Feng stood and walked to the window of the hub, looking out at the Haven's primary grounds. Disciples practiced in the courtyard, some nascent soul, some still in golden core, even a few in the foundation realm being trained by the older students. The Haven had grown to nearly 200 permanent residents, with another 300 who trained seasonally or maintained covert identities in nearby towns. It was no longer a hiding place. It was a community, a movement, and now the 4 sects were preparing to erase it. "Assemble the senior cultivators," Lin Feng said quietly. "All those at nascent soul or higher. We need to discuss what comes next." The meeting took place in the Great Hall that night, a space that had once been the Patriarch's meditation chamber and was now the Haven's central gathering place. The walls bore faint traces of old scripture, the Patriarch's notes, marginalia, corrections to the sutras that later generations of his sect had tried to erase. Lin Feng had left them there intentionally. They were a reminder. Even the greatest legends had doubts. Even the Patriarch had questioned the orthodox path. 23 nascent soul cultivators sat in meditation formation before him. Some had been students at the major sects for decades before joining the Haven. Others were younger, cultivators who had never known any home but this one. All of them bore the same expression, acceptance of what was coming. "The 4 sects are preparing for war," Lin Feng began without preamble. "Not openly, not yet. But they're consolidating forces. They're isolating themselves from the other 3 sections. And they're building a narrative that we are the aggressors, the heretics, the ones threatening the stability of cultivation itself." "Let them come," Luo Yan said fiercely. "We're stronger than we've ever been. Our cultivation methods are more efficient. Our techniques are drawn from the Patriarch's original insights, not centuries-old orthodoxy. We can lose," Lin Feng said flatly. "Numbers matter. The 4 sects control regions with thousands of cultivators. The Crimson Flame sect alone has over 1,000 disciples at Foundation Realm or above. We have 200 permanent residents and perhaps 300 seasonal supporters. In direct military conflict, we lose." The silence that followed was heavy. "Then what do you propose?" asked an older man named Zhang, a former North Star Monastery elder who'd defected 3 months ago. His voice carried the weight of someone who'd once been on the other side. "3 strategies," Lin Feng said. "First, we do not hide any longer. The moment we went public with the truth, hiding became impossible. They know where we are. They've known for months. So instead of a hidden sanctuary, we become a beacon. We open the Haven to anyone seeking the true Tao, not as a secret, but as a statement. That invites direct assault," Luo Yin protested. "Yes, Lin Feng agreed. Which is why the second strategy is that we strengthen this location militarily. The old patriarch had defenses built into this mountain. Wards, hidden passages, cultivation arrays that tap directly into the spiritual veins. I've been studying his notes. We can expand those. We can make this place defensible enough that even the four sects can't breach it without suffering catastrophic losses. And the third? Zhang asked. Lin Feng hesitated. This was the part that kept him awake at night, turning over the patriarch's final warnings in his mind. The third strategy is that we ensure they never attempt a frontal assault in the first place, he said slowly. The patriarch left more than teachings, Wei Chun. He left weapons. Knowledge of techniques so powerful that even he refused to complete them. If the four sects understand that attacking us directly means confronting forces they cannot overcome. You're talking about using the forbidden techniques, said a woman named Qin, her voice tight. She'd been a Void Edge disciple once, before the sect's politics had become unbearable. The ones the patriarch sealed away. Not using them, Lin Feng corrected. Threatening to use them. The patriarch's final journal explicitly states that a technique called the shattering collapse could devastate an entire region if improperly deployed. The Void Edge school destroyed 3 provinces with early iterations of destructive cultivation. Imagine what a complete, refined version could do. You'd be bluffing, Zhang said slowly. Perhaps, Lin Feng said. But they won't know that. Over the following weeks, the haven transformed. Surface structures that had been deliberately modest, simple stone buildings, training grounds that could pass as a minor sect's outlying facility, were reinforced with subtle enhancements. The spiritual veins running beneath the mountain were mapped and catalogued. 7 cultivation arrays that the patriarch had constructed were re-energized, their mechanisms cleaned and their focus crystals replaced with stones specially cultivated by the haven's most advanced disciples. And Lin Feng did something else, something that terrified him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. He began studying the patriarch's forbidden journals in earnest. The patriarch's handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the journals progressed, moving from careful, beautiful calligraphy to frantic scrawls that sometimes bled through 3 pages at once. The earlier volumes contained philosophical musings, the nature of power, the corruption of institutions, the dangers of orthodoxy becoming dogma. But the later volumes were something else entirely. They were records of experimentation. The shattering collapse technique wasn't theoretical. The patriarch had attempted it. He'd cultivated it partway to completion and then stopped, leaving detailed notes on exactly why it was too dangerous to finish. The technique worked by collapsing spatial continuity within a defined radius, roughly 30 miles if fully deployed. Everything within that radius would collapse into itself, folding into a paradox of non-existence. There would be no explosion, no visible destruction. Things would simply cease to be, their space retroactively negated. The patriarch had stopped because the technique required the cultivator to maintain awareness through the process. The human mind wasn't designed to perceive negation. The patriarch had gotten halfway through a single successful cast and lost consciousness for 3 days. His notes indicated that further attempts caused seizures, permanent sensory distortions, and what he called the weight of knowing what isn't. A technique designed to destroy you as surely as your enemies, the final entry read. Perhaps that was always the point. The ultimate enforcement of the Tao. Commit to it absolutely, and it will consume you. Lin Feng closed the journal and sat in the darkness of the library, nascent soul flame dancing softly in his palm. He had no intention of using the shattering collapse. Even knowing it was theoretically possible was dangerous enough. The knowledge alone could corrupt his cultivation, could tempt him toward a power that would annihilate everything it touched. But the 4 sects didn't need to know that. Chapter 42, May's Defiance. The news that May was missing came 3 weeks after the sect's consolidation. She'd been living in Luoyang City under an assumed name, working as a minor bureaucrat in the records ministry while using her position to copy sensitive documents. She was supposed to send a status report through their secure channel every 5 days. The report stopped. Lin Feng felt the absence like a stone in his chest. He'd grown accustomed to her presence in the haven, the sharp edge of her mind, the way she could analyze political maneuvering with a precision that would have made her invaluable as a strategist, if she'd ever trusted him enough to fill that role fully. We have confirmation, Wei Chen said, presenting a report written in the coded script they used for sensitive intelligence. The North Star Monastery's Internal Investigation Bureau arrested her 3 days ago. They've moved her to their central temple in Wuxia Valley. The monastery is claiming she was engaged in espionage against the sect, attempting to steal sealed records. The irony, Luo Yin said bitterly, is that she already succeeded at that. This is deliberate, said Zhang, studying the report. They're using her as bait. They know she's connected to us. They want us to attempt a rescue. Then we don't rescue her, suggested Qin, though her voice wavered slightly. She'd trained with Mei during the early months in the Haven, and they'd become something close to friends. We let her stay where she is. It's tragic, but it's the strategically sound choice. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The rational part of his mind agreed with Qin. The strategic choice was to leave Mei to whatever fate the North Star Monastery decided. Interrogation, execution, public trial followed by formal excision from the cultivation world. It was the choice a true military leader would make. It was the choice the Patriarch would have made, if his final journals were any indication. But Lin Feng wasn't the Patriarch, and the Haven wasn't built on the calculus of ruthlessness. Zhang, he said, opening his eyes. What do you know about the North Star Monastery structure? You trained there. Zhang's face darkened. Enough to know that Wuxia Valley is one of the most heavily fortified locations in the known world. The monastery was built during the War of Three Sovereigns, specifically designed to withstand siege. The defenses include spiritual barriers, cultivator count of 2,000 monks at any given time, and a transcendence-level master who hasn't left the temple in 60 years. But there are weaknesses, Lin Feng said. It wasn't a question. Of course there are weaknesses, Zhang said heavily. Everything has weaknesses, but exploiting them would require you to infiltrate the most hostile sect's strongest fortress, navigate past their internal security, extract a prisoner from their interrogation chambers, and escape before they can mobilize their full military force. In essence, you'd be asking for a suicide mission. Not a suicide mission, Lin Feng said quietly. A rescue. It's the same thing, Qin said. At least if it's suicide, one person dies. If you go in unprepared, the sects will use the failure as justification for immediate military action. You won't be saving Mei, you'll be accelerating the war. She was right. The rational calculation was clear. Attempting a rescue would be strategically catastrophic. Lin Feng stood and walked to the library section of the Great Hall, running his fingers along the spines of the Patriarch's journals until he found one from the Middle Period, when the Patriarch's philosophy was still in transition. He opened to a marked passage and read it aloud. Power derives from possibility, not certainty. The moment you accept that some things are impossible, you surrender the possibility that they could be otherwise. The cultivation world will tell you that certain acts are suicidal. Most of the time, they're correct. But if you never attempt the impossible, you guarantee that your enemy's version of possibility is the only one that matters. He turned back to face the assembled cultivators. We're going to rescue Mei, he said. Not recklessly. We're going to use every advantage we have. And we're going to do it in a way that sends a message to the four sects. There are lines we will not allow them to cross. Planning the rescue took 5 days. Zhang contributed everything he knew about the monastery's layout, the meditation halls, the interrogation chambers in the western wing, the restricted library where records were kept. Luo Yin brought in disciples who'd trained at the North Star Monastery before defecting, expanding the picture with newer information. Qin, despite her objections about the strategy, provided analysis of the monastery's spiritual defenses and identified the most vulnerable points in the barrier network. The assault team would consist of 12 cultivators, all nascent soul or higher. They would approach from the north, using the mountain passes that the monastery considered too treacherous to defend. The barrier that surrounded the temple grounds had a harmonic frequency that Zhang had learned years ago, normally used to allow authorized disciples entry and exit. It could also be exploited as a temporary resonance weak point. They'll detect the resonance as soon as you activate it, Zhang warned. You'll have perhaps 30 seconds before the barrier restabilizes and full alarms sound. In that window, you need to get through the barrier, across the courtyard, into the western wing, reach the interrogation chambers, locate Mei, and get out. 30 seconds for 6 stages of infiltration. Impossible, Qin said flatly. But possible, Lin Feng replied, meeting her gaze. Because they won't be expecting anyone to try. They're confident. The barrier is treated as theoretical security. No one's supposed to reach it. That confidence is the weakness we'll exploit. He paused, then added, I'm going to lead the team. No, Luo Yin said immediately. You can't. If the monastery captures the Haven's leader, they won't, Lin Feng said. Because I won't be alone. And because we're going to make this very clear, we're not the hunted anymore. We're the ones setting the terms of conflict. The night of the rescue, Lin Feng stood at the edge of the northern cliff face with 11 disciples, looking down at the dark mass of Wushua Valley. Lights flickered in the monastery's windows, night prayers, meditation chambers, the orderly routine of thousands of cultivators living under strict discipline. He thought of Mei, alone in an interrogation chamber, refusing to break, maintaining the secrets of the Haven through whatever pain they inflicted. He thought of the Patriarch, reading his own journals, understanding that every path forward would cost him something essential. And then he drew his sword and began to descend. Chapter 43. The breach. The barrier resonated exactly as Zhang had predicted, a harmonic frequency that made the air shimmer like heat distortion. Lin Feng felt at the moment his nascent soul cultivation touched the frequency, a vibration that ran through the spiritual channels of his body like a tuning fork finding its perfect pitch. Now, he hissed, and the assault team surged forward. The barrier parted. Not fully, there wasn't enough time for that. But the resonance created a thin gap, a window of non-resistance that lasted perhaps 30 seconds before the monastery's defenses would recognize the breach and slam shut. 25 seconds. Lin Feng's team crossed the courtyard in a blur of movement, their cultivation suppressed to avoid detection, their physical speed pushed to its limits. The monastery's external guards were positioned at the gates, confident that the barrier would provide all the warning necessary. They wouldn't see the small group moving across the meditation fields until it was too late. 15 seconds. The western wing loomed before them, a structure of pale stone and dark wooden beams that looked more like a fortress than a temple. Zhang had described 2 guards at the entrance, both golden core, likely not expecting serious trouble. 10 seconds. Lin Feng and Luo Yin reached the guards first, moving with the kind of precision that only came from months of coordinated training. There was no time for conversation or warning. Lin Feng struck once, his palm technique sending the first guard into immediate unconsciousness. Luo Yin's strike was similarly efficient. 5 seconds. Inside, the corridor stretched ahead, lined with doors. The interrogation chambers would be on the 3rd level, subterranean, beneath the main structure. They couldn't take the stairs, too exposed. 2 seconds. Breach, someone shouted from across the courtyard. The alarm had been raised. The barrier behind them snapped shut with a sound like reality cracking. They were committed now. Lin Feng moved through the western wing like he'd lived there his entire life, following maps that Zhang had drawn from memory. Down a flight of stairs. Through a meditation chamber. Down again. Descending into the earth where the monastery kept its most sensitive functions. The 3rd level was where the real security began. Spiritual wards lined the corridors, detection arrays that would trigger if any unauthorized cultivator passed through them. Zhang had taught them how to read the ward's signatures, how to identify the frequency patterns and slip between them like threading a needle in the dark. Qin had insisted on coming despite her doubts about the mission's wisdom. Now her expertise proved invaluable. She moved ahead of the team, reading the spiritual frequencies, calling out adjustments to their path. Left, right. Hold here for 3 breaths while the pattern shifts. Now, the interrogation chambers were at the end of the main corridor. The doors were reinforced, sealed with locks that required cultivation to open. Behind one of them, Mei waited. The problem was finding the right door before the monastery's response force overwhelmed them. How many? Luo Yin demanded, her hand on her sword as distant footsteps echoed through the corridors below. 30, maybe 40, closing in from 2 directions, one of the other disciples reported. Lin Feng felt the Patriarch's presence in his mind, a ghost of memory accessing centuries of accumulated wisdom. The Patriarch had conducted 200 interrogations himself. He would have known the protocol. The strongest prisoners would be kept in the deepest chambers, the ones furthest from escape routes. It was the same logic across all such facilities. South corridor, he said, pointing. Last chamber on the left. They moved fast, abandoning stealth for pure speed. The footsteps behind them grew louder. Shouts echoed through the passages. The monastery was mobilizing its forces, and they were still 300 paces from the exit. Lin Feng reached the last chamber on the left and struck the lock with a focused burst of nascent soul energy. The lock shattered, the door swinging open to reveal a small stone chamber lit by a single cultivation lamp. Mei lay on a meditation bench, her arms bound with restraint talismans, blood matting her dark hair. Her eyes opened as the door burst open, and for a moment, just a fraction of a second, Lin Feng saw fear cross her face. Then recognition, and something else, something that might have been relief. "Lin Feng," she said, her voice rough. "You came. You actually came. Can you move?" he demanded, already severing the restraint talismans with a precise cut of his sword. "My cultivation is sealed," Mei said, sitting up slowly. "They used binding talismans. But I can walk. What's the plan for getting out of here?" "Explosive exit," Luo Yin said grimly, her sword already glowing with preparation for a major technique. The first of the pursuing cultivators were entering the southern corridor. "How many can you hold?" Lin Feng asked. "Long enough for you to get Mei to the exit," Luo Yin said. "After that, hope." The monastery's response team emerged into the corridor, perhaps 20 golden core cultivators, led by 2 nascent soul monks whose robes marked them as senior instructors. The moment they saw Lin Feng and the assault team, they began pulling together a coordinated technique, spiritual energy coalescing into a barrier formation. Luo Yin met them with a technique that made the entire corridor scream. Her sword unleashed a wave of energy that forced the monastery cultivators back, buying them perhaps 5 seconds of breathing room. "Go," she shouted. Lin Feng grabbed Mei's arm and ran, the rest of the team moving in coordinated chaos around them. They took the stairs 3 at a time, burst through the meditation chamber, and emerged into the courtyard just as the first wave of monastery defenders was mobilizing from the western gate. "The barrier," Qin shouted, her hands already moving through the resonance frequency. She was trying to open it again, trying to create another 30-second window for escape. The barrier flickered. For a moment, it seemed like the resonance would activate. Then it stabilized, stronger than before, rejecting the frequency manipulation. "They've changed it," one of the disciples breathed. "They changed the frequency the moment we breached." The monastery's cultivators were pouring across the courtyard now, their formations solidifying, their techniques charging. They were outnumbered and outmaneuvered, trapped in a courtyard with nowhere to go. Lin Feng felt the Patriarch's presence surge in his mind, accessing decades of combat experience. He made a decision that would echo through the entire cultivation world. He reached into his spiritual core and pulled. Chapter 44. First blood. The power that emerged from Lin Feng's cultivation core wasn't his own, not entirely. It was the Patriarch's legacy, distilled and refined through centuries of accumulated technique, suddenly unleashed in a moment of desperation. A technique he had no name for. A technique the Patriarch himself had used only in the direst circumstances. A technique that split his consciousness across multiple vectors of reality, allowing him to occupy and act from multiple points simultaneously. The courtyard exploded with cultivators who wore Lin Feng's face. There were 12 of them, 12 perfect duplications of Lin Feng's physical and spiritual form, each one manifesting at full nascent soul power, each one armed and ready. They moved with perfect synchronization, and the monastery's cultivators fell back in shock. "What sorcery?" one of the nascent soul monks began. "Not sorcery," Lin Feng said, his voice coming from all 12 forms at once. "The Patriarch's true legacy." The duplicates moved with devastating precision. 2 broke toward the monastery's main exit, drawing the bulk of the defenders' attention. 3 moved toward the barrier, attempting to find weaknesses in its new frequency. The remaining 7 formed a defensive perimeter around Mei and the assault team. The technique was extraordinary. It was also catastrophic. Every duplicate was a fraction of Lin Feng's total consciousness, distributed across 12 separate vessels. Maintaining them required a kind of mental discipline that made the shattering collapse technique seem gentle by comparison. Pain shot through Lin Feng's awareness, not physical pain, but something far more fundamental. The sensation of being torn apart from the inside, of experiencing contradictory thoughts and perceptions simultaneously. But it worked. The duplicates, moving with perfect synchronization, carved through the monastery's cultivators like a blade through silk. Two of the defenders fell immediately, overwhelmed by the pressure of fighting someone who seemed to be everywhere at once. The barrier flickered again, and one of the duplicates managing to create a resonance response. It wasn't a full opening, but it was enough, a thin gap that might accommodate someone moving at maximum speed. Now, Luoyan shouted. The barrier's weakening. Lin Feng's original body grabbed Mei's arm and ran for the gap. The pain of maintaining the duplicates screamed through his consciousness, but he held them together, maintaining the chaos that kept the monastery's cultivators too confused to react effectively. They reached the barrier. The gap was impossibly thin, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Mei went first, her body flattening as she moved through the aperture. Lin Feng followed, and the moment his last foot crossed the barrier's edge, he released the technique. The duplicates collapsed simultaneously. The energy they'd been holding dissipated in a burst of raw spiritual force that threw the surrounding cultivators backward. The barrier slammed shut with a sound like reality breaking. Lin Feng fell to his knees, gasping. His consciousness felt fragmented, pieces of himself still distributed across phantom spaces. The pain was extraordinary, not agony, but a kind of fundamental wrongness, as though his mind couldn't quite convince itself it was unified again. Mei knelt beside him, her voice sharp with concern. Can you move? Have to. Lin Feng managed, pushing himself upright. His vision swam, but the sheer weight of necessity drove him forward. They'll come over the walls. They'll find another way through. The assault team regrouped at the cliff face. The monastery's alarms were screaming now, a sound that echoed through Wushua Valley like the death cry of some great creature. Cultivators were swarming toward the barrier from a dozen directions. They had perhaps 5 minutes before the monastery mobilized a coordinated pursuit. What was that technique? Qin demanded as they began the dangerous descent down the cliff face. I've never seen anything like it. The Patriarch called it unified multiplication, Lin Feng said, his voice still trembling. It's not supposed to be used more than once per year. The mental strain. He trailed off, focusing on not falling from the cliff. His coordination was off, his balance compromised by the residual confusion in his consciousness. Every duplicate he'd maintained was still partially integrated into his awareness, like echoes of himself that wouldn't quite fade. They reached the base of the cliff and immediately began moving toward the haven's position. The monastery's cultivators were organizing at the barrier now, beginning to mount a pursuit. But the assault team had the advantage of darkness and intimate knowledge of the mountain paths. By the time the monastery's pursuers reached the cliff face, the haven's disciples were already disappearing into the forest. It took 8 hours of hard travel through terrain that would have killed lesser cultivators. Mei rode behind Lin Feng on one of the haven's prepared horses, her cultivation still sealed, her body weak from interrogation. She didn't complain. She didn't ask questions. She simply held on and waited. When they finally reached the haven's outer perimeter, dawn was breaking. The disciples who'd remained behind rushed out to meet them, their faces full of fear and relief in equal measure. Wei Chen appeared at Lin Feng's side as they dismounted. His expression was unreadable. The North Star Monastery has sent an official communication, he said quietly. They're calling it an act of war. They're demanding the return of their prisoner and the head of whoever led the assault. If we don't comply within 2 days, they're threatening to join the other 3 sects in a coordinated military action. Lin Feng helped Mei down from the horse. She was barely standing, her sealed cultivation making her as fragile as any mortal. He supported her weight with his arm. Then we have 2 days to prepare, he said. The war had begun. Chapter 45. The Patriarch's warning. The library became something between a war room and a meditation chamber over the next 2 days. Lin Feng spent most of the time there, sitting before the Patriarch's final journals, searching for something he couldn't quite name. A solution, a way forward, a technique that would let them win without destroying everything they'd built. The monastery pursuit had lasted all night, but the haven's defenders held the mountain passes. With every hour that passed, it became clearer that direct confrontation wasn't the North Star Monastery's initial strategy. They were positioning, consolidating, sending messengers to coordinate with the other 3 sections. The actual assault would come with preparation, with overwhelming numbers, with the kind of patient inevitability that made the cultivation world's wars so catastrophic. Lin Feng had spent the afternoon addressing the entire haven. Nearly 200 permanent residents gathered in the Great Hall, along with another 100 seasonal disciples who'd arrived on emergency summons. He'd explained the situation with brutal clarity. They were at war with the 4 most powerful sects in the world. Their military advantage existed only because the sects didn't yet understand the full extent of their defenses, and their numbers were still limited. That advantage would evaporate the moment the 4 sects realized that overwhelming force, deployed systematically, would overcome anything the Haven could construct. The only way to survive was to change the calculus entirely. They couldn't win a war of attrition. They could only win by making the war too costly for the sects to continue, or by discovering a technique so powerful that the sects would accept negotiation rather than risk annihilation. May recovered slowly. The binding talismans had been expertly applied, and even after the Haven's healers removed them, her cultivation remained sluggish, as though her spiritual channels had been deliberately clogged with residual talisman residue. By the morning of the 2nd day, she could walk without assistance. By evening, she could sit in meditation and begin to restore her cultivation properly. She found Lin Feng in the library, surrounded by 17 open journals, each one marked with strips of paper indicating passages of particular importance. Her hair was damp from a ritual cleansing, and she'd changed into simple gray robes provided by the Haven. "You look worse than I feel," she observed, settling into the meditation cushion across from him. "Which is saying something." "The Patriarch left something," Lin Feng said without preamble. "A message. A warning. I'm trying to understand what it means." He gestured to the central journal, open to a page written in the Patriarch's most frantic handwriting. "The unfinished Tao calls to completion. This is inevitable. The moment a cultivator inherits this power, they will be drawn toward finishing what I left undone. This is not weakness. This is the nature of incomplete systems. They exert a pull toward wholeness. The person who finishes my Tao will either transcend human limitation or destroy themselves in the attempt. There may be no middle path. I have tried to leave warnings, but warnings are merely words, and words are fragile things." "What does it mean, finishes your Tao?" May asked. "I don't know," Lin Feng admitted. The Patriarch's work on the unfinished Tao was deliberately incomplete. He left it as a puzzle, as a living system that would grow and change based on the cultivators who inherited it. But there are references throughout these journals to a completion point, a moment where the Tao would solidify, where it would become a fixed system rather than an evolving one. He turned to another journal, one dated approximately 10 years before the Patriarch's disappearance. "I have experimented with forced completion. The results are catastrophic. The human consciousness cannot sustain a perfectly complete Tao. It creates a kind of existential paradox. The completion of the system requires the dissolution of the individual consciousness that maintains it. Every attempt I made to force completion ended in what can only be described as temporary death. The body continued to function, but the mind was elsewhere. Incompletion, in the absence of incompleteness." "So the Patriarch never completed his own Tao," May said slowly. "No," Lin Feng confirmed. He stopped short, deliberately. He decided that incompleteness was a feature, not a bug. That the Tao was supposed to remain unfinished, evolving as different people contributed to it. May stood and began pacing the library, her mind clearly working through the implications. "And you're afraid you'll be drawn toward completion? That the Patriarch's warning applies to you?" "Yes. Because you've already started using the forbidden techniques," May continued. "The one that created the duplicates. That's a step toward completion, isn't it? You're drawing power from the Patriarch's legacy in ways he only experimented with privately." "Yes," Lin Feng said again. May stopped pacing and looked at him directly. "You don't have to finish it. You can choose not to." "Can I?" Lin Feng asked quietly. The Patriarch's own warnings suggest that the choice might not be mine to make. If the unfinished Tao is pulling toward completion, and I'm the primary custodian of that power, then I might not have the option to resist. I might be like a ship in a current, able to fight it, but ultimately being carried in a direction I didn't choose." He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the Haven's courtyard. Disciples were training, preparing for the conflict that was now inevitable. Others were reinforcing the defensive structures, implementing the enhancements they'd planned for the wards and cultivation arrays. The Patriarch left a gift, he said softly, and possibly a curse. The gift is power, knowledge and technique that could reshape the entire cultivation world. The curse is that power is meant to be completed, and completion might require my own consciousness to be sacrificed in the process. Then don't complete it, May said, rejoining him at the window. Distribute it. You mentioned that in your lecture to the senior cultivators, that the unfinished Tao is becoming something collective, distributed among the students rather than held by one person. If the power is spread out, maybe the completion won't require any single consciousness to dissolve. Lin Feng considered this. It was elegant in a way. The Patriarch's fear was that a single consciousness would be destroyed by attempting to complete the unfinished Tao. But if the completion was distributed, if it involved dozens of cultivators contributing to and evolving the system simultaneously, then perhaps no single person would bear the full burden. That's what we should focus on, May said with conviction. Not on trying to win the sex war through forbidden techniques. That's just repeating the Patriarch's mistakes. Instead, we accelerate the network. We make the Haven into something that can survive without depending entirely on you. If we can, Lin Feng said. We will, May replied with the absolute certainty of someone who'd spent the last 3 days in an interrogation chamber and survived it through pure stubbornness. Because if we don't, the Four Sects will destroy us anyway. At least this way, we're building something lasting. The second day ended with the Four Sects' ultimatum expiring. No answer came from them immediately. Negotiations in the cultivation world moved with deliberate slowness, but everyone in the Haven understood what the silence meant. War was coming, and it would be unlike anything the cultivation world had seen in 300 years. Late that night, Lin Feng returned to the library one more time. He took out one of the blank journals that the Patriarch had left behind, empty pages meant for future generations to write their own observations about the unfinished Tao. And he began writing his own warning, in case the Patriarch's fears proved true and he was drawn toward completion despite all his intentions. To whoever inherits this power after me, the Patriarch was right. The unfinished Tao calls to completion. I hear it constantly now, a pull in my consciousness that grows stronger every day. I've learned to live with it, to treat it as one voice among many rather than the only voice. But I don't know how long that will last. If I disappear, if you find this Haven abandoned with my robes left behind and nothing else, you'll know what happened. I chose completion, or the unfinished Tao chose it for me. Probably both. In that case, please don't mourn. Instead, do what I'm trying to do now. Spread the power. Distribute the Tao. Make sure that no single person ever has to carry the weight alone again. He sealed the journal and placed it on the shelf where it would be found, then returned to his own chambers to meditate. Sleep wouldn't come. The Patriarch's presence in his mind, that ghost of memory, that echo of ancient consciousness, was too loud, too insistent. And somewhere in that presence, Lin Feng could feel something else. A pull. A weight. The call of something incomplete that wanted to be made whole. Chapter 46. The coordinated assault. The attack came on the 6th day after the rescue, at dawn. It was coordinated with a precision that suggested months of planning. Though Lin Feng suspected the sects had actually prepared for such contingencies long ago, and only now were they finally activating plans that had existed in sealed archives for decades. The assault came from 4 directions simultaneously. From the north, the North Star Monastery sent 300 cultivators, organized into a proper military formation with nascent soul commanders and Golden Corps soldiers arranged in support structures. They approached with banners flying, making no attempt at concealment. It was a message: we are powerful enough to attack openly. From the south, the Void Edge School launched a more subtle infiltration. They used cultivation techniques to mask their spiritual signatures, approaching through the mountain's rear slopes with perhaps 200 disciples aimed at attacking the secondary defensive structures. From the east, the Crimson Flame sect brought alchemical siege equipment, formations that could crack stone, techniques that would allow them to breach the mountain's primary defenses through sheer destructive force. The Crimson Flame sect didn't field the largest military, but they were the most dangerous in direct combat. 100 of their disciples were worth 200 from any other sect. From the west, the Divine Will Temple sent what appeared to be the smallest force, perhaps 50 cultivators, but they weren't coming to conquer through military might. They were coming to negotiate. The Divine Will Temple was the most politically sophisticated of the four sects, and they were positioning themselves as potential peacemakers, ready to accept a surrender that would allow the Haven's disciples to disperse and integrate back into orthodox cultivation society. It was a masterwork of coordinated assault. One force to overwhelm through numbers, one to flank and divide, one to destroy through superior firepower, one to offer the promise of mercy. Every base covered, every hope for escape eliminated. Lin Feng watched from the Great Hall as the first wave of monks from the North Star Monastery approached the outer defenses. He could feel the weight of their formation in the spiritual currents of the air. 300 cultivators, organized and disciplined, moving with the kind of coordination that only came from decades of military training. Wei Chen stood at his side, monitoring reports from the defenders at each position. Luo Yin was commanding the northern defense. Qin had taken the southern position. Zhang was managing the eastern defenses. The western position was being held by a cultivator named Lin Shuang, who'd been a captain in the Divine Will Temple's security force before defecting. First wave is approaching the outer barrier, Wei Chen reported. Distance, 1,000 paces. They're moving in a wedge formation, testing for weak points. Lin Feng nodded. The outer barrier was designed to be porous, a defensive formation that allowed cultivators to pass through easily from inside, but created resistance for those attacking from outside. It wouldn't stop a determined assault, but it would slow it, would impose a cost, would give the defenders time to position themselves for the actual defense. Let them through, Lin Feng said. We'll make our stand at the secondary barrier, around the mountain compound itself. The first monks reached the outer barrier and began to push through. It was like watching someone wade through water that was growing progressively thicker and more resistant. The barrier didn't block them outright, but it slowed them, and the cultivators at the forefront of the formation began to chant, coordinating their spiritual energy to push through the resistance. It took them nearly an hour to breach the outer barrier completely. By the time the last of the 300 North Star cultivators had pushed through, the Void Edge School's infiltration force was emerging from the rear approaches, and the Crimson Flame Sect's siege equipment was beginning to move into position. The Divine Will Temple's small contingent had established a command post on the western heights, from where they could observe the battle without committing to direct combat. Coordinated assault activated, Wei Chen confirmed. They're moving into Phase 2. The North Star Monastery's main force began a direct approach toward the secondary barrier. The Void Edge School moved into attacks on the mountain's resource stores and secondary cultivation chambers. The Crimson Flame Sect's equipment began to activate, releasing waves of destructive energy that cracked stone and shattered meditation formations. And the Haven's disciples responded. The secondary barrier was significantly more powerful than the outer one, a formation that had been carefully calibrated by the Patriarch 300 years ago, fed by the spiritual veins running directly beneath the mountain. When the North Star monks hit it, they felt the difference immediately. This wasn't a barrier meant to slow. This was a barrier meant to crush. 3 of the monks died in the initial clash, their bodies torn apart by the spiritual backlash of pushing too hard against a formation that was designed to punish that exact offense. The rest of the formation pulled back, reorganizing, preparing a more coordinated approach. Luo Yin reports that the monks are preparing a major technique, Wei Chen said, his voice tense. Looks like they're going to try to overload the secondary barrier with concentrated force. Let them, Lin Feng said. The barrier can sustain it. And while they're focusing on that, he gestured, and a group of nascent soul cultivators from the Haven moved into position on the mountain's upper reaches. They began to chant, their hands moving through intricate patterns, their spiritual energy weaving together into something complex and layered. They were preparing a counterformation, not a direct attack, but something more subtle. A cultivation technique that would redirect and amplify the monks' own assault back against them. The North Star monks released their coordinated technique. It was impressive, 300 cultivators pouring their power into a single unified attack, a lance of golden energy that shot toward the secondary barrier with enough force to crack mountains. The barrier held. For a moment. Then it began to shatter, fracturing under the sustained assault. But Lin Feng's counterformation activated at the precise moment the monk's attack reached maximum force. The energy didn't dissipate, it was redirected. The monk's own assault came screaming back at them, and the formation's discipline broke into chaos. 20 monks fell immediately, crushed by the backblast of their own technique. The rest of the formation scattered, trying to reorganize while dealing with injury and disorientation. Void Edge infiltrators are inside the secondary barrier, Wei Chen reported. They're moving toward the meditation chambers. Qin's defense is engaging. On the mountain's southern face, Qin led a group of Haven defenders against the infiltrating Void Edge disciples. The infiltrators were fewer in number, but they were moving with the kind of precision that suggested they'd rehearsed this specific attack many times. They knew exactly where the meditation chambers were, exactly which defensive formations would be positioned where, exactly how to move through the mountain's interior passages. The Void Edge school had been gathering intelligence for months, possibly longer. Qin's defense held the southern gate against their infiltration, but just barely. The defenders were forced to fall back, to abandon the outer reaches of the meditation chamber complex and establish a new line of defense deeper within the mountain. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Sect siege equipment was beginning to have an effect. The mountain's stone exterior was being cracked and fractured by waves of concentrated destructive energy. The process was slow, but inexorable. Given a few more hours, the Crimson Flame Force could break through the mountain's outer shell entirely, exposing the internal structures to direct assault. How long? Lin Feng asked Wei Chen. Before the mountain's outer defenses are compromised? 2 hours. Maybe 3. The Divine Will Temple's position on the western heights remained static, observing, waiting. Lin Feng understood what they were doing. They were monitoring the battle, assessing how the Haven's defenders were performing, calculating when the moment would come to make their formal negotiation. If the Haven looked like they were winning, the Divine Will Temple would join the assault to ensure their allies' victory. If it looked like the Haven was losing, they would wait until the last moment and then offer the mercy of honorable surrender. It was the most dangerous position of all, because it gave the Divine Will Temple complete control over how the war ended. I need 30 cultivators at nascent soul level or higher, Lin Feng said abruptly. All of them trained in the Patriarch's most advanced techniques. Wei Chen's expression shifted. He understood what Lin Feng was about to do. The forbidden techniques? No, Lin Feng said. Something the Patriarch developed that was never forbidden, because he never fully believed it would work. A method for projecting cultivators' consciousness across distance. I can strike the Divine Will Temple's position directly, not with killing force, but with enough precision to eliminate their commanders and collapse their coordination. Without them observing and coordinating the assault, the other 3 sects will lose their ability to manage the coordinated attack. They'll fall back into individual formation logic, and we can defend against that. That's assassination, Wei Chen said flatly. That's strategy, Lin Feng corrected. The Divine Will Temple came to war. They're not civilians. Their commanders understand the risks they're taking. Wei Chen was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded and began issuing orders to gather the cultivators. Chapter 47. The weight of choices. Lin Feng stood in the meditation chamber that overlooked the western heights where the Divine Will Temple had established their command post. The chamber was small, intimate, carved directly into the mountain rock centuries ago. Around him, 30 nascent soul cultivators formed a circle, their hands touching, their consciousness beginning to merge into the unified field that the Patriarch's technique required. He could feel their uncertainty, their awareness that what they were about to attempt was dangerous and could result in permanent spiritual injury. But they'd volunteered. They understood the necessity. It was called the projection of presence, a method for extending consciousness across distance, for attacking or communicating with targets far beyond the normal range of cultivation techniques. The Patriarch had developed it as a way to maintain influence over distant disciples without needing to travel physically, to touch minds that his body could never reach. But it had a combat application, and that's what Lin Feng was about to use it for, to assault the commanders of the assault force with psychic techniques that could shatter their minds before they ever landed a blow on the physical sanctuaries. Mei entered the meditation chamber just as the cultivators were settling into the formation. Don't do this, she said quietly. Lin Feng opened his eyes. They're commanders in an enemy force. They're managing a coordinated assault that's designed to annihilate the Haven. This is war. Yes, May agreed. And the moment you use this technique in combat, the war changes. The sects stop thinking of this as a regional conflict or a sect dispute. They start thinking of it as something existential, something that requires total commitment to victory. You'll have crossed a line. I've already crossed dozens of lines, Lin Feng said. I rescued you from the North Star Monastery. I created combat duplicates. I've positioned myself as an existential threat to the established cultivation world. If I don't use every advantage I have, I'm just going to get people killed for nothing. And if you do use the projection of presence in combat, May countered, you're going to accelerate the timeline toward using the truly forbidden techniques. The ones that might destroy you. You know that. You've read the Patriarch's warnings. Lin Feng stood, stepping out of the formation to face her directly. What would you have me do? Hold the secondary barrier, May said. Defend the mountain through conventional means. Force them to commit more forces, to spend more time, to take more casualties. Make them bleed for every inch they advance. Eventually, they'll decide the cost isn't worth the benefit. They'll negotiate. And if they don't, if they just keep pouring resources at us until we break, then we retreat, May said. The Haven isn't the mountain. The Haven is the people. If we have to abandon this location and scatter across the country, we do that. We survive. We rebuild. We don't become the exact thing we're fighting against. What thing is that? Lin Feng asked. Willing to destroy everything to prevent being destroyed, May replied. That's what's happened to the four sects. They're so afraid of losing power that they've committed to total war. You're starting down that same path right now. I can see it. The way you're thinking about this, it's changing. You're starting to believe that any cost is acceptable as long as the Haven survives. That's how the Patriarch probably thought too, in those final years. And look what it cost him. Lin Feng wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. Because she